Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Rainbow Six Classic APAC edition. This is the day. We've seen the reveal this morning for what is coming out of APAC, and today we're going to have a sit down, talk about that a little bit more, as well as bring you guys some awesome show matches, kicking things off with Fnatic versus Norarengo, followed up by Giants versus Wildcard. My name is Desert Shoe, and I am joined, as always, by my trusty friend, Ace of Pyrite. Buddy, how are you doing? Are you looking forward to this?
I am very well and very, very excited. Having looked over this stuff, there is some really exciting news coming for APAC. This new format is fantastic. We're going to see all about it in just a couple of minutes, and then me and Des, we're going to talk you through it, and we're going to really break it down for you. I've brought my finest florals for the APAC region. I'm bringing the tigers.
I don't know how I can really describe these tigers, but I'm hoping it fits. We'll go with that one. Just so you guys know as well, you can get involved on socials using the hashtag R6Classic. So if you want to share your thoughts on the games, on the reveal, on anything else, get involved in the conversation and bring your thoughts along to the party as well. And just to give context to this as well, this is part of a series announcing what's going on with all of the different regions around the world. As I'm sure everyone is aware by now, Rainbow Six is changing massively, and it's all super exciting. We've already had a really good chat about the logos, Tim. We've all got our own thoughts on which ones we prefer. Everything so far has been nothing short of phenomenal.
The branding across the whole project is, it's absolutely phenomenal. They really are fantastic logos, top to bottom. I've got to say, Des, I'm not showing any bias. I think APAC might just be edging it.
Are you saying that because you're on the show for APAC?
All I'm saying is that they've got a strong logo game. That's what I'm saying.
All of them come out really, really well, but it's very interesting how this logo has been used as well to break down the different regions, which we'll come on to in a short little while. Just kind of mention as well about those games that we're bringing up later on, because I think it's worth giving a quick cover off to those. Fnatic versus Norarengo coming in from SI 2019 last year. That was the miracle run for Norarengo that no one really expected, but all were very, very surprised and pleased by. And then followed up by Giants versus Wildcard, which was, of course, from the Season X finals. And I know, for example, Ace, that you were there at SI 2019. You got to witness that fixture. What are your memories of it?
I did. It was really exciting. It was actually the opening fixture of the live event at Place Belle, and just Suzoku primarily. He was the focus for Nora as a character. He was up on stage every given opportunity, talking to the crowd, talking to the audience. Just had a lot of fun with it, and the guys just looked like they were there to have so much fun, and the crowd really got behind them for it. And I think everybody was sort of egging them on, wanting them to do better, wanting them to win, and seeing them ultimately get into the semi-final and have such a big day on the stage against Empire. Unfortunately, they didn't make it through that one to the final, but they did meet a bit of a force in Empire on the day.
I know you and I were sat down last night as well, giving the games a good watch as well. Your thoughts will be coming up after that one. Worth mentioning as well, best of 3 for Fnatic versus Norarengo, best of 1 for the fixture. Season X finals. What are your thoughts after watching that game back?
Again, it was another really important fixture for the teams. They both, at that point, by getting to the final of the APAC League, they'd got themselves into the Tokonami Season 10 finals. So they were both on a high, and they both really came out swinging in that one, wanting to win and be the overall leader, and also to get better seeding position as well. So it was another fantastic game between two teams that weren't really expected to get there, I think it's fair to say, coming into those finals necessarily.
It'd be really good to see those games brought back to life as well. But before we get into those, let's, of course, give another watch of that announcement video of the format of the APAC region. Then we'll spend a few minutes breaking that down. But for now, enjoy.
Welcome to the competitive world of Rainbow Six Siege. The following video will explain the new format for Rainbow Six esports in the Asia-Pacific region, how the region will fit into our global structure, and what you can do to get involved in Rainbow Six competitive play. First off, let's set the scene. Globally, 4 regions compose the Rainbow Six esports program: North America, Latin America, Asia-Pacific, and Europe. Each region has its own dedicated competitive format that we'll dig into a little later. On a global scale, the Rainbow Six esports program refreshes every year. 1 year equals 1 season, running from March to the following February. The 4 independent regional leagues run from March to December. These leagues are divided into 3 stages. At the end of each stage, the top 4 teams from each region will qualify for the 6 Major, a global competition featuring the top 16 international teams. Depending on their ranking in the regional leagues and the majors, teams will earn points for the global standings. At the conclusion of the 3 stages in December, the 16 teams with the most points in the global standings will automatically qualify for the 6th Invitational. 4 extra teams will have one last chance to qualify for the competition through regional open qualifiers, making the 6th Invitational a 20-team competition, the most prestigious Rainbow Six esports event, and a chance for teams to dominate the global stage and prove they are the best in the world. Let's move on to Asia Pacific, aka APAC, and our unique regional structure. The Asia Pacific League is divided into 2 divisions, APAC North and APAC South. Both divisions have their own competitive structure. Let's take a deeper look. APAC North combines the best teams from across Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia. They compete in a single online league composed of the same 12 teams for the entire season. Each stage consists of these teams facing off for 10 playdays spread across 5 weeks. The tournament will play out in a variation of the Swiss system. In other words, there is a random draw at the first round, then teams with the same or the closest win-loss ratio will face each other round after round. For example, during round 2, winners face off against winners. During round 3, teams with 1 win and 1 loss face teams with the same ratio, and so on. At round 6, win-loss ratio is refreshed and the league continues until we have the final rankings after 10 rounds. The top 6 teams of each stage make it to the APAC League playoffs. At the end of the season, the results from across all 3 stages will determine an end-of-the-year APAC North Division ranking. The top 8 teams will be invited back for the following season. The bottom 4 teams will have to play in a promotion-relegation tournament for a chance to remain in the league. They will face the best teams coming up from the national competitions. Now, let's move on to the APAC South Division that plays in parallel. APAC South is composed of 2 independent regions, Oceania and South Asia. In Oceania, 8 teams from across Australia, New Zealand, and the Polynesian nations will compete in the Oceanic Nationals, an online league. In South Asia, teams from Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka face off in a series of open online tournaments, ending with a closed bracket playoff. Each stage ends with the APAC South Division playoffs. This offline event is a double elimination tournament that pits the top 3 teams from the Oceanic Nationals and the winner of the South Asian Nationals against each other. The top 2 teams left standing will join with the 6 APAC North rivals that we mentioned earlier to the Asia Pacific League playoffs. At the end of each stage following a double elimination bracket format, this online tournament will determine which teams out of the 8 will advance to the majors and have the opportunity to compete under the global spotlight. The teams placed 5th to 8th will score points for the global standings. In parallel, the top 4 teams will qualify for the 6th major, and depending on their final placement in this competition, will also earn points for the global standings. Stages 2 and 3 will follow the same model. We also want to determine who the best team in the region truly is. In November, the rankings of the 3 stages are combined to form the final rankings of the season within the region. The top 4 teams will battle it out for the title of APAC champion and glory in the Asia-Pacific region during a special LAN event. Becoming the APAC champion is the ultimate goal, but before getting to the top, teams need to prove their skills through the national system. All national tournaments create the foundation for the Rainbow Six ecosystem, providing pathways through the grassroots scene into the regional leagues. From there, any player and team can make their mark at the majors, and finally, the 6th Invitational. The APAC Rainbow Six esports program focuses on creating a player-first experience, allowing each and every player the chance to compete from a local community tournament to the biggest stage of Rainbow Six esports, the 6th Invitational. It's yours for the taking. Join us by watching our weekly broadcast or competing in the official competitions.
All very exciting developments for APAC, of that I have no doubt. But there was an awful lot crammed into that video, so we want to take a few minutes now to expand out a few parts of this and have a good chat about them as well. And Tim, let's start things off with the North. We saw the summary there, 12 teams, 10 play days across 5 weeks, with a very interesting Swiss format kind of split in half. So you have 5 play days in the first 2.5 weeks, 5 play days in the second 2.5 weeks, and the numbers are kind of combined towards the end, right?
Yeah, that's exactly how it will work out. And for anybody unfamiliar with the Swiss format, basically it's a random draw for round 1, which would be your first play day. And then basically it's based on your win-loss. it's essentially the more winning teams will play the more teams, and the more losing teams will play the more losing teams. And then you sort of adjust who you're playing against as you go on. If you get a couple of wins, you're going to bump up towards those sort of better teams, the teams that are performing better. That's, as you say, Des, going to run through twice, and then they will amalgamate those results. It's also interesting to note that the second half of that is actually slightly weighted to favour. So if you are tied with anybody, the second half performance will be a decider between those two formats. So that would then decide who was better placed.
Which makes total sense as well, because that second half is a more relevant performance to where you are right now. It's more recent based on where you are at the end of the season. Maybe back in week 1, a lot can change from play day 1 all the way up to play day 10, whereas play day 6 to 10, maybe a little more kind of on par with that one. And as mentioned in the online article, which you can read on the Ubisoft website, broadcast of this will be at 10 a.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And I believe it will be done from the EU studio as well in Paris. There will be live English broadcasts of that as well to enjoy. A lot to get involved in, a real big step up for the region as well. And I think it's really huge that we're seeing this all kind of come together now across regions to put on such a solid broadcast team as well.
Oh, it's fantastic. If you're looking at APAC North there, you're going to have 6 teams qualifying through there into those APAC League qualifiers to join the Southern region teams, the Southern region that we'll get onto in just a minute. So APAC North is consisting of Japan, South Korea and Southeast Asia. So plenty of opportunity there for national leagues as well that are then putting through the talent, because what we're going to see is once a year, that's all amalgamated. The top 8 teams will be invited back. The top 4 teams head into a relegation playoff event and will be going up against those top national teams to see who the other 4 teams making up the league for the following season will be.
And the relegation system works very interestingly as well, with regions basically weighted towards trying to guarantee that there's a team from each of those countries involved in that top national league. Again, more information can be found on that in the actual article itself. It's probably a bit too much to try and break down without graphics, so we'll spare you the attempt from us, shall we say. Let's move on very nicely in towards the south. And I said to you during the video, the north it's its own little compartmentalized things. It's nice and easy. It's the tutorial level. You get into the south, and this is where we're now getting to play the real game, where there's a lot of opportunity here for you to literally jump into an online qualifier, and before you know it, you could literally be at the 6 Invitational. So the south being broken down into 2 regions. You have Oceania and South Asia. Oceania being an online league and South Asia being multiple open online tournaments that then progress into a closed bracket playoff. Do you want to tell us a bit about the countries that are involved in each of those, Tim?
Absolutely. So looking at that Oceania region, that will encompass Australia, New Zealand and the Polynesian nations. As you've said there, Des, it's going to be 8 teams in an online league. It's played in a round-robin format, so it's exactly as we know historically from Siege, essentially. Each team will play each other once. That will be run over 7 weeks, I think. And then they will then head into, at the end of that stage, or it might be shorter than that, actually, probably fit in with the 5 weeks. It'll then run into the South playoff, which is where the South Asia region comes in.
Absolutely, yeah. The top 3 from that is touch more on those in a second. They are a playoff within the South Division itself, so South Asia, but then progress to join in with the North to form a high-level bracket, but we'll come on to that in just a second. With South Asia, though, as you mentioned a second ago, this is a little bit different. There isn't a league format, so to say, in this one. Their league, the South Asian League, is formed instead of multiple online tournaments, much like you would have to a qualifier, for example, if you were trying to compete at the 6 Invitational. In fact, a great example there, multiple qualifiers to then go into the open bracket playoffs. Once you get through that bracket playoffs, you might make it into SI. Great way to think about it in comparison to what we already know. If you manage to get through that one, that's where the winner of that tournament progresses into the South Division playoffs. So don't forget, 3 teams from Oceania and 1 coming in from South Asia will come together. The top 2 teams from a tournament that is then played at an offline event. So you will have a LAN event here to determine out of those 4 teams, 3 from Oceania, 1 from South Asia again, which one will be proceeding forward to go and compete, or the top 2, I should say, to go and compete with the North in those South Division playoffs. South Division playoffs, is it? Too many playoff little names here to come up with off the top of my head. APAC League playoffs is the one I'm thinking of. That's where you have an online tournament, then formed of 6 teams from the North and 2 from the South. From that tournament we mentioned just a second ago, the top 4 from that tournament are then the ones that go into the major. So there's quite a trickle here of going from Oceania, playing your way up into the South Division playoffs, then go into the APAC League playoffs, and then you can get your way in towards the major, and of course start earning points towards things like the 6th Invitational. So all in all, like we said, Tim, I think very akin to things like EU, where you have the national leagues going into Challenger League and then into the EU League. There is a very, very clear progression path here to get from the very bottom all the way up to potentially being the world champions. invite.
Completely, you can see the path, particularly in that South Asia division where you've got 4 online qualifiers. That is your path right there, from sitting at home to sitting in Montreal. You go all the way through that, as you say, through those Southern playoffs into the APAC League playoffs, top 4, and you're on your way to the major, and potentially even in the long run, the Invitational, when you've totted up all those global standing points. So looking at that APAC League playoff, particularly as you've said, Des, there will be 6 teams there from APAC North, and there will be the 2 qualifying teams from APAC South, giving us 8 altogether in a double elimination bracket. And the top 4 qualify for the 6th major. It's interesting to note, though, that all 8 teams that get there will be awarded global points for the global standings. So all 8 teams will get them. It's just that the top 4 will also go through to the 6th major as well.
It's quite interesting as well, thinking about it for the 6th Invitational. That, of course, now has opened up to be 20 teams. So in that instance, there's potentially even more room for APAC teams to make it in. So where historically you've only seen 1 or 2, you might now start seeing 3 or 4 for those that consistently finish at the top end of the APAC League. And that in itself is very, very exciting. Now, we've seen in other regions that we're having a kind of region only, who is the best team in the region, essentially. It's not all about going to majors in the 6th invite, for example. It's also about these end of year rankings that you saw mentioned in the video as well. This is a special LAN event, and I put air quotes around special LAN event because it was said that way in the video. It's not just an offline event, it's a special LAN event. So I'm really excited to see what they choose to do with that towards the end of the year. This is when at the end of the 3 stages, we take the rankings from each of the 3 stages, combine them together, smash them all into a massive pot. And whoever's at the top of that one will be the top 4 going into that event. The winner of that overall is therefore declared the best team in APAC. And I imagine you'll start seeing that in stage 4, which is December, January, and February before the 6th invite. So lots to look forward to there. You've got a couple of majors coming up this year. You've got the 2 stages we're already going to see being played out, as mentioned at the start of the video. And you have this best of APAC coming up later on this year as well. Basically, you're getting one massive Christmas present at the end of this year. You've got the end of stage 2, and you've then got a special LAN event. What more could you ask for?
I don't think you could ask for much more. It's interesting to note about that APAC League final, the special LAN event as well, is that it will be the top 3 teams from APAC North and the top from APAC South. So even if you've got a 4th team from APAC North that outscores necessarily the highest score in APAC South, they will still get a place there. And I think that's really important, because that is a big part of the growth, is making sure that all the regions are included and have the opportunities like that. And I think that's one of the great things about this APAC structure, is the level of opportunity and how clear the path is from, as you said, as those online and national opportunities all the way through to not only the 6 major qualifications and invitational, which is, the ultimate grand prize, but also, of course, that very, very important and coveted APAC League title as well at the end of each year.
So take a deep breath. We've gone through the reveal. You now know a lot more detail about it as well. Again, if you want to read about this further and digest it in your own time, there is a lot to take in there. Then you can head over to the Ubisoft website. You can watch this reveal again if you want to. You can read the article. It's all there and available for you. Before we get into today's proceedings, though, we've got the hard part out the way. Now we get to the games that we've been speaking about for quite a while. A quick shout before then. You'll know that this charity is all for stream. You'll see the commands in chat. Exclamation mark MSF, exclamation mark donate. Please get involved here. Lots of good work going on in the fight against COVID-19 around the world. And of course, every bit of donation that you can put towards that will be greatly appreciated, alongside the donation coming from Ubisoft. But with that said, let's take a look at the schedule for today. Like we said, we've got some brilliant matches coming up for you. The R6 Classic, as we call it. Starting things off with Norarengo versus Fnatic from the 6th Invitational of 2019. That will be a best of 3, then followed by Giants Gaming coming up against Wildcard from the Season 10 finals, and that will be a best of 1 that follows just after that. And as we said earlier on, Tim, some really interesting games to break down here, steeped in history, especially that first one, where between Norarengo and Fnatic, they must have met each other in so many finals, it's impossible to count.
What a lot of fun. I mean, don't quote me on this precisely, but I'm pretty sure Norarengo Fnatic is up there, if not the most played fixture in Siege history. This is a real rivalry between these 2 teams. As you said, as they have met time and time again in important games, finals, international tournaments. They always seem to come together at some point, and so there is a lot to look forward to with that one. There's plenty of history there. The day that we're talking about in question, that quarter-final at the 6th Invitational on the very biggest stage in the game, it finished 2-0 on the day to Norarengo. They really did have their day there. Let's see if we get all 3 maps today. That's what's going to interest me, see how that 3rd map on border might have played out.
Absolutely. Bank and Velo, those first two maps that we saw, both when Norengo ravaged Fnatic with the Monty. I want to know if they've got a bit better at dealing with the Monty in the last year or so. But we've touched very briefly on the history of these two teams right here. But just to make things a little bit easier for you, we do have a very short video to go through here to give you an idea of just how much history there is behind these teams from back when Fnatic is known as Mindfreak all the way up to today. Let's take a quick look at that video now before we get into that fixture.
You know, it's still anyone's game. These are the two best teams in the region.
Magnet finds Vod though. Cloud has to do a lot of work. Magnet comes up huge there. And now it is all up to Geno. They were not ready for this. This rush from Mindfreak is going up and a nade kill. Picks it up. Mindfreak match point. Yep, Kings has done beautiful flank. That's a 2K for Kings. Now it's all up to No Time GG.
1v5.
1v5, and he has to clutch this. He's got the first one. He has to clutch this if he wants to keep his team in it. And that is not it. Mindfreak will move forward, and they send Norengo packing.
Still a minute and a half to work with, so he's got plenty of time. But no. There's Lusty. There's Fnatic, champions of APAC.
As now 20 seconds left, Walker needs to start picking up the kills. He does pick up a kill into Neophyte, goes for the pistol. He needs to get the shot. He connects them onto Aces.
As Mario cuts off some crossfires and pushes, takes down the Jackal, tracks player, whiffs a couple of shots, but finally gets him all up to Rizraz. He finds one kill. Next up is the Jackal. Can he find it? No, runs out of ammo. It's GEO versus GEO. And Mario wins, takes the championship. Your APAC finalists, Norengo from Japan. Seed 1 of APAC here. Can he get it? And he does secure it as the first seed going to Fnatic, and GG, well played. Fnatic destroy Norengo in a 2-0 fashion.
They've met each other on land 6 total times, and Fnatic has won 4 of those 6, so that's 2 for Nora.
So it's an Aces who's going for the plant. It's a double up for Norengo. Aces down, where's Magnet? He doesn't have much time! Oh my god, Norengo! And that's a huge boost for their confidence. And Yoshingo will drop. Aces takes one out amidst the smoke. Oh, huge play! Aces, incredible to take out Papilia and Yoshingo as he'll gun him down. And next to the line of fire is Magnet with a shotgun of his own. Remaining member of Fnatic. Other than straight gunfights, there's still a markup from the Evil Eye. He's got the Capitale in his possible sights, but this is a hard shot to hit. Popping up, Fnatic will shut Racel down. And this grudge match between the two teams will continue on and on and on. APAC's representative tomorrow in the semifinals will be the Australians in Fnatic as they dispatch their regional foe of Norengo despite a thrilling series in 2-0 fashion.
Just as we say, absolutely steeped in history. Even before Fnatic, as the roster were acquired by Fnatic, the organization, it boiled back a long, long time ago, Tim. You can even see some of those stages they're playing on there, with little cooped up rooms in the back of warehouses and stuff. It's crazy to seeing how we've gone from playing in venues like that can maybe fit 50 people in to now holding thousands of people in places like the 6 Invite.
The progress has been huge. There's absolutely no question. This has always been an esport that had so much potential, and it's just amazing to be on the journey, watching that potential really be realised. And like you say, going, to these events year after year and seeing them grow, seeing them develop, right up to what we've just seen in February this year at the Place Belle in Montreal was just something else, to be honest with you. It really was. And APAC has been a very, very important part of that growth. Some really huge teams and characters coming from that region. And I tell you what, they always have the day when it comes to those big international tournaments as well. They're always in the mix. They're always there or thereabouts.
Absolutely. Well, let's do a quick breakdown of Fnatic then and what their roster looks like. Because back at the 6th Invitational 2019, they had Aces, Magnet, Lusty, Rizraz, and Virtue. Virtue, as we all know, has now joined G2, so he unfortunately ping would be a little bit too high, I think, going all the way around the world. But with how things break down, to play as that 5th member for them. Of course, he was an older member of Fnatic, playing with them way before the way before. I believe he was there as their 6th member and then left briefly just after SI 2019. So still technically the same roster, just subbing in their 6th rather than playing Virtue.
I'd say that's fair. I think, if nothing else, what we can say is that the roster at the time and the roster that you're going to see today is absolutely jam-packed with talent. Magnet stands out there. He's been one of the faces of that team for as long as I can remember. And he's just an absolutely dominant player when he's allowed to find his head, and I'm sure we're going to see a bit of that today. His fragging potential is unbelievable, and then you can't talk about Fnatic without talking about the man himself, the coach Dizzle as well. He's absolutely synonymous with them as a team, and he's been there pretty much from the beginning with them and really guides them through as well.
It is, yeah. Diz God, as many people call him, as they say. He is incredible, been a coach for these guys for the longest time. And the most impressive thing I find about them is if you speak to Dizzle, he'll say, this is a long-term project. He always knew that, APAC would transform at some point. It's not going to change overnight, but they have stuck there, year after year, have committed to this region rather than trying to move to North America or EU. They want to see this region grow. And they are definitely one of the big staple pieces of the region that I think everyone is slowly starting to grow and love, especially after seeing Fnatic's performance at the recent SI 2020.
Yeah, totally. Every time you go to an event, every time you watch an event that Fnatic are playing, you can guarantee that they will have great following, and that I think goes to speak for the fans, but also for the players and the team and the characters that are in there. They're all so likable, great players, and it is so easy to get behind them. As we say, we saw that firsthand at SI 2020. I've seen it throughout the years at different tournaments, and they really are very easy to support because they're a lot of fun to watch.
You speak about fun to watch and easy to support. Let's take a look at Norarengo as well. This being one of those teams that very infamously made a name for themselves last year. Despite when you look at it on paper, their results weren't wildly impressive. They didn't go and beat G2 or something like that, but they had a good run through groups, finishing 2-1 to get themselves out of the groups to face off against Fnatic in the quarterfinal. Unfortunate that the two APAC teams were drawn to play against each other, but it guaranteed at least one of these teams would make the semi-final, and that gave Kizoku the chance to shine on stage and really build a brand for this team with the whole super relax. You remember that? Everyone's got to remember that. The guy is an absolute hero.
He was just such a personality at the venue. He'd be walking around the halls there and people would be stopping him for photographs, autographs, and he was always happy to stop and he'd pull some crazy faces whilst he was having his photographs with people, and it was absolutely no surprise that the crowd was so behind them. Look at the footage on screen now. You can see how much fun they were having as a team, how well they had gelled, and it was no wonder that they were getting the results that they were and coming through those groups maybe slightly unexpectedly, some would say. But make no mistake, there are some absolute demons on this team. The skill level is high, and given half a chance, given less than half a chance, will hurt you.
They absolutely will. And of course, looking back at their roster from back at that event, it was Waka, Mario Papilia, Raysil, and Ramu. Now, things have changed a little bit here. As you know, a couple of those guys will have moved on, retired, whatever else it will come down to. So I believe today we're playing with Mario, Crazy, Papilia, Shin, and Saku 8 as the step-ins for that one. So either way, still some players steeped in history. I think especially in Japan, it's very interesting how we see the blur between often content creator and pro player. Turns out the pro players, pretty good content creators, and vice versa.
It turns out they know a thing or two about the game. Who'd have thought it, eh? Imagine that. But Norarengo, it's just one of those organisations. Once again, they've been established and got themselves straight into Siege. They've stuck around with the game. And I think that's, it's an important point that can be made for people who maybe don't know too much about APAC. And it really is a dedicated region. Many of these teams, many of these rosters have been there since the formation of Siege Esports. Norarengo have been competing for a number of years now. The Fnatic roster, the players have been there since around the beginning. And it is the later game that we're going to see coming up as well. It's the same for so many of these players, and the level of dedication to this game really is impressive from that region.
It is. Well, let's see how impressive this fixture turns out to be. It's a repeat of SI 2019 quarterfinals. This one is going to be an absolute banger. So let's get ready to get into the game. It's showtime! Right, kicking things off on Bank. If you remember this one from before, well, there's probably some things to comment on that one. We watched it back last night, Tim. The one thing that always stuck out to me was Norarengo's lobby attacks, especially when Fnatic were trying to defend the upstairs. When it came down to Teller's Archives, when it came down to defending downstairs, they were solid, but Norarengo managed to completely chew them apart otherwise. This time round, we're going to see Norarengo starting out on defense, mind you, Fnatic being the ones on the offensive to kick things off, Maverick being banned away. I believe he wasn't available at the time anyway, was he? Was it the patch where he'd just come out? Yes, it was. Maverick can clash with the latest operator additions, which means there is no Nomad, there's no Kaid, there's no Mozzie or Gridlock. So sadly, guys, no Aussie on the Mozzie today. We're all very deeply upset about that loss. No Knock and Warden, no Amaru and Goyo, no Kali or Wamai, and no Iana or Oryx either. So quite a few popular operators missing from that lineup.
Yeah, there certainly is. I mean, the rules otherwise are going to be the same as you know them now. We haven't seen any drastic changes since SI 2019 to that competitive rule set, so we will be playing 6 sides on attack, followed by 6 rounds on defense, and it will be a best of 12, so first to 7, although if we get to 6 apiece, then it will head into overtime, so that we've got an outright winner for each map. Maps wise, it will be best of 3, as we've said, and we're going to be playing those same maps that were played on the day. We've got Bank, Villa and Border if required. But yeah, you're absolutely right. A couple of staples missing there, Des, that we would expect to see in much of the competitive play that we see now. Nomad, Kaid, Mozzie, Gridlock particularly. What a spell of opera play that was. All 4 of them seeing such regular play there.
Absolutely. The Maverick being taken away here does not surprise me in the slightest. Now that we've all seen him used an awful lot, especially on maps like Clubhouse. Just far too versatile, far too dangerous, cannot afford to let him get through. But as you would expect, Hibana, with the Maverick being banned away on Bank, will be the pick that you see coming through instead. And seeing the Thermite come along as well, just screams that we're looking towards playing onto that security wall inside of the basement, which is where this game is going to start off.
It is going to start off downstairs. Always interesting to see that shield operator being brought. We've already mentioned shields and the potential for those Monty picks. We're going to see Blitz coming straight in off the bat, and that's going to see how that one pans out. Magnet is bringing the Lion now. Interestingly, this is an interesting tactic. What we're going for here is, it looks like a little bit of a bait play. So all players run straight upstairs and start setting up an upstairs site, hoping that the drones pick them up and all start focusing up there. Now, this is going to be interesting because Fnatic have found that bomb downstairs, so they're going to be well aware of where this bomb is. And I'm not sure that the Nora bait is going to quite work here. It looks like it might be time to head back downstairs, boys. It certainly looks like that's what they're doing. There's a couple of them. Merio is down there, but it just depends how much of that utility has been expended upstairs. Now I saw a few reinforcements going up there, so there is the potential there, and they've got the hatches covered off. We're going to see a rush coming in from Fnatic here, straight down the dirt tunnel. That's on the grounds that we've seen them nipping upstairs, but Lusty will get the opening kill, as he would have put it with a team kill onto Neophyter. Crazy Papillon will go in and get Lusty down as well, so that now leaves us 5 versus 3. Magnet and Rizraz very quickly square that away, though. That fragging power of Magnet coming to the forefront really quickly, and we find ourselves in a 3 versus 1 in what is turning out to be an absolutely breakneck speed opening to this fixture.
I love how quick they're banning me upstairs and we're like, nope, we are out. Just making sure they do extra stay pops down the jammer, but it's nowhere near enough. Magnet getting that kill, and that was reminiscent of a round 2 stay from last year. Round number 8 last year, at the very start of the round, Norarengo were defending downstairs in the basement. What do? They force all 5 men up main stairs, near garage that is, in case you're not quite sure where that is, straight up the main stairs in trying to force clear into the lobby area against the members of Fnatic who are pushing in. Needless to say, it didn't work out. This round, absolutely no different, as you saw. That upstairs getting entirely ignored by Fnatic, as you would expect. So into round number 2. Going to go back downstairs once again. The other round that Norarengo lost on the basement was actually from Magnet flanking them inside garage. They just ignored it. They had the Maestro staring his way down and towards servers from that nifty little hole that you can get straight through from the garage, through the soft wall, through red corridor, straight in towards the default plant spot. Magnet managed to get himself 2 kills from that position before being brought down. That was the big round winner for them. Curious to see if it plays out the same way around this time round. I would expect not. Imagine there's some memories of that game for Norarengo that they won't be repeating the same mistakes again.
Magnet and Rizraz really doing a job there, weren't they? Just got themselves in and really opened things up with a few frags. And that's one of the beautiful things about Siege. You can have all the best laid plans ultimately it does come down to gunfights as well. And if you've got a couple of fraggers like Magnet and Rizraz who can just go in there and really open things up for you, you can find rounds really turning on the heads. It's worth mentioning as well, while we're here, we are playing on the current patch, so all operators that you see are as you normally see them day to day in the game. So don't worry, we haven't rolled back Lion or anything like that. We don't. He's not being taken advantage of by Magnet. Everything is as it is in the game today. Obviously, we can't roll back those sorts of balancing changes, but otherwise, the rest of the rule set is as was played on the day.
Could you imagine looking back to an old build like a year ago? It would just be pure chaos, honestly. Everyone would look back and go, man, that was so broken, we're definitely using that. And you would see the same lineup pretty much every single round, I'd imagine, to try and make best use of that. Early on, Rizraz is in on the top floor. Of course, we are defending downstairs. One thing Fnatic were very, very good at last year, within a minute and a half, they had cleared both the second and the top, well, second floor and the first floor, had got themselves already down inside the basement. As they've done right now, Lusty just walked straight down the main stairs and finds Sack away from that in the back corner. Makes the second one has got a red. One more at the very back, but Neophyte picks that one up. It's into a 5 versus 2 already. Fnatic with a massive numbers advantage. Shotgun round from Papiliga is not going to find anyone. As Rizraz brings him down, that's a flawless round coming through for Fnatic as they steamroll their way through. Pretty fair to say, I think, Gage, that things have changed this last year. With Fnatic's performance at SI 2020, I think you would expect them to come out a lot stronger today than they would have last year.
Absolutely. Fnatic had a really sort of, I won't call it a breakout performance because they're a team that's been around for a long time. You know, that really does refer to somebody who you've maybe not seen before. But it was almost, I use that phrase because it was almost sort of a resurgence for Fnatic. We'd seen them not reach the Tokonami finals in Japan Season 10, which was unusual for Fnatic not to. Or at least contest that APAC final at least, but they just seemed to have a little bit of a period where they were struggling to find the rhythm, and they just really came back to SI 2020 with a bang. The whole of the crowd, everybody watching at home, really got behind Fnatic. They had a lot of support, and it was fantastic to watch them going through that process and getting those wins back and getting that momentum back. And as you can say, we can see here that wow, it really is continuing. It's absolutely unbelievable so far. They have rolled over Norarengo in these first 2 rounds. Nora really need to do something to slow things down if they can. But whilst we're at the beginning of the round, it's important, of course, to remember why we are here today, and that is for the charity Medicine Sans Frontières, and that is all about helping people at the minute around the world suffering with the effects of COVID-19. So if you can, if it's something you can do, then hit that exclamation mark donate and help them perform that essential work.
5 seconds left.
Absolutely. Don't forget, as he said, all about the charity, always worth doing. And at this point, Norarengo with 1 kill. I actually didn't think about it. I think in the first round they got 3, I thought, but no, it turns out, of course, one of them was a team kill. So currently still sat with just 1 kill on the board as things stand. Not the most ideal situation, but I'm sure that they can try and turn things around as things progress right here. So then, into the round number 3. Let's see how things shape up on the floor. Historically, it was almost like I watched the game last night, Tim. Fnatic, when it came to attacking this site, exclusively ignored lobby. They always pushed in from the Skylight stairwell. That was their point of ingress. Right now, it looks like they have a different idea, mind you. Instead, they're going to try and find a way down this Skylight on towards the main stairs.
We'll see how that goes. It's no surprise to see them just piling in like this. We've had so much success with it so far. Lusty's going to go in and get traded straight away. Crazy Papillon with a second, but he will be traded out. Ace is getting in there. Another player who we know with huge fragging potential. Magnet gets one for himself. And once again, within the first minute of the round, we find ourselves 2 versus 2 as Merio manages to find his feet, get himself going. And that's a kill onto Magnet. And this one looks like it could go in the direction of Norarengo. And that's what we want at this point, really. Let's make a game out of this. Let's really see these teams challenge each other. We are now 2 versus 1. Rizraz has it all to do here. Half HP, having taken shots. Diffuser on the ground. What a headshot through onto Shin, though. But he will ultimately be traded out and shut down by Merio, and that is the round for Norarengo.
Very, very well. I don't want to say it was easy, but I guess when everyone's trying to rush in through one doorway, it's kind of comfortable to know where they're coming from and make sure you're holding the angles down. Very interestingly, back in the day, a year ago or so, maybe 15 months ago now, Doc and Rook were the go-to thing for this team. Norarengo absolutely loved running it, and they're doing the same thing again today, as you saw on that site. They love those ACOGs, they love those long ranges, standing behind a bomb, for example, picking out a couple of heads along the way. Really good stuff for them, and at least we're showing that it's not going to be a total rollover for the side of Norarengo, and that Fnatic, well, they're going to have their work cut out for them.
teams showing how sharp they are ahead of this upcoming APAC League starting. Starts on the 23rd of June, and these two look ready to go tomorrow if you could give them the fixtures. They are absolutely hitting those shots. We've seen some great headshots so far. And like you say, the confidence is obviously high. They're diving in through skylights, rushing dirt tunnel. They just want to get into sight and get some fights going on.
Okay, nice look. Absolutely. So round number 4, getting away very, very momentarily. You're wondering why you're probably back on us. We did have a couple of issues there a second ago, still trying to address those, I believe, but we'll let you guys know how that one progresses. I want to see someone start doing something crazy. We're seeing the Capcan being brought along here. Whenever I think of Capcan and these teams, especially alongside something like the Vigil and the Castle, I'm just drawn back to how Fnatic always play the SSG roam when playing on Clubhouse. They like using the Capcan because it slows down the enemy side. While here, Norengo are using that against Fnatic, and I don't blame them. These attacks have been very, very fast in both rounds. Both the first 2 rounds for Fnatic, starting out with that rush downstairs initially. That last round we saw a second ago, all of them piling in down down Skylight. You need to be slowing these boys down now if you're going to be able to take any kind of control in these games.
Yeah, as you say, bringing somebody like the Capcan is a great way of doing that. Potentially Legion would be another option as well. Just anything, like you say, to make them think twice about just running into sight. You know, let's see something crazy, maybe even a very rare pro-level Frost pick or something that might just catch them out if they're going to do something as crazy as that. Merio off on the Vigil will get shut down straight away, though. Huge double kill coming in from Neophyter there. Lusty getting one for himself, and that leaves us very quickly once again. Rengo on the foot. Will this get brought back? We do have somebody down there. Lusty will take shots from Crazy Papillon, but he's going to get pushed from both sides. He is in a pinch here. He can see that information is flooding in for him, but he now finds himself 1 versus 4 effectively. 1 versus 3 as he gets the kill onto Neophyter. He peeks round into the small office, but will not be able to get any joy and will be shut down with another round going in favour of Fnatic.
Yeah, Crazy Papillon was a bit unfortunate there to be entirely by himself against the world. Still gets 2 kills himself, so showing he's still got it. It's not the end of the world, but it's still 3-1 to Fnatic on the attack on Bank. Maybe not the outcome that you would have come to expected. So we return back downstairs now into lockers and CCTV. Now, round number 1 was a little bit hectic, as we saw. It was a rush down dirt tunnel. We saw how that turned out in the end for Fnatic. It was a victory. Let's see if this time around we can slow things down a little bit on the side of Norengo. That Legion most likely going to be able to help them if they choose to stick with it. They're not going to. A Kavera being brought along by Sakuate instead. This could get interesting. Blackbeard almost for a second being brought along by Neophyter, but he sticks with the Thinker in the end.
That's a bold pick on the Kavera, given that they've not had too much success. But potentially it is another way of slowing things down. If you think about it, if you've got a Roma off out in the map, particularly if she's playing up there on the top floor, it means that Fnatic have to pay some attention to that potentially. I say have to because there is, of course, the option to sort of proceed on the course that they've been taking so far, which would be to just dive straight into sight, kill all 4 on sight, and force the Kavera to come back and challenge as a retake. But there is the potential there then for them to and hunt Sakurai out and just find him and shut him down. So we'll see how that one progresses, whether they choose the Kavera or whether they choose to go on a hunt for her. And obviously then the big question is, does the Kavera catch somebody out and get one of those very rare pro level interrogations? We will see if that happens or not. But right now Fnatic certainly having the run of things, not quite how we saw it go back in SI 2019. Around this point of the game, I think it was a pretty even split in the first half. We had rounds bouncing backwards and forwards before Nora really got any major control over the game towards the end of this map.
Straight into lobby side. I mentioned earlier on that we very rarely see Fnatic go for something like this, or at least we didn't last year. Strats can change an awful lot in 15 months, believe it or not, Tim. That seems to be part of the game. Now, Saku is holding himself, okay, inside the tellers behind the desk. Half his body apparently missing. Just waiting to see if anyone dares try and run their way through into archives via tellers. The answer right now is no, though, as members of Fnatic have in fact completely short-changed him here, gone all the way around by elevators and are now down onto the main stairs. So they can smash this door down like they did in the previous rounds and just charge their way through and pick up the kill onto the member sat by the elevator stairs. That is, if someone is still there, then wonderful. Here comes the Thinker Boost. They're going to now try and steam their way through this door, and the Kavera left completely alone on the upstairs. They get straight from behind, mind you. There was one waiting in behind the ambulance, and no one's going to catch him out. They might need that ambulance to get one of them out of this map alive. Neophyter finds a kill onto Papilia. Either way, and Ace is going straight in for the plant as Shin gets a trade back. They get a second one as well. Still going to see that going down and miss spray. from Crazy Papillon as Aces finishes him off. Now into a 35 seconds left on the clock.
Those misses from Crazy Papillon might just come back to haunt him there, as you say. Ace is able to give him the turn and burn and hit those shots. Saku 8 on the flank that I suggested we might see from the Caveira. Manages to get himself one, but there is still a lot of work to be done. Aces and Magnet still on the board. We found ourselves 2 versus 1 as they managed to swing that man advantage in their favour. And then ultimately Magnet shuts down the returning Caveira, and they were able to just completely discounter from the round there by just heading straight into sight and getting that diffuser down. And it's another great advert for Siege. You know, there's so many ways to win a game in this game. It is just, you can get in there, play the objective, you can get in there and go for the kills. There's just so many different ways to achieve that end goal.
Another dominant rush style round coming out of Fnatic. Unfortunate really, because the Caveira plan wasn't bad. Waiting for someone to try and rotate their way through Tellers may not have been a terrible idea, but I guess the ultimate question is, why would anyone start lobby side, push through Tellers and Archives to then get over to the servers when you can just start on server side? In that case, they opted clearly, as you can see, to go through lobby, straight down past elevators and then down the main stairs, and no one saw it coming. Norengo still in a very difficult spot though, down at 4-1 here. Not the ideal scoreline to be coming out of the first half of Banquet.
Not really, no. I'm sure they would have been hoping for better. And the thing is, you know, I don't think that we've seen the true Norengo at this point yet. Some really high skill players on there. They just seem to have been losing out in those one-on-one fights by Fnatic, who are just rushing in very aggressively every time. But, you know, as we all know from playing Siege, sometimes those rounds just tot up and get on top of you when you've got a team playing as aggressive as that. And confidence means an awful lot in Siege. And if you're the one on the front foot, you're the aggressor, you're the one pushing forward, it is amazing how often you come out on top of those gunfights. And right now, Norengo just don't have an answer to the pace and the ferocity that Fnatic are bringing to this game on Bank.
Interestingly, last year when it came to the end of the first half, things ended at 3-3. Fnatic lost every single CEO defense. They had 3 of them. They won their 2 downstairs server defenses and then also managed to defend Tellers and Archive, like defending it from upstairs the same way they were trying to do with CEO. So it's not the end of the world if it ends at 4-2 for Norengo. I think they'll be, I want to say, somewhat comfortable, but again, you are coming up against a team that did very, very well at SI 2020 just a few months ago. It's a very different story to a team like Norengo that right now has been going through quite a few roster changes so far this year. I believe they've had 3 to date. So things are still trying to kind of fit into place with this team right now. So I think it's no surprise that with how things shaping up as they are, you'd be hard-pressed to think that maybe it can be brought back in the second half. But Siege is a game of 2 halves, as we always say. You never know how it's going to play out.
You really don't. I think you're right there, Des. You know, stability is probably the order of the day for Norengo now, just to get themselves settled. And we can see this Jackal track is active. Magnet goes in, chases that kill down, and that will shut Saku down on the Valkyrie. And that now leaves us 4 versus 3 as I'm speaking. Nerio gets the kill onto Neophyte, and you can see Pro made towards Sanako. Fnatic wasting no time whatsoever in aggressing and just really pressuring those site defenders. Ace is getting himself a kill as well, and that now leaves us 3 versus 3. The Thermite is on low health, but so is Shin on that pulse, so we are reasonably even at this point in time. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. We can hear that utility popping left, right and centre as Magnet will repel up and out of the skylight there. He's looking for an alternative angle. Shin with a kill onto Rizraz. Magnet's going to get himself back down on the upside down repel, but he'll lose his life to Merio though, and that will be now 3-1 in favour of Norengo. 3-0 as the round goes in their favour, and that's 4-2 on the split. I'm sure that Fnatic are going to be pretty happy at this point though.
That one there, Merio getting that final kill. It feels like one of the most iconic angles in the game as well. Just so often do you see a fight taking place down that hallway, played out exactly the same way. It's a shame really that repelling is so noisy, or else maybe, just maybe, we would have seen Magnet on the Jackal getting away with that. Sadly, a little too attentive there on the dock at the end for him. So 4-2, like I say, it's a game of 2 halves. This is where things might change around a little bit, but you could see a switch now that we're going on towards the defensive side for Fnatic. Historically, as we saw last year, Norengo not awful at attacking this one. They did very, very well at attacking CEO, so they might lose this first round, but if that next round goes towards CEO, I'll be very keen to see if they've still got the same gusto when it comes to attacking the CEO site.
This is the thing, if they lose this round, you start really getting a feeling that the wind is going to be well and truly knocked out of the sails. Although we do have a T'Challa pick on the side of Neophyte. It'll be interesting to see where he places the turret and how he puts it to use, and whether he does. Maybe he just likes the gun. We'll see. He's going to be reinforcing those hatches at the minute. We'll see if he gets back down to sight and maybe gives himself a line of sight on that turret in towards servers, maybe expecting a dirt push. See if he can get himself a couple of kills down there. And then really, as I say, this is an important round for Norarengo in terms of the match overall. They really do need to be coming in there. As predicted, we're going to have a line of sight right into that dirt tunnel. If Norarengo play into this, it could be very, very dangerous for them.
Well, I know there's a couple of ADSs around in there as well, else it'll be quite a simple job for Shin on the Zofia to get in and blow that one wide open, or even Meryu on the sledge. But what are we talking about? Of course, it's Norarengo versus Fnatic. Why would they ever try and attack dirt? Why wouldn't they just rush every single member? I say every single member. Meryu currently still sat in spawn on the drone for them, I think. Why not push every single member in through garage? Here comes that initial push, and there he is in the drone, as you can see. The problem is the diffuser's still left back in spawn right here with this push. Let's see how they can make it work. The one comes in, and Papillia's going to find Magnet, and no doubt now the alarm bells are ringing in the Fnatic camp. They know what's going on as 2 kills come through. Papillia finding another, but there's 2 laid down on the ground. How can you deal with this? As Aces goes mental, finds himself 3, almost a 4th, but not quite to be the case. And no one knows where Meryu is. That's because he was still back in spawn on the drone, as we mentioned earlier on. He's now in a 1 versus 3 with a lot of work to do by himself, and Ace is there with one hell of a play on the Maestro.
Cold as ice. That is the way to do that. Ace is just hitting the deck and just holding mouse 1 as just Norarengo just fed into him there, and you really can't do that when you're up against the Alder. You are going to lose out. We can see 2 fighting for the same angle here, waiting for Merriot to be pushing towards site. As it is, he's going to be coming from the blue stairs on the sledge, but he really does have it all to do here. He's taking shots, so that will let them know where he is. He's going to clear out that Maestro camp, but really, I don't think he's going to be relocating. He's going to just have to try to fight his way through this now. He's taking out all that information utility, but still, 1 versus 3. This is a huge ask, and I'm sure that Fnatic are just going to sit back at this point and just allow him to push on in and to play into their angles. He's going to get the drone out there and see what information he can find. He's going to find all 3 of them in the red corridor there, but how does he even begin pushing this? He's got 1 nade left to make use of, maybe out through that CCTV door. What a headshot from Merrido there as he just gets it through the soft wall. He knows that somebody's in the area there, and he just absolutely clears them out, but unfortunately his nade won't be quite as good and will get caught on that bomb chassis. 45 seconds left to go. Can he complete this 1v3?
Lusty, this is naughty. So naughty. Sat with a few bullet holes in front of his face. Well, sat. Lay down with a few bullet holes. He knows where he is as well. Just needs to kind of peek around and go for a spray here. Stands up and throws over those. Well, he's got it down to a 1 versus 1. Can Merry go all the way against Aces, who already has killed 3 of his teammates here? Can he make it a 4th in bringing him down? He's got this Maestro camera on side. There are no Merry. Only about 10 HP on side. Going for the plant here to try and bait things out. By the sounds of it, Aces will hear that through the camera. Sees him walk around the corner. Going to laser him down and kill him. Evil Eye. That's what happens when you're on 5 HP. Or 10 HP, 5 damage a shot. Easy as pie.
Aces. I mean, that's the way to do it. He's used his utility to finish things off there, never had to put himself at risk, and the Maestro can be the one to finish things off in round number 7. So that will see Fnatic taking a 5-2 lead here, and they really are commanding bank, and I tell you what, they really are out for revenge here, aren't they, after the way that this fixture played out originally at SI 2019, which saw Norarengo taking a good 2-0 win out of Fnatic and progressing onto that semi-final match against Empire, but Fnatic are not keen on having the same happen today. But before we head into round number 8, it is of course important to remember part of the reason that we're here today, not just to enjoy these APAC classics, but also to support the charity MSF that we are here to help today. And of course through the European Open Clash as well, Ubisoft are supporting. All prize fund will be donated to the charity. They're helping to fight the pandemic all around the world at the moment, so if you can, please do donate. You can hit !donate in the chat, and that will give you all the information that you need to help out a very, very worthwhile cause.
And that's on top of the 50,000 euros that Ubisoft are already donating at the same time. So lots of money there, as we said, going to a very, very worthwhile cause. So thank you very much if you do get involved with that one. It's all for a wonderful 5-2. Fnatic in the commanding driving seat, as you mentioned a second ago, in a spot where they should be able to close this game out very, very soon. They're definitely going to juice themselves up to try and go for a spawn peak here. Man, this reminds me of a certain someone in the UK. Let's see if we can make it work. There is one in spawn, finds one, and Magnet is straight back in. Crazy Papillon gets a team kill onto the can't even kill one of the ones that he's after. Rizraz goes very, very low. Neofighter eventually goes down to Taku 8, but it's already into a 4 versus 3. And then Blackbeard here. Might have a face shield on my buddy, but you've got about 15 HP left on side. Going to see another run out coming through from Magnet, but not quite going to work out this time round. Crazy Papillon finding that kill, and things will finally settle in a 3 versus 3.
I think Magnet's excitement just got the better of him there. Those shots were a little bit wild on that last run out from the dock, but the damage is already done. We found ourselves very quickly in a 3 versus 3, and look at the health bars on the side of Norarengo as well. Crazy Papillon taking serious damage there, and Sakue also getting in on some. You can see he's got that new Zofia Elite already. No wonder, no surprise to see that he's bought that. I saw that release yesterday, and it is an absolute beaut, I must say. So go and have a look at that one if you haven't seen it already.
You know exactly why Magnet was shaky, right? Like, he's the kind of guy who go, whoo, nice shot from Shin. But when you're going for a spawn peak like that, all you're doing is running outside and going, woo, the whole time you're trying to spray someone down. And it throws your aim off a little bit. It's going to happen. Yeah, either case, 2 versus 2. Low health now coming through on the members of Norarengo, but trying to do what they can. Shin's out with a pistol from long range. That is definitely a bold one, but he gets the down. The ace is what a hero. Shin makes it a double kill. Lusty's left alone all by himself, but look at the health bars. And Shin right now, they have got nothing left. One single bullet for the MPX. It doesn't matter if it shoots peas at the enemies. It's going to be enough to bring them down. Can he do it? We'll find out in this final minute and 20 seconds.
That's exactly the point, Des. It is only going to take 1p per enemy here for them to land, and it is going to be game over, headshot or not. We can see Lusty moving back into sight, but the diffuser will get planted, so Norarengo certainly have all the odds stacked in their favour at this point, despite that low health. Out goes the Nitro. It will not connect. Shin is just dancing his way behind that bomb chassis at the minute, gets himself led down. Lusty will get the first with the Deagle. He is now 1 versus 1, but he is on limited time. We can see Taku taking this seriously. He will get killed on the jump out, but
mission successful.
the Claymore was in place. Lusty will lose his life. He almost achieved it there. I feel for him, but that is exactly where due diligence will get you in Siege. Make sure you use your utility. Take that lesson away. Take it back to your ranked games, because it does win rounds. Norarengo getting themselves one back, and now 5-3 in favour of Fnatic.
Last year it was Norarengo being the jump out team. There was one round where someone on Castle, I can't recall who, jumped out. There was no Claymore, and then spent about 45 seconds outside the building, and it took Magnet to have to come from playing inside of servers, I think he was on Maverick, to come back through the servers, or through sewers, sorry, get himself back up the ladder, and then wipe it around the corner. It looked like he was wall hacking. He basically was, because you have permanent scans on, of course, when an enemy is outside. It was very, very entertaining, and I'm glad to see at least so many recurring themes coming through in this game from last year as well. Rushes being the main one that I remember.
Into round number 9 then, and I'm sure right about now you're sat as close to the edge of your seat as I am, wondering if this Norarengo comeback is going to happen. We all want to see it, Dave. Everybody wants to see it. I want to see this game. I'm ready for 45 rounds of this, Des. Give me 3 with overtime. Let's go. I want 15 rounds for Matt here.
I was looking at Magnet's comment there saying APAC Claymore's GOAT, G2 would know. Shade being thrown there. It's true. Sad but true.
Sad but true. Round number 9 then, 5-3 in favour of Fnatic, but Norarengo may be able to start building some momentum here. We can see Lusty just out there trying to hassle them potentially on that run out, but look at this, absolutely no surprise. The Blackbeard is back, and this time he is ADS and locked in to that main door. They will not get caught out with those Fnatic run outs once again, but they still managed to turn the round and managed to bring it back and win it. So that was a great response from Norarengo. We can see that cheeky alibi thrown up onto the roof. The Prisma there activates, and it is one of those tactics. I think it's just been cleared out, but if you can get it, it just keeps that Prisma activated outside on your screen. It just disrupts the enemy's line of sight. It's one of them, and they are taking every advantage they can get here, Nora, just to try and get themselves back into things.
I found it in the end.
There we go.
Don't need no trusty IQ. Just look around until you find it for about 50 seconds. That works too.
Fnatic want to win this. There's no region.
I think both sides want to win it, but Fnatic are the ones who I think have got a point. This is the only game, I think one of the only games in their record where they actually lost Norarengo. So in their mind, they're like, you know what, we don't want to make sure it's a flawless record. So this comes perfect. It is the match to replay, the only one that they've lost in recent memory. I believe it was about 3 months prior to this, they managed to beat Norarengo twice, and 3 months after, they also beat them again. So 6 Invite 2019 was literally a blip or a bump in the road that they've probably haunted them ever since, although given how SI 2020 went, maybe a little bit less so.
They're a team with a great structure, then it's no surprise to see them turning that situation around and getting themselves, you know, steadying the ship and getting themselves back to their competitive best. Magnet hitting a beautiful long-range shot there through the bullet holes onto Brasilia. Crazy Papillon will trade one out. Ace is on a huge jump out with a double kill though. He was waiting for that. I was going to ask if they knew that he was there or not. He was just playing inside of those windows the whole round. Now look at this. He's using that Prisma for bait. He's got it down outside, but he's also got himself stood stock still. He's going to move away. He was waiting for somebody to try and challenge that, but it will not come. Merio is too intent on trying to win this one for himself. He gets some shots onto the pulse there, but 1 versus 4. This is going to be difficult. It's going to take more than a few shots onto a pulse to win this one. He will get the first. He can't get the second. Magnet shuts it down, and that's another round for Fnatic. They bring themselves onto match point here, and they could well be taking Bank in their direction.
6-3 match point, as you say. This is feeling like a special defense, although at this point we've seen rushes, we've seen multiple jump outs, we've seen claymores being the magic, we've seen spawn peaks, we've seen everything that you probably wouldn't come to expect in a normal game of Siege. So I think at this point any kind of bias towards a given side is probably out the window. You just don't know round to round what's going to happen. We were about to see the Chanka return for just a second, although Ace is your, dare I say, least favourite. There is a Frost on the field.
I have a real problem with Frost, as you know that. I like Frost as an operator, but oh boy am I magnetised towards those Frost mats. No matter how many times I get told they're there,
yeah, the funniest thing is as well, you're normally the support, you're normally the guy playing Thermite, you're normally the support player, you're one of the last in the building, yet you're still the one that somehow manages to walk into a Frost mat.
I'm the one. To be fair, it's surely got to be funny sometimes. I'll spend the first, everybody in the prep phase is like, Ace, there's Frost mats, Ace, Frost mats, don't forget there's a Frost. And I'm like, yes guys, I know. And then 30 seconds into the round, boom, I'm in a Frost mat.
Well, I'm very ready to see one of the members of the attacking team here of Norarengo walking into one of them, and I'll be like, Ace, you might want to give him some tips, by the way.
Oh, I can give them tips of how to find them, put it that way. So, let's
sure?
see. I did suggest that we might see a Frost, so it's nice to see that one brought out. It's like you say, at the minute, it's not about being a fan of either one of these sides. It's about being a fan of fantastic Siege, and that's exactly what we're seeing here. This is pure entertainment. You don't know what is going to happen one round to the next. You don't know what attempt we're going to see. You don't know what audacity they're going to bring to the table. Ace is playing the Prisma out as well to create that confusion. We've had it all, and I'm sure there is plenty more to come here in round number 10.
I'm still looking at those sides thinking, what's going to happen here? What do these setups tell us? What are we looking at? You look at the side of Fnatic and you go, I may as well give up now. A Frost, the Chanka, Vigil, Cav, and the Jaeger. Basically a bunch of roamers, all except for the Chanka. All by himself, alone on site, holding a single angle. What more do you need?
Who else do you need? You just put the Lord on site and let him do the rest.
He is blessed. It's now the Holy Land and no one may trespass.
We could see the Lord against the mountain here, as we do have a Montagna on the field as well as a blitz. So this is a shield heavy push from Norarengo. Let's see if they can have any joy. I think the blitz is going to see the Vigil, but he will get the flash and then hit the shots onto Lusty. So that is going to bring us to 5 versus 4. Papilia opening things up for us there, and that could signal the beginning of the end for Fnatic here, but not if Rizraz has anything to do with it. We've got kills trading out very, very quickly there, and that now leaves us 3 versus 3. Frost doing some good work there before just dipping back down towards the basement. I tell you what, Neo Fighter is locked in to that Tachanka angle, isn't he? I think he's almost AFK at this point. He's barely moved. He is confident that somebody is going to move into that line of sight, but we will see whether it happens or not. Mario upstairs now on the book. He's going to be opening things up, and he may well get an angle on to the Caveira of Magnet if he continues. We will have to see, but he hasn't get the
Found
Frostmat
Frostmat, nice.
either. He's not managed to clear that out just yet. I'm sure he will have landed shots by now, but those 4 beams just keeping him away there and keeping that trap safe.
Can't wait for this bank and rework to come through. Purge the land, holy fire, and all that kind of mad dude. But for now, sitting AFK seems like a pretty good idea. Just in case we don't get that AFK warning. That's one to watch out for. And that Frostmat. Now, for credit for Papillon here, I think he knows if he walks in blind with the shield down, trying to clear it out, there is going to be angles being held, as you can see. Got to be super careful of those. Neophyter finally, after 2.5 minutes, is going to step off of the turret. Have a bit of a look around. Some fresh air, maybe. Waiting for it to come in. Hell's Archive now the point of attack, and a planet attempt is going to be made by the looks of it by Crazy Papillon. There it is. Coming in inside of Tellers. Lots of smoke's coming out as well to block things out, and let's see what they can do. Going to burst his way through. He'll find him and down him as well, so the plant will not stick. And Aces comes up from behind. Triple kill for himself. Was that a hit by a headshot? Coming through onto Crazy Papillon. Mario's all by himself now, and everything has fallen apart from the other side. Down to Aces fights to hold away by themselves to close out map number 1. Going to walk around. Mario turns it into a 1 versus 1. What are we going to see come from Neophyter here? He holds the angle. No reason to try and push. And last just a split second too long. No kill to come through. And Fnatic will take map number 1.
Mario knows that he has absolutely no option of getting that diffuser down there. He's got 1 man left who is just waiting to hear the sound of that diffuser plant going down to pop around the corner and finish him off. So he had to go and try and take the gunfight. But Neophyter doing everything that he needed to do to just keep himself out of the line of the fire there and just win that round and map for Fnatic. So Rengo taking bank, Fnatic fight back, get some revenge, and they take that first map in this SI 2019 replay.
Didn't quite play out the same way it did last time round. Admittedly, 8-6 it ended in overtime previously. If Fnatic really wanted to, they could have teased it into that one, but they're saying, you know what? We like making you guys sweat. Last 100 milliseconds or so, you still can't manage to find us. Unfortunate. But a very entertaining map all in all as well. It is the kind of show matchy style we came to expect. Lots of runouts, spawn peaks, rushes like we mentioned previously. All the kind of various fun things that you'll get. Even saw someone having a fight outside at long range with a pistol, for God's sake, and still managing to win it. Go figure.
Go figure. He just hit his shots. That's all you've got to do. I don't see the problem, Des. Just hit your shots and you'll win the fight. No problem at all. A lot of fun there. Like you say, it was more about the players that we saw, more about the Claymore attempts, the alibi use, the Tachanka picks. You know, a lot of fun in that game. And it looks like the players are having a lot of fun as well. You can see that in the game. You can see the confidence that they're just willing to take any gunfight on the map. And it's nice to see a lot of fun coming out of the APAC region.
Even for Norango, even Meru being very, very attentive, sitting on a drone and droning his team in for a 4-man rush downstairs. Just didn't quite expect a Maestro lying on the ground at your feet, which was blocked by the sight of your gun. These things come to happen. Villa is going to be the next map. We'll go to that after a short break in a few minutes' time when we look at some replays and stuff first and foremost. Now, Villa last year was absolute domination by the side of Norango. 7-1 it ended. It was an absolute stomp. I'm hoping this time around Fnatic, given how Bank has gone, turn it in their favour quite comfortably.
Yeah, I think at the time, the loss just hit Fnatic quite hard. As you say, it was a very close affair on Bank, and losing 8-6, it was a tough one to take, and I think it just seemed to have a real impact on them going forward, especially, as I've said before, you know, the way that Norango were on the day, the amount of enjoyment they were playing with. I think at that point, once they got themselves on top, it was no surprise to see them bounce through that second map in the way that they did. But I'm sure, as you say, Des, Fnatic probably in quite a different mindset today than they were back then, so I'm sure we're going to see a much closer affair on Villa here.
I live for the whole get outside and stand still next to one of your decoys to the alibi. It's just incredible. It's great because one of those things where, of course, you throw them outside, you get the constant notification that someone is outside. So if you're outside as well, how do you actually know?
That's it, you don't. And that is one of the beauties of alibi. Just get yourself stood stock still. The only way to tell the difference realistically, so long as you're in the general normal uniform, is with the little plates at the feet. And when somebody turns to shoot at you, that's a difficult one to be checking for.
It is indeed. Now, we're going to go to a very short break. When we come back, as said, Villa will be coming up. So don't forget, during the break, grab yourself a drink. Check out the donation links as well. ! Donate in chat for all the info on that one to join in with Ubisoft's €50,000 donation to MSF. Stick with us, guys. Back with you in 5. We'll be bringing you Villa between Fnatic and Norango.
Signing up to Faceit is quick and easy. Head over to Faceit.com, click on Create Account, and enter your email. Fill in your personal information, including your Faceit nickname, and continue to finish creating your account. You can then select which games you want to play on Faceit. Simply click on Rainbow Six and enter your username. You can find Rainbow Six under Games on the left side of your Faceit page. This is where any games you choose to access will always be displayed. Click on this to head to the game dashboard. This is where you can access all things Rainbow Six. You can check out competitions, join and discover hubs, view rankings, and access new Rainbow Six content, from featured streamers to the latest clips. Navigate to all tournaments by clicking on competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard. Here, you can discover upcoming tournaments such as the European Open Clash, alongside their game mode, prize money, and number of sign-ups. Alternatively, you can also join a tournament via an invite link, or discover more tournaments using the search bar. Head to the tournament page and click Join Tournament on the right of your screen. Depending on when you join the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date closer to the tournament start time. This information is displayed clearly on the tournament page, alongside the rulebook. The Rules tab also contains additional information about the competition, from the format and structure to the prize pool and game settings. All this and more can be found under this tab. Once you've done this, you're all signed up and ready to compete. This tournament will appear under the Tournament tab on the left, so you can easily come back and check the tournament start time, teams, and standings. If you want a quick overview of tournament information, such as format, prize pool, and structure, this can be found in the Overview tab, the main landing page when clicking on any tournament. If you want to join a Rainbow Six specific hub, you can do so via competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard and discover a variety of different hubs. Alternatively, you can also search for hubs by using the search bar at the very top of your page. Just like tournaments, once you've joined your chosen hub, it will appear on the left, this time under the Hubs tab. Each hub contains its own chat, leaderboard, match history, and members list, among other features, where you can interact and engage with other like-minded players. To play, simply click the play button in the top right of the page. Once you've joined the queue, a number will be displayed alongside it, which indicates the number of players also in the queue with you. You can also use the chat feature to alert other members of the hub that you're starting a queue, or if you need more players to join. You can easily create your own hubs to bring together a group of players with the same shared interest, whether that be a group of friends, players from your city, country, or region, or competitors from your school or workplace. You can configure your hub to suit your preferred settings and invite other Faceit players to join. Get started and sign up now at Faceit.com.
As Spark gets pushed on, he is very wisely not getting the initial frag. Gets a triple kill!
Namira playing inside of small office. He'll go for a C4, tosses it out. Will it hit? BC has to live for 2 seconds. Can Pengu find him? No! Evil Geniuses will stick the 3rd round.
We'll get one more on Goga. We've lost
If he picks up and Zig will get the second. The Bearing 9 being put to work here. Skanta Raketti just one more. Zig has to carry this here, or else Liquid will go, but no, Jonas will get the final shot, a headshot on the IQ, and a 5-1 victory in map number 1.
Penta Sports.
He's waiting. He spots the one player. Zig is somehow still alive, but he gets shot from the side. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Liquid, they survive, and we'll see a 3rd map.
The new Pro League champions are Team Liquid! Extra gas canister shot in the back as
Jonas again, the 2nd kill. One more up top. He finds him. Pengu gets the kill on Necroc. Interrogation. What's going happening?
Ladies and gentlemen, G2!
In fact, no, Moringa has all 3. All of the C4s are still in play, and there's only a minute left for G2 to delay this. Get smoke grenades going down, and it's going to be a drop from G2, a very aggressive. Kanto gets 3 for himself, though, and a 4th. It's all Astro now, and he's far Cuts down Fabian, but the Claymore from Goga.
And he's going to give himself easy access in towards Service, and this is a very winnable position with that R4C in the hands of the Finn. They'll need to grab the diffuser. It's quite a ways away. Moringa prone with the shotgun blast. Kanto around the corner. The double! What a clutch! Kanto, the madman, silencing the crowd.
Great coordination with his team. Pangu takes down Moringa, and FaZe are in a 2 versus 4.
Stopped by the logic bombs as Pangu decides to hit the phone calls. Jonas finds cameraman and Mav as FaZe's sole member. They won in North America, they won in Europe, and they've done it for the first time in South America. Your champions for the Season 8 Finals, the most decorated team in Rainbow Six will put another trophy in their cabinet back home. G2 win.
This is your Six Invitational!
My boys, Super Saiyajin!
We've got Kanto right next to him. Where are Scyther and Shepard? As Shockwave already down. Scyther sprints right in, takes out one. He loses a bit of HP, but he's traded off, and there you finally have it. It might have taken 22 rounds, and the time that most teams would have for 2 maps. The longest match in Rainbow Six Pro League and major history is in the books there, with G2 prevailing by a score of 12 to 10. For the time being, there will be great patience. There you see it. Fabian can't land the shots. There goes Karzeka. Shepard's the last one left. He needs to get into the site, and keep in mind, in a 4v1, they are the best team that has ever played Rainbow Six, and the first team to repeat as defending, reigning world champions. It doesn't matter the region. It doesn't matter the team. It doesn't matter the roster. They will find you and they will win. G2 take the Six Invitational 2019.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Rainbow Six Classic APAC edition, and this time round we're going into Border. Border? That's the next map. We're going into Villa, sorry. It was in my head. Kill me. Either way, that first map on Bank was interesting. Spawn peaks, rushes, as we mentioned quite a number of times. A good variety of the enjoyable parts of Siege that we don't normally get to see in competitive fixtures. The only thing that was missing, of course, was a Nomad knife fight, because Nomad isn't allowed. This is back in SI 2019. She wasn't in the game yet, alongside a other operators who were playing back under only with the operators that were available at the time. It breaks my heart, but that of course means no Aussie on Aussie for Magnet. Instead, going into Villa, we'll be seeing the same picks coming out once again, and I'm curious to see how it plays out, because last year it was a 7-1 stomping by Norarengo, taking 5 rounds on defense and the next 2 attacking rounds. Fnatic got a single round in on attack, and that was all they took away from that fixture. You can't hear Tim. Apparently, Tim, you muted yourself. As a heads up, on vMix. Production boys, gotta come to love it. As Tim was saying, basically what Tim says when he's speaking and he's muted is things like this. I'm really excited. He sounds like a child at Christmas is probably the best way of describing him, and I don't blame him. It's going to be a great fixture. Should we try again, Tim?
Perfect impression, Des.
Thank you very much. It's very
the challenges of broadcasting from home.
It is indeed. Well, the map is almost ready, so let's jump into Villa and get this show on the road.
I'm excited. I'm sure that you're excited. This is going to be a fantastic throwdown here on Villa between Norarengo and Fnatic. We've already seen some really fantastic and fun plays on Bank, and I'm sure there's going to be plenty more of that to come. The players obviously having a real lot of fun with this one today. We're going to see the Jackal ban coming out to begin with. Not too much of a surprise here on Villa. Such a big map and roaming opportunities. It looks like Fnatic are keen to get their men out there on the roam.
Yeah, I mean, the Jackal, we saw Magnet playing that quite a little bit on the last map, so not massively surprised to see it being banned away here. However, that was indeed banned away by Fnatic. They're the ones on the defense here, so I'd expect a lot of that comes down to wanting to play a very roam-heavy game. Lion, we saw employed quite a bit in the last map, and you can see every time a ban comes through, the players are just like, sorry, target ban, sorry. And last time around, I think it was Aces. Aces once again there with the yellow. Aces, sorry. Sorry, Aces.
At least, you know, at least there's a lot of respect between the two players. You can see that, if nothing else, but not enough respect to leave these operators in. So far we've got Jackal, Lion, and Ella that will be taken off the board. The final attacker ban coming in now, and defender ban. It will be Mirror going off the board. So we're going to be heading into Villa very, very shortly. Fnatic, I think Fnatic are going to be looking for another good win here, Des. I think they want to pull the 2-0 reverse result of what we saw back at SI 2019.
I'd hope so. It was a very brutal ending to the series for them last year. Bank was a lot better than what we saw from them previously, but as mentioned, you are a team that has just been at SI 2020 and has had a prolific run through, becoming the world's sweethearts, is how I like to describe them towards the end of the 6th invite. So here, this should be a map they feel pretty comfortable on. Starting things out on the defensive side, we're going to kick things off in Aviator and Games. And I think Villa itself is worth talking about because a bit of a change in meta where Trophy and Statuary isn't necessarily the second site for every single team. Aviator Games is still the primary, but up towards the north, less so. Teams started to head downstairs first now before heading to the upstairs.
Yeah, I think with such a big map, it just took teams a little bit of time to really have a look towards those bottom floor sites. As you say, the top two sites were just so important to begin with. They were so defensible. But as time goes on and people lose attack after attack onto those sites, they start looking at things differently. They start developing those strategies more, and we just find those tactics that start working a little bit quicker, a little bit easier. And as we've seen win rates drop on these two defensive sites, as you say, teams have looked to be the one that books the trend and maybe takes down in Kitchen as their secondary site and is able to get down there and get the wins that you might not expect. Now, how about that for a Maestro cam placement? Ace is just going to knock the wall out in front of it and just get a line of sight right out there towards that study door with his Maestro cam. So that could be an interesting one. It's going to be a difficult one to clear out, I'm sure.
I know full well you're already scribbling down notes furiously so next time we play ranked. That's there for you to be able to bring into it.
I'll see how the round pans out. I'll see how the use of that one goes.
Whenever we come to another meet, I always have to fight over you to get Maestro because I love playing him on this map as well. So I appreciate that. I can appreciate a guy that likes Maestro. That Alvin and the Evil Eye, pretty mega at the best of time. The Philly's going to find the opening kill onto Lusty though, so a good start for Nora Rengar. Map doing there already map one down, and that's the smoke gone as well. So a lot of the Nara being removed away from the side of Fnatic. Still APAC. Like you mentioned earlier on, that these two teams both seem to love so much on Bank last year and now being brought along as well.
We'll see if they can take advantage of any of the long angles here on Villa, of which there are plenty. So generally two ways to attack BG. We would either see a north side push or we'll see pressure applied to Study, which is what we are largely having here. Crazy B on getting in and getting himself one, but then Ace is shutting down that 90 corridor push. This is a common location that we see the defenders defuse. Shield will be shut down as well. Ace has put in that Alder. Two fantastic use. Shin will move up and get a kill onto Neo Fighter, and Ace will move himself back away into sight behind that bar just to live to fight another day. That leaves us 2 versus 3 now. Magnet is just outside of those east stairs looking to pull himself a long angle with the boss G ACOG there. A Vigil will see if he can get himself a kill with the skill cannon, but so far he has not had any joy. Right now, Fnatic are just looking to waste as much time as they can. Magnet is desperate to get the kill on that Bosch G ACOG. We'll see if that one comes in. Nade is going to do some damage there, and Magnet will get the kill onto Papilla. That is everything that he wanted out of this round, I am sure, but Merio will move in and shut down Aces, finding themselves now in a 2 versus 1 in favour of Nora Rengar. They are looking to come out strong here and get themselves some early rounds on the board, which is exactly what we saw happen first time around when this match was played at SI 2019. Merio in there to sight, getting the diffuse diffuser down. We can see Magnet has got a tough job now, only having shot of APAC available to him. That slug shotgun is going to do him no favours in a 1v2. We can see he does manage to use the machine pistol to get the first kill onto Shin. He now finds himself 1 versus 1. He's got about 20 seconds to do something about this. He has to find the kill. Out comes the impact nade. Doesn't get the down though. Merio is avoiding this fight for everything that he is worth because he is so low on HP, but so is Magnet. Either one is going to be a single bullet. Time is against Magnet here. Surely Merio is going to step forward and get himself a kill. He does, and that will close out round number 1. It was looking a little bit hairy for Norarengo at times, but they do close it down and get themselves 1 in the bag.
Close, but no cigar, unfortunately. Very, very close, checking all the angles right, peeking around and peeking back again the second time round, knowing exactly who's where. It was close. Not quite to be in that round number 1, but good job with the boss Jacob, like you mentioned. This game is going to return to once again. Fnatic clearly knowing that is the most preferable site and want to make this one work. Nothing too big in terms of change coming through as well. This time around, Lusty fancies to go with that boss Jacob. It's Magnet switching over to playing on the Valkyrie instead.
It is, and before heading into round 2, important of course to remember exactly why we're here with the Rainbow Six Classics today of the APAC region, and also of course following up the European Open Clash very, very soon, all in support of Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, who are doing some great work around the world to support the relief effort with relation to COVID-19 at the minute, and just providing general medical in medical situations as well to those who need it most. So if you can hit !donate, that will give you all the information you need of how you can bolster that money that is being provided by Ubisoft as part of the prize fund essentially that will all be donated, 50,000 euros going to Médecins Sans Frontières towards a fantastic cause, and 95% of their funds all comes from donations. They're very reliant on those for the great work that they do. So if at all possible, please do hit !donate.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
Spawn Peak very hopeful for Lusty from afar. If he lands this shot, clipped, front page of Reddit, free karma.
No question. Everybody's just waiting with bated breath here.
Owen is just sat there, like watching the clip, his mouse over the clip button, just ready and waiting, like, come on, come on, come on. But not quite to be. Clearly nothing to be found initially, and Magnet also nowhere to be found as he has been removed from the map. Norarengo already off to a good start. They found Lusty, I believe, in the opening kill of the last round too, so it's working out okay for them so far. Let's see if they can continue converting this round into a win, mind you. Only 40 seconds left so far. And at least this time round, the smoke is alive a little longer. Nearly went down admittedly there, and they were able to use these smoke cannons to slow things down. That Shin down to about half HP as a result of that smoke.
Shin was really pushing for that kill, wasn't he? He knew that Neophyter must be on very low health at that point, but he was just unable to finish things off. Merio gets the second for Norarengo, though. That will take Rizraz down, and that now leaves Nora at 5 versus 3. 2 men to the good, and still plenty of time on the clock. We can see the Blackbeard shield of Papilia has taken some shots there, and no doubt kept him in the fight, where otherwise he might not have been. We can see now Neophyter doing all the work that he can here in the Aviator Games room, just trying to keep them at bay, launching those toxic babes out towards Study, just trying to slow things down. But right now there will be nobody there to be directly impacted. How about that, Lusty? That's what you wanted all along. Headshot onto Crazy Papillon. That was a beaut.
Still with a little advantage, mind you. Still some work to bring this one back. A nice hole rotated up into the side of the bar here. And sees one at the very bad. That was far too easy for Papilia there. There shall be no more Boss G headshots in this round, that's for sure, as Lusty has now been removed from the round 2.
Aces steps out and gets 1 kill onto Merio to level things up here. So whilst Fnatic were looking very good, Neophyter puts the 15 HP he has left to great use there with a kill onto Saku. But Papilia will trade that out now. We are 2 versus 1 at this stage, and still the numbers advantage is with Norarengo, but that will be leveled out as Aces gets 1 onto Papilia. Will Shin stick the diffuser plant? Yes, he will. So we find ourselves once again, just like round number 1, in a 1 1 versus 1 diffuser down. This time, a little bit more HP on the side of Fnatic, and Aces will get the kill. He now just has to find the diffuser. He knows exactly where it was, and he planted diffuser, and that will be the round for Fnatic. With close one again, and I'm sure a bit closer than Fnatic might like, but they will take the win nonetheless, and that squares things away for them. 1-0 now here on Villa.
The last man standing for Norarengo there, sitting on that bomb like a chicken would on an egg, refusing to move, but Ace is the man, as we saw in the last map, finding himself, I believe it's 4 kills at the end on the Maestro in that one round. He still got it. The man's still an absolute gunner, as you saw, terrifying them there with the Elder. And as you say, everything out of 1-on-1. So now we can change sides, and we are going to go towards Trophy and Statuary. It's not looking to go downstairs, as I alluded to earlier on. Even seen the IQ being brought along as well to try and deal with Magnet's black eye cameras, which I imagine have been feeding quite a lot of info and causing quite a lot of trouble alongside those evil eyes coming out of Aces.
All that we need nowadays is an ace from Aces, and we are on our way towards the ultimate goal with the new operator coming. Of Aces getting an ace on ace, casted by Ace.
I was about to say,
maybe even against, maybe even against his EU counterpart Aces.
Oh, man.
Who knows? We could well be on the road.
The universe would implode. That's like the alignment of the planets, right? It's just not going to be a thing.
Surely it can never be a thing, but hopefully one day it might just be. These things have a funny way of working themselves out, where you see that over the years. But looking back at the game in question, round number 3, we are 1-0 so far. Both teams fighting hard here, and as much as we've had a couple of Bosch GA cogs come out, it just looks like things have maybe settled down a little bit. Countless times see this in these sort of fun charity games where, you know, it's all sort of alibi prismas outside and claymores at dawn to begin with, and then things sort of settle down and teams think, actually I want to win this, and those things start dropping off. We're still at the Bosch GA cog level, but I would predict if this map goes in Nora's direction, we will see a fairly serious attempt on Border to get the win there and the bragging rights.
Like I say, it's restored pride for the blip on the radar in Fnatic's history being beaten by Norarengo. It's such a big event as well. It wasn't a regional thing, it was a global thing, which is why it hurts oh so much more. Neofighter on the Cav, going to look to try and cause some chaos, as we saw on the last map as well. I believe back then it was actually Norarengo. Not Norarengo, sorry, Fnatic running off with that one.
By attackers.
Excuse me, to high heavens then. No, it's the other way around. Neofighter is clearly affiliated with far too many teams. I'm losing myself halfway through everything I'm saying here. I saw the N at the start of his name and the R at the end. I was like, Norarengo. Wait, what? No, that's not a thing.
So 2 minutes, we are 1 minute down, and we don't have any kills yet, which is quite unusual for this game. As I say, maybe the players just starting to think, we need to take this seriously and start locking this one down. We'll see how it progresses. We do still have a Bosch G ACOG on the board, so we are not yet at super serious levels. We're not at sort of full sweat stack mode, but give it time and we might just get there. Right now, we have a Caveira in play, seeing that nice elite skin as well from Neofighter. It is another one of the absolute belters. I don't know if he's been picked yet. We can see that he's not actually being closed down. Generally at this level, Caveira is quite an easy operator to deal with because the droning is so thorough. It's all about find the location and then just send 2 or 3 in to pinch her, get her trapped in a corner and get her closed out and challenge her. The weaponry on her, as long as you engage at range, isn't generally too lethal. The shotgun at short range can be absolutely deadly, but if you can just engage over an angle, over a distance, you're usually okay. But right now, I'm not sure. I'm not convinced that Neofighter has been picked up here, so we'll see just what he can do in the late round on the flank here.
Trying so close as well, and the thing is Neofighter knows that it's above him, so doesn't want to go running upstairs, but you saw that pre-play C4. Oh, he's over it, but he's got it! Yes, he will, and there the kill comes through from Magnet. Crazy goes down. That's still a trade elsewhere, though, so Pilliot will bring down Rizraz. So, no advantage given to either side, but still beautiful coming out from Magnet. Ferry, who finds one into Neofighter, and Shin will pick up aces elsewhere at the same time.
we now find ourselves 4 versus 2. Lusty on low health, and the pressure is really starting to mount on these defenders. They've been pushed back to start and they're just trying to hold things down. Saku will be getting the diffuser down. Magnet does get one onto Shin though, but that will be traded immediately out by Merio, and Papiu will finish things off for Norarengo. Great round from them, and it is starting to slide. I feel like they're just building a little bit of momentum here, but how about Des? Let's not forget that pre-play C4. That was a beauty and a perfect time to mention well, showing exactly why he is one of the best in the game, getting us some great footage of that one.
I love pre-play C4s. I was really skeptical about them for the longest time, because I think the fear is always that someone would end up rotating down, they'd find it, they'd destroy it, and you would assume in most cases that for an attacking team looking to assault into trophy and statue, you'd have a drone or 2 downstairs, you'd be looking to make sure the bottom is clear, especially if you know you're facing off against something that does have a C4. Only in that instance, clearly there wasn't much attention paid down there, maybe due to a shortage of time, and all they ended up doing was walking straight over the top of a C4 in place. Unfortunate, but back to the same spot once again for Fnatic. Let's see if this time round they can capitalise off the back of those potential 3 kills that they find in the early round.
See, I'm all about a pre-play C4. I use them quite often, and I'd have to say, honestly, kill ratio of pre-plays versus a thrown C4, at least similar, if not even in the advantage of the pre-plays. Generally, I find the problem with sort of launching them when you've got attackers up in your face is the fact that you're in the middle of a gunfight. And you know, how many times do we see people losing their life because they rip the C4 and get peaked at that exact moment, and you've got absolutely no defense to that. So I think sometimes, unless you're applying them from below onto a ceiling with information from a pulse or a Valkyrie or something, obviously that is a great use of them. But yeah, sometimes those pre-places can just be a bit safer. Well, he really wants it, doesn't he? Lusty really wants that early round spawn peak on the Bosch GA cog, but he is unfortunate. I'm starting to feel for him. Again, we can see here comes the rush though from Norarengo, getting themselves straight up the strong stairs. Aces is ready and he's got the gun for this, and he will get one, but not managed to get the second. Merio trades that out, but that could have been an awful lot worse for Norarengo, and that was a near miss with a team kill as Merio manages to dance bullets around his teammate and get them into Lusty instead. So that will now leave us 4 versus 3, and I wasn't convinced that's how this round was going to go when I saw that rush just funneling up the stairs towards a Maestro there.
Me neither, but like you say, very fortunate to not find a team kill. Drops in front of you, not shoot targets. You want to shoot back guy more importantly. So netting it out for themselves, not the end of the world. Fnatic once again at a numbers disadvantage here, but the hard breach has been removed from the side of Norarengo. Crazy Papiu has gone down. So it's making things a bit tougher. Gonna have to push it through a lot of single doors or up stairways to try and get into fights right now, and you still got to deal with this pulse that inside of astronomy feeding all this information on who's on rappel, who's pushing upstairs, who's down below, just giving his team everything they need to be able to breathe and react a little bit here, even if they are at a numbers disadvantage.
Pulse is an absolute nightmare to play against. Sometimes putting down, as you say, it's just that constant stream of information throughout the game. But we can see he is on the shotgun here, which is not the most common of choices, but we'll see how that one pans out. We can see a little exchange going on here. Doc, are we going to get the smoke grenades out there after taking a few shots? Magnet and Papiu extremely close to each other here, and Magnet's aware. Wait it out. He's just been sat right behind. There we go.
Tossing EMP grenade.
What is going on? We've got a Norarengo's information game here. They've got no idea. Magnet says enough is enough. He steps up, gets the double. I've never seen the like. Magnet turns and gets one onto Shin as well. That's going to be a triple on the round for him. 4 will finish things off with a kill onto Merio, and that's a clip, surely. Unbelievable. Come on, Nora.
Oh, I love how he was so patient and just sat and waited. It was like, one's not enough. And then 2 came and he was like, 2's still not enough. And sadly the attempt came through, so clearly he was thinking, okay, now I actually need to act and do something. But small things like that.
Unbelievable.
You love to see it, Tim. You love to see it.
You certainly do. I'm sure I'm sure Nora will have been asking, why was he there? Where did he come from? Unfortunately, he was there all along, I'm here to tell you, and you just didn't notice him. So focused on the objective were they. We'll give Nora a pass. They were obviously just very, very focused on what they were doing and where they were pushing. But unfortunately, sometimes you've got to allow that peripheral vision to do its job as well. Just have a little check to make sure there's nobody around you. I'm sure Magnet must be laughing into his sleeve after that one.
Imagine the whole time. That's why he didn't shoot him when he was too busy laughing. Had no time to actually hand on the mouth. Oh, brilliant. Right, 2 and 2. Squared up here, and already the record looking a lot better for Fnatic than it did last year. As mentioned, 7 and 1 was the result to Norarengo in the fixture, home fixture even at 2019. We never got to see Border play as the third map. If this map goes the way of Norarengo, things will go through to Border, and we will get to see the map that was never played out. And that in itself kind of gives it an air of kind of mysticism and uncertainty and the unknown. We're venturing into uncharted territory. We've never seen these teams not play on Border before, but under SI 2019 rules, with certain up ban, for example, definitely not.
Absolutely not, and it will be an interesting one to see if it does go the distance, but there is a long way before we get there. I'm sure Fnatic are going to try to have their say. We can see right now they are trying to have their say with Chanka again. We've got Neophyte on him. He didn't have any joy on Bank. He spent the entire round watching his angle, but to no avail. Right now, we can see someone shot will be fired. He will not manage to get the kill. Mario gets one on to Magnet, however, and we can see the shots now coming in. The shield was destroyed quite a while before, so Neophyte took the stance of, I'm just going to keep shooting here, and then they can't challenge me. But unfortunately for him, Crazy Papillon proved him very, very wrong there as he just swung on the balcony, managed to get himself the shots through onto the Tachanka, and now Fnatic find themselves very quickly in a 5 versus 3 with Norarengo having the advantage once again. And how about that for a headshot from Merio as he repels in through the window onto 90 corridor and absolutely destroys Rizraz. That was beautiful play from him and well-timed aggression from Norarengo. 5 versus 2 now, and plus a huge job ahead of them, which even got bigger for Aces as Merio will get his third on the round onto Lusty.
Well, if I wanted anyone to try and do a 1 versus 5 at this point, seeing how well they've played on a given operator, it would be Aces on the Maestro. So a lot of work to do by himself, and everything I just said has fallen apart. Cast a curse.
I'm just going to stop there.
I'll just stop there. Forget everything I just said. We'll save that for the next time it maybe happens.
We will indeed. So Shin finishing things off for Norarengo, though. They are going to get themselves another slight advantage, but I'm sure they'll be keen to come out of this half 4-2. If you can do that on the attack here on Villa, you are sitting pretty. We know that, generally speaking, it's generally a defender-sided map, although we have seen quite a shift in those figures lately with a lot more attacking wins on Villa. So coming through with a 4-2 advantage on the attack is still a nice thing, but it's not necessarily everything. So we've just got a question there from Magnet. Clash is the last one we can use, question mark. Yes, it is. Clash and Maverick, Operation Grim Sky, those were the new operators available at the time. Everybody coming after that, Kaid Nomad onwards, they are unavailable for this match. We are playing it as close to the rules that we can, that were in place, of course. Remember, if you've joined us after the beginning, you don't know what we're doing here. This is a Classics match from the APAC region. It was played out at 6 Invitational 2019 on the main stage in Montreal, where Norarengo won 2-0 on the day, taking both Bank and Villa. However, today in this replay with the rosters as close as we could get them, are playing out a little bit differently. Fnatic are coming and taking the dueling it out here on Villa.
I remember being tormented by Clash. Like, genuinely tormented. When she first came out, no one really knew the best way to deal with her. And people weren't necessarily playing the best to be able to defeat her in 2s or 3s. It was a traumatic time. We've seen her bully a lot of people, even in competitive play like this. Players who can do the kind of spin where when your shield gets backplayed, you kind of spin to the left and still have it covering your body. Players who can do that well are the worst nightmare to play against.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, we saw some alterations to Clash, I think, after she was first released in terms of, I think the distance of her electricity and things like that. And it was a really nice balancing tweak. I think, you know, the good balancing tweaks don't always get maybe recognised enough, and I think that was one of them. It put Clash into a nice place. She's certainly useful, but as you've said, there's much more able to deal with her than probably day one Clash. I would say she was a bit of a nightmare to begin with. But here we go. Magnet's going to start pushing forward. He's looking to get a run out. He's looking to... And there we go, Lusty gets himself the one tap that he's been looking for so long onto Papilia with the Vigil run out. So that now leaves us 5 versus 4, and Fnatic looking to level things up here, but there is still a long way for them to go in round 6. That will be a chunk of the distance travelled though, as Neofighter and Aces get themselves 2. Neofighter gets another onto Merio, trading out his earlier kill onto Rizraz, and that now leaves Crazy Papillon in a 1 versus 4, and with a Clash. This is tough.
One of the wildest defenses I think I've ever seen, where 4 members go from floor to bottom floor, then back up a different area of top floor, and now rotated all the way back down here to where we can see. Oh no, no,
is approaching a kill
no. Ouch.
Yeah.
I think, come on, boys. Surround him, flash him.
And that is the problem with having a Clash against you when you're in a 1vx situation, is it makes it very difficult. On the flip side, you could say the same if you find yourself 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3 against attackers and they have him on Tanya. You know that it's going to be a tough day at the office at that point. But in the break here, obviously important to remember why we're here. We are supporting MSF, Médecins Sans Frontières, Doctors Without Borders, providing essential medical care throughout the COVID-19 pandemic effort around the world, and also in other areas as well for other reasons whereby people need it. So if at all possible, please do hit !donate if that's something you're able to do. That would be fantastic, and it would really support Ubisoft's efforts to support that charity.
Who'll be putting in 50,000 euros of their own, and I know the charity helps
locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Those maybe need more support than they're getting from their local government, for example. So all a good cause. And as you say, another great cause. And thing worth mentioning, Meryu. Currently got 12 kills, 6 rounds.
Yeah.
2 kills per round.
I'd say it's reasonably fair to describe Meryu as having quite a good game so far.
I think it's a pretty fair assessment.
He's going to bring the Bandit this time around. I'm sure that he is going to be able to use that MP7 to find a few more kills out of him. That would not surprise me at all. Heading towards the actual phase of round 7, we can see he's already gunning drones, so that's a good start, and I'm sure he is going to be looking to gun some Fnatic players here as we have switched across now, and we've got Nora Rengo on the defense. So whilst the operators that weren't available at the time are still not available, we haven't seen any drastic changes to the competitive rules since this match was played out, so it's much what you would expect. Shin with a great kill there in a with Lusty just opening things up. He's going to take an awful lot of damage for his trouble on the mute, but he is going to be happy with that. His gadgets are down to deny that information, prevent those drones getting up to the top floor, and he's got a kill to his name as well. If he can use that C4 to effect before losing his life, he is going to be more than happy with this performance. Merio, as we said, gets himself in and gets a kill. Shin with a second, even on low HP. He's not going to mind that he gets traded out. He's got 2 on the round. Rizraz will shut him down, but that still leaves Nora Rengo 3 versus 2, and still with 2 minutes left on the clock here.
Loads and loads of time to play with, as you say. She's doing all the work for them. Aces gets another one, mind you. So actually the members are still falling down. Oh my god, no way does he find that second one as well. That's another one coming through. Kelly's all by himself now on the Echo. Has this long range APAC setup as well. Doesn't need to keep this one right now either. He can afford to play the waiting game a little bit, but so can Aces. There are 1 minute and 45 seconds left. There is so much time. He's going to force him out here to be using this drone. The IQ is on side, as you can see. You're going to have to get rid of that one. It's in blast coming through. So now he should have a good idea of where he needs to be pushing. What all Papilia's got to do is hold this angle, just wait for him to push around, or try and bait the plant. Ace's nose is in such a spot of bother right here. Could try and go for a rotate round 90 if he wanted to, but instead, going to try and pick it by the looks of it. So much time for bait and switch between these two, though.
So much tension at this point. This is some of the greatest situations that I really love in Siege, and it's It's so easy to just feel the tension. I'm right on the edge of my seat here. 1 versus 1. Aces versus Papillia. Papillia has a slight advantage to HP. We can just see now Aces looking to creep around that corridor, but he will have to take the barbed wire out, just giving away his location. But right now, there is nothing else apart from one remaining yokai drawn to feed any information to Papillia. He's positioned that over one of the doors so that he can just watch an angle onto the remaining 2, which is the east side of sight. Aces just trying to remain as quiet as he can here so he doesn't give away that location. It's going to be 1 bullet that will finish this off. Neither of these 2 want to even take a breath. Aces has the diffuser in hand. He knows that the clock is against him at this stage. Papillia just needs to wait this out and is playing this perfectly. This is going to be difficult. I just don't think... I think the pressure is such that he doesn't even think about the potential of droning. He has got a goo mine in that he will need to take out before he can make an attempt on the diffuser. These 2 are going to come head to head now. Here comes the gunfight, and it will be Papillia that wins it for Norarengo. Beautifully played by him, and what an example of a side of Siege that you don't always see too often, and that is that late round 1v1
Normally it lasts about 5 to 10 seconds, but it being 2 minutes long just led to a weird dance back and forth constantly. But like I mentioned there as a quick second, Aces had both drones left alive. They were both out in the field, both with white dots on. We had 2 minutes to play with. Curious to know why no drones were committed, but then maybe it's that mind game. That's maybe what he really wanted, was going down to it being a hunt. And that's exactly what it turned into, that he unfortunately didn't walk away the victor of. 4-3 now to Norarengo for a very, very close 1v1 at the end, as we just saw. Going into round number 8, will Fnatic start to see this one slip away from them, or will they perhaps even things out and lead us towards that overtime that we did not get to see last year?
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Can, as I say, just see that things are starting to get that little bit more serious now. Papillia just playing the odds game there, happy to sit in vault, use his yokais to maximum effect. He really wanted that round, and he wanted to put Nora back on the front foot. Both of these teams, you can see, really want to get to border, really want to see this one go the distance, and they both want to come out the victor. Let's not forget that they are going to be playing against each other in that new APAC North league that we've seen, that Swiss format. These are 2 of the teams that are in APAC North, so there is, you know, maybe even a little bit of a mind game here to be had as well, coming into that new season on June 23rd, just already having had the win over the other in that recent charity match. So I'm sure we are getting towards the sharp end of it now, but Crazy Papa willing to take that big run out there, but won't get any joy. Fnatic spawning right on that side of the map for him.
I'm sorry, but unless you're willing to jump out that window and throw a C4 down to the floor in the hope of catching someone, you're not doing it right.
Just don't even bother.
Go big or go home. Take your pick. That's it. Looking to go big, as they've now charged pretty much everyone in from the city south balcony. 3 of them, I believe. Magnet's still back inside spawn for now. He's on that drone, as you can see, currently charging its way up 90 to try and find out who's playing where and ensure this south side is free. It's one thing I'll give Fnatic really good credit for. They don't ever really take long to get things cleared out or drone. They will get back, for example, cleared in a minute and 15 seconds. And they do so without really making mistakes. It's a very good trait of this team that I can see time and time again.
You can see the Maverick just being used here to open up a few peak holes. Out comes the Nitro! Kobe, there it is. Meryu onto Lusty, and that will shut down the push. He was unlucky not to get 2 there. Papillia gets 1 onto Neo Fighter, and that finds us very closely. Very quickly, sorry, 4 versus 2 in favour of Norarengo now, and this is sliding quickly in their direction. This could put them 5 versus 3 overall. Magnet has a huge job to do here now, 1 versus 4. Well, I mean, we know if anybody can do it, surely it's Magnet. He will miss his throw. He's going to have to hit better shots than that as he tries to push in behind the Incandelas. He will get 1, but Saku will take the perfect opportunity to rush him with the shotgun there, and there is nothing that Magnet can do to stop Norarengo taking a 5-3 lead here.
Then would it bring things back up to 4-4, or would we see Norarengo propelling themselves into the lead? It's feeling a lot like how Bank did. Admittedly, that was 4-2, I believe, at the end of the half. 5-3 still starts feeling the same sort of way. 1 more round for Norarengo, and they're at match point. 1 more, and the second map is theirs. When we go through to that mystical border, that map match, sorry, that we never got to see played out last year because it ended 2-0 in total to Nora Rengo. So much work, by the way, on the shoulders of Mary. We mentioned him earlier on, 12 kills after 16 rounds. He's slowed down a little bit now. After 8 rounds, he's at 15, but still doing so much work for his team.
Work indeed is being done.
He wants a map 3.
He does. Everybody wants a map 3. I want a map 3. Do you want a map 3, Des?
I'll take a map 3.
Because I want a map 3, and I'm sure everybody at home wants a map 3 as well. This has been one of the most entertaining games of Siege that I have watched in a good while. It's just that right mixture of the players being competitive, but still wanting to get one over on each other with the cheeky boss cheat ACOG headshot or whatever it might be, but they are really getting down to it now and wanting to win these rounds. We do have a Caveira on the board. We've seen quite a high pick rate for Caveira today, unusually. Papilia getting himself hidden under a desk down in the basement. That's going to take some thorough droning, to be fair. I can't even criticise if he doesn't get droned out down there.
The thing is, I don't think droning him out is the intention. When did we last see Finker picked up by Fnatic? It was a rush back on Bank, and they look doing the same thing again. The only thing they're missing right now is something like a shield to lead for them. With 4 of them coming together, that Finker on side as I mentioned, you'll see that boost come through in just a second. Oh my god, Papilia is in the golden spot right now. They are droning out inside here, but they're not him, I don't think.
Oh
no!
Oh
no!
He's doing a magnet. He's just waiting for it. He's waiting for another one to push, but does he know that there's one behind? He doesn't see him as he checks the door.
Grenade out.
One on staircase. Is he going to catch him? Does he take? He goes for it. He's going for the interrogation. Will it be successful? No! He gets shut down. Rizraz takes the team kill to stop the Caveira interrogation, and Fnatic win the round very soon thereafter. Unbelievable plays. That is what we came to see.
So close. If only he'd checked the door. So many missed dronings or not checking corners or things like this. It's... It
that one had my heart in my mouth.
Because it's so close. It's constantly tense. Just small things like that come out and break it apart.
Boy.
And it isn't the first time I've seen it on Villa as well. As Zofia went down inside of games at one point, and we had a Capitao on the window on 90, actually sprayed through and killed the Zofia because she was about half a second away from being interrogated. Like you say, just get rid of them ASAP. They've got to be gone.
Oh, you've got to do it. There's absolutely no question. If you have to kill, just kill your teammate, because once that once the animation has started, just get them off the board. Don't worry about it. The interrogation can damage your team so much. Having everybody's locations pinged for the next sort of 10 seconds is so difficult. So yeah, get rid of them. Just spray both of them down. Do what you got to do. And meanwhile, Fnatic collapsed beautifully. Rained those kills in all at the same time to get that one finished off for them. So we now see it brought back to 5-4, still in favour of Nora Rengo, but I am sure they are going to be careful and think twice before heading any more Caveira players.
Quite a few team kills away from Caveira in this game from both of these teams. Maybe with the tutorial it started out like kill your teammates when being interrogated by Caveira, but the attention span of the players was so short that all they heard was kill your teammate. And they said, okay, looks good to me. That's the bomb of this game. Let's get into it. And all these teams so far, random team kills across both maps. But let's pray. Apart from the odd bullet weaving as we saw earlier on, which was quite magical from the Ash not being sprayed down by the sledge, but that was a 1 in a million opportunity. This time round, let's see how it plays out. No Caveira on side, no team kills, guys. Let's remember that one, but there is going to be a fuse, there is going to be a clash.
Getting a great look at that new Zofia Elite there as well in person. I've seen a couple of the players using it. It's proving very popular so far. Neofighter at the minute. We've also had Magnet on there as well. I woke up to that this morning. I don't know if it was announced yesterday late on or if it was actually announced today. But I woke up to seeing that this morning first thing. I had my head buried in preparation yesterday if it wasn't. But yeah, I really like it. I think it's an absolute belter. So that is available now as well. We can see that Lusty has been taken out there at the beginning of the round. 5 versus 4 now. Nora Rengo fighting back. They want this. We're going to see Valkyrie Cam taken out, and in come those hockey pucks from Fuse as they start to rain in and do some damage. Clear utility if nothing else, but Shin will get himself on to the Zofia Elite, and Neofighter fighter will be taken off the map. They won't improve your KD, remember that. Saku gets a kill onto Aces, and that now leaves us 5 versus 3 in this round. How about that for a sledgehammer? Dropping off the roof and just hitting it mid-flight and still getting that barricade cleared off. Mario gets the kill onto Rizraz, and everything here is seeming pretty straightforward for Norarengo to get themselves towards that match point. They are in serious control. Magnet 1 versus 5.
Who knew they could defend pretty well when it comes to Villa? Norarengo clearly showing after last year's 5-1 victory on this half that, well, that got down as well. Now going to start zapping him away. He tried to do the shield spin thing that I mentioned earlier on, but just couldn't quite pull it off. So that's Magnet 1 down, 4 more to go. Pretty tall order.
Tall order indeed. Magnet's going to see if he can find any. He did find someone. Unfortunately, Mario knew he was coming and was ADS'd and ready to go. Look at that, just holding that angle, and a beautiful shot to finish things off. So that's going to be round to Norarengo. We're going to head into round 12 now. Match point, and it is, sorry, round 11 we're heading into. It's match point, and we are 6-4 in favour of Norarengo. We'll be heading up to Trophy in Statuary. Remember, this is best of 12. It's the current competitive rules. We just only have the operators that were available as of SI 2019. The last ones that were available were Maverick and Clash from Operation Grim Sky. So Nomad, Kaid, and everybody from there onwards is unavailable in this match. If they can take this round, if Norarengo can push themselves on, we are going all the way to 3, and we are going to see border played out, which is something that didn't happen first time around. Norarengo won that one out in 2 before going on to face Empire in a memorable semi-final at Six Invitational 2019.
Bit of a mistake from Papilia here. Goyo is meant to be banned. And I think
they want it. They want this.
What's he going to do to himself? I want to know.
He's going to die. He's going to put his reinforcements down and die. But the question is he going to deploy those shields before he goes? That could be a little. That could be the cheeky swipe before he goes. Who knows? We'll see what he does.
I'm not wrong in thinking the TCSG wasn't in the game before.
I think it was introduced with Kaid.
Yeah, so it wouldn't be available at all in the game regardless. So can't even play and say, you know what, I just won't use my gadget. Hey, look, Frost is back, by the way.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
I knew there was a fog because there was sweating coming into the round. And I didn't know why, but then I checked the lineup. It's because already my senses have kicked in and I am terrified.
It's like a slow eventual death that you just know is coming. There we go. Rest in peace, Papilia 2020.
F's in chat, we can see
F's
it. A lot of
chat,
respect. A lot of respect being shown. Good to see that the integrity is as well with him just taking himself out of the game there, having picked one of the operators that didn't exist when this one was first played out. So we can see Fnatic are starting their push from downstairs. Mario will quickly level things up. That is exactly what Norarengo need. That first kill to come in. It will be Lusty that he takes out. That's the Maverick off the board. And we can see Shin getting one onto Rizzo. Right now, how about that? We wanted to see it. Everybody wanted to see it. There's the frost mat. Aces is down and just waiting for somebody to move in and get that kill. Mario will finish him off and then move away. Live to fight another day. We can see Saku just sat there, I'm sure, happy with himself that his double frost mat on the window has done hit the top there. No fighter will get one back onto Shin. That leaves us 3 versus 2, but Magnet is on low health here, and Fnatic are starting to flounder a little bit. They are going to struggle to keep themselves in the game here on Villa. We can see Mario gets one. Crazy Pavillon will finish things off onto Neofighter, and that is Villa going to Norarengo. 1 map apiece now, and just what everybody wanted, we're going to border.
Kept their near impeccable form on Villa as well. That means now across both matches, they've only dropped 1 round. Just how well they played this one out. And an interesting last round. Even with an incorrect pick, still managing to win in a 4 versus 5. Fair play to him.
Mario 21-5. I think that's fair to call it dominating the game.
Pretty fair to say. Some people wanted to win this more than others. Is the way I
think Mario has been the first one to push over that line into this is a bit of fun to time to win this now. He's
got there a bit early,
one.
mate. Border was the intention for that. okay? Because it means we actually get to go to Border. So as said, that third map that we haven't yet seen between these teams didn't get played at SI 2019. It didn't get played on this patch that we're currently playing here, where Goyo is banned, hence the self-removal from the round coming out of the pier. This, to me, is going to be interesting. Border's one of those maps that we know come down to it. It's very aggressive. It's very gun-based. It's going to see a lot of soft destruction being brought along. I'm expecting heads will roll, and I'll be very surprised to see if things carry on being as choky as they are. I think this is where it gets serious, and both teams now really want to start with.
I think you're right. We've seen a lot of aggression so far today. It's been the order of the day, and I can't see that changing on Border. As you say, very gunfight heavy, largely because the map has been played many times over by all the teams. They all know everything that the other is going to do. It's, you know, generally a pretty straightforward take, no matter which side you're defending. So it comes down to the gunfights. You know the areas the defenders are going to be. It's quite a tight map. You tend to be playing in 2 or 3 locations. We know where the defenders are going to be, and the attackers are just going to go in there and have to take those head-to-head gunfights. And that's what we're going to see plenty of. It is going to be, I am sure, a barn burner.
A barn burner. One of the favourite words I learned earlier this year. It very well could be. But before we get into what could turn into a blazing inferno, let's go to a quick break. And when we come back, that third and final map between Fnatic and Norarengo, don't go anywhere.
Signing up is quick and easy. Head over to faceit.com, click on Create Account, and enter your email. Fill in your personal information, including your Faceit nickname, and continue to finish creating your account. You can then select which games you want to play on Faceit. Simply click on Rainbow Six and enter your username. You can find Rainbow Six under Games on the left side of your Faceit page. This is where any games you choose to access will always be displayed. Click on this to head to the game dashboard. This is where you can access all things Rainbow Six. You can check out competitions, join and discover hubs, view rankings, and access new Rainbow Six content, from featured streamers to the latest clips. Navigate to all tournaments by clicking on competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard. Here, you can discover upcoming tournaments, such as the European Open Clash, alongside their game mode, prize money, and number of signups. Alternatively, you can also join a tournament via an invite link, or discover more tournaments using the search bar. Head to the tournament page and click Join Tournament on the right of your screen. Depending on when you join the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date closer to the tournament start time. This information is displayed clearly on the tournament page, alongside the rulebook. The Rules tab also contains additional information about the competition, from the format and structure to the prize pool and game settings. All this and more can be found under this tab. Once you've done this, you're all signed up and ready to compete. This tournament will appear under the Tournament tab on the left, so you can easily come back and check the tournament start time, teams, and standings. If you want a quick overview of tournament information, such as format, prize pool, and structure, this can be found in the Overview tab, the main landing page when clicking on any tournament. If you want to join a Rainbow Six specific hub, you can do so via competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard, and discover a variety of different hubs. Alternatively, you can also search for hubs by using the search bar at the very top of your page. Just like tournaments, once you've joined your chosen hub, it will appear on the left, this time under the Hubs tab. Each hub contains its own chat, leaderboard, match history, and members list, among other features, where you can interact and engage with other like-minded players. To play, simply click the play button in the top right of the page. Once you've joined the queue, a number will be displayed alongside it, which indicates the number of players also in the queue with you. You can also use the chat feature to alert other members of the hub that you're starting a queue, or if you need more players to join. You can easily create your own hubs to bring together a group of players with the same shared interest, whether that be a group of friends, players from your city, country, or region, or competitors from your school or workplace. You can configure your hub to suit your preferred settings and invite other Faceit players to join. Get started and sign up now at faceit.com.
Panics is playing as a drone on site while down. He can information about the diffuser. Retro takes down Panics. That's the dead diffuser man. Meepy on the top of this staircase. He can see the gun. Meepy taken out up and above by Necrox. It's 1v2 for LMs. This is going to be the deciding factor. Continuum. Can't find him, but there's the second kill. Retro's done it. More than enough time to defuse. Continuum are the first North American team to win Rainbow Six Pro League.
Consegue belo trabalho, eliminação em cima do jogador, quase tenta uma double kill. Olha o Nesk, double kill pra ele. Vai partir terceiro, triple kill. 4K do Nesk. Impressionante. O que tá acontecendo? Detalha, Revolt sozinho, será que ele consegue levar mais uma situação complicada pra ele? Tem um pixel melhor, o Nesk!
I was almost hoping Pengu would go up and shoot those discs.
Here we go. Speaking of Pengu shooting
he's
people.
going.
Ooh, almost getting the kill there. Just a bit of damage, just scaring them off. Jumps in for one, and Gohan will go down. No more IQ. Experience the second Astro down on the floor. Moringa, are you ready for this? Yes! Pengu, are you kidding me? With a third getting taken down. And the drop right below. And the stun to the face!
I like those stuns just giving off that they're above there. That gives us a warning for the C4s to blow as well. But Waka gets the kill anyways on the slash.
We'll spot him right through the mirror window. Unfortunately here for easily. This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. Waka gets the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the site. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. He spots the head and takes him down.
Ace for Waka. Gets a C4 kill. Kanto gets Brid, but Brid responds onto Kanto. And again, still a defender in the site, and that's going to be Uno who gets Bibu. And as pushed on, he is very wisely not getting the initial frag. Gets a triple kill! Playing the long game, expecting the push from Wilkie, and here it comes. Wilkie checks the wrong angle, and he goes back in for the diffuser. There's no time! Spark clutches it out!
Shots almost connecting from Aces. He is back on the FO12 again. There we go. What?
Times on one. He finds the second. Aces with the double kill. And Fnatic are closer and closer. He's still on the outside. The FO12. We've seen Livin do this on Millennium.
What are you doing to North America right now?
Absolutely shredding them. Neo with one more. The Ash taken away. Aces will drop him, but not enough to finish off the Ash.
Necrox. Careful, boys.
Last man alive is Necrox. His MVK is on the floor. It's looking.
Oh my God! They did it!
They've done it!
In, and now Canadian will just continue to march on forward. He knows that they can't really do all that much. Oh, he'll tap one, but the Bandit's gonna get trapped inside of the site. Canadian looking for one kill, but Scyther will gun down two of his teammates, and that diffuser will be dropped as well. This could go very bad for Empire, who are bailing themselves out of a bad situation. Dan will come up now as well, but Geo could possibly catch the Maestro off guard. The Maestro looks the wrong way. Will be able to win the fight. No, Geo does. This will prompt Dan to have to do double duty, and NVK will watch as Geo goes for the plant. The sound cue will give Dan the information. Oh, he takes one down! Oh!
It's Yuna and Mab all alone outside, but Young all alone on his roster as he's gonna end up picking up 3 kills! Oh my God, what is that?
It doesn't seem that 9XT has noticed this though. It doesn't seem like there's a camera, and there's a nice kill for Hot and Cold. He only needs 2 more, and they're both still very low. He can Evil Eye and just keep himself alive. 19 bullets, so he's got to be careful with that ammunition counter. And here's the denial!
Oh my God!
5 seconds, and cameraman has to rush! Will he land the shot?
From Immerin. Looking for the bullet holes. Now we'll get one though as Dirtbay peeks on up, but everyone's stacking by the vase, awaiting the approach for Nello. No utility left. Diffuser in hand in a 1v3 in the midst of a crossfire. Gets one on a Diesel and a second one on Immerin. Nello! Are you kidding me?
Hey guys, and welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us through that break. We are about to go into map number 3, the map that never happened last year at SI 2019. So this is uncharted territory for us all, as well as it is for the teams of Fnatic and Nora Rengo. I'm Desert Shoe, joined by Pyro once again. And this game on Border, as we mentioned before the break, is going to be explosive. Border, very well regarded for being a very gunfight-heavy map. We've just been on Bank, a very, very large map, quite roam-heavy, but generally quite easy to defend. Then went to Villa, as we all know, also quite defender-leaning, very standard in terms of how things get set up sometimes. Border, although things are very simple when it comes to the setup, the execution is what counts. What gunfights are you finding? How many members are you finding early in the round? How much control are you taking? What is the enemy team giving you? That's why I'm curious to see how it plays out. Mainly as well because there is no history in this one. As I said, this is entirely uncharted territory.
Very, very difficult to predict, as you said, as even based on what we've seen here today, we've seen both teams have fantastic spell, absolutely going off at the minute. And if that continues on board, Fnatic are going to 21 and 5. That's something that Fnatic are going to have to deal with and shut down, lest they be stung by it once again. But the one thing I can guarantee is we're going to have some fun and we're going to have some entertaining Siege for you.
We are indeed. Just as a reminder as well, once this best of 3 is done, there is still another game to come. It's only a best of 1 rather than a best of 3. But what we are going to see is Wildcard coming up against Giants. And that in itself is a very, very interesting game from the Season 10 finals where they played up against each other. I know this is one of those games that you watched back yesterday. That game will be on Clubhouse, I believe it's going to be. But for now, we've got to round things out on Border. So let's get into this third and final map and see who walks away the winner of this historical best of 3.
As we're on our way in, let's take a second to remember why we are here today and why we will be in the European Open Clash very, very soon as well. It's all about raising funds for Médecins Sans Frontières, which is Doctors Without Borders, providing essential medical care around the world for many different reasons, but at the minute, really focusing on helping the relief effort for COVID-19 around the world in areas that it's needed most, where the health authorities need bolstering and need that support. Ubisoft themselves put in €50,000 in as part of the prize money for that European Open Clash, which will all be going towards that charity. And there is, of course, the opportunity for you to get involved and help save lives yourself. If you are able to, then please do hit !donate. That will bring up the details that you need in the chat, and you can really help a fantastic cause today.
Indeed. I love how the name rolls off the tongue as well.
It really does,
isn't
it?
It's a really simple thing to kind of pull up. Médecins Sans Frontières, it just comes out really nice. Yeah. I like it.
When somebody asks you to say something like that on stream to begin with, you're like, oh, am I going to get will I be able to get round that one? But yeah, it does. It just flows really, really nice.
Médecins Sans Frontières. Big fan. Sorry, Aces, once again, as Ella is removed from the board here. Ash taken him at the very start, as you saw, followed by Lion as well. We saw Lion back on Border, and I think since then both teams have been like, yeah, nah, miss me with that. Valkyrie even taken away after the chaos that caused in the last round. Not too surprised, as we saw from Mary, who had a wonderful time when he was playing on that.
So we're going to be heading into round 1 very, very shortly, and as I've said a couple of times, I think we're going to see things get a little bit more serious now. I'm sure the players will still be here to have a bit of fun, but I'm sure both of them want to walk away with some bragging rights from this one. We can see Mirror coming in there. Gridlock, that's one. Afraid not, Saku. That one's going to have to go by the by. The Operation Burnt Horizon operators aren't available. We're only playing with the operators available up to SI 2019, the last of which was Maverick and Clash. So we're going to see that 6th pick utilised there to trade away for the Thermite, which I'm sure will be equally useful here on Border.
I just love how before this one, a bit of an insight into the back office production side of things for you guys here. Before the game, we were saying to the Observer, can you just please remind the players of which operators abandoned? So far, I think in the last round of the last map, the first round of this map, Norengo picked.
But they've put it right. We'll give them that at least.
I'll give them that. This time round, they didn't have to.
They didn't have to kill
the start of the round.
Yeah. So, you know, they're improving. Well, you know, that's what we can say.
At least this time around they can remedy the issue. That is the starting point. However, Mirror is available. She hasn't been banned away. And Valkyrie was taken away in place of that. So actually that both teams have go down the first ban thing. Oh, it's the target ban. And then Mirror has gone by without comment. Stone cold, dead serious. Mirror is not allowed. And here on Border, yes she is. Let's see what kind of effect she has and how the teams deal with it without the Habana on the side of the attackers on Norengo right now. But it makes this a little bit tougher to get up close and personal and trying to deal with that.
I love to see it. You know I love a Mirror anyway, but I love a Mirror on Border. I think, you know, she can be really powerful here, but reasonably easily countered as well. So I think there's a nice balance with Mirror. If you can get yourself in underneath, you can generally open up the floor. The majority of the floor is destructible here on Border, about 90-95% of it, other than the fountain area and 1 or 2 cloud areas like balconies as we see there. So you can usually get underneath and get those mirrors cleared out. I really like the balance of Mirror here, and we'll see just how much impact they have. They're taking it seriously. We can see they were shotgunning out the opposite side of the wall. The reason that is done is it actually, only slightly, but it extends extends the line of sight. It just removes a little bit of the blockage on the side of the mirror there and just allows you to see a little bit, you know, a couple of extra degrees of an angle. And sometimes that is all it needs here in Siege. But early in the round, we can see some good progress here from Norengo. They've got much the norm, but they have not got control of the CCTV balcony. Magnet taking liberties there, waiting to kill Papilia, but Shin will get one of his own, so we're trying to kill 4 versus 4 now. And basically, what Norengo are trying to do is they're getting themselves control of CCTV, and then they're going to look to push through that armory wall. They've got it opened up there, so that's where the main push is going to focus. They're going to ignore the office side, but if you think of border top down, you want to take control of one of the corners. Thank you very much, medics. This is why you're so good at what you do. You want to take bottom left or top right control, office or CCTV, and push from there. Neo Fighter pushing hard at this point with a kill onto Mario, so that will leave Fnatic with a bigger advantage as a couple of kills rain in, and now Shin finds himself 1 versus 3, but a minute to go, plenty of time.
So guys, what happened? We were doing so well.
Where did you go?
Guys.
Where did everybody go?
Exactly that. Now entirely by himself in a 1 versus 3, as you mentioned. Definitely got some work to do, and he'll start that work out pretty well. In fact, this will be an ace if he gets his whole round all to himself. That's a big ask, needless to say, as the rest of his team have been slaughtered. He being the last man standing here has got to deal with you as well as a mirror. Not quite expecting the flank to come in from the rotation out of the west wall. Going to be a simple case for Rizraz to walk his way across, get rid of the Claymore, and then finally pick him up by himself inside of the corridor. So it was a hero story in the making, and then Rizraz, as the supervillain, steps in and shuts that one down before it even gets started.
That's one of the really tough areas to manage on border, I think, sometimes, is that potential for a rotation from into TV without being identified as being outside. If you just run straight from one door to the other, you can make it across before you get identified outside. So you've always got to be aware of that as an attacker. Although you think CCTV is clear, it's quite easy for the defenders to end up in there without your knowledge later in the round. So definitely something to watch for. And a couple of the operators that are missing do make that easier to deal with. Potentially a Nomad, a Gridlock, cutting off those flanks. But obviously they are not available today, as we've said. Playing out a classic match here. We are replaying the 6 Invitational 2019 quarter-final, which was actually the first match played on stage at 6 Invitational 2019. It was the first one in the Fastbell venue, and what a cracker it was to start things off. We had Norengo coming in, riding high, so much energy, enjoying playing Suzoku with his crazy faces and getting up on stage, entertaining the crowd as well. A real showman, and he was a real fan favourite in 2019, as were Norengo. And then you had Fnatic coming in, a little bit more of an air of seriousness about them. They were there and ready to play, but ultimately that energy just pushed Norengo over the line on the day. But what a day it was. I was fortunate enough to be there, and I remember the orchestra starting things off and really building that atmosphere. And how has Magnet got himself up there? That's one for you to find later on in a custom game.
One really crucial detail that you've missed throughout the entirety of the start of this round, Ace. There's a frost.
There's, I told you, I'm already sweating. I was trying not to acknowledge.
Ignore the problem, it'll go away.
Exactly.
The crazy Papillon though, because Aces on that front is going to be nightmare fuel, bringing him down. The diffuser is now down outside. Lay down in front here as well. They don't even see him as he's laid down on the ground and finds himself that second kill. Make it a third. He's now been droned out. He's going to get himself back. Try and get away from this one. We've even got Rizraz playing down here inside of Benz, holding the location with a shotgun. It takes one blast, nearly takes a second, but not enough to bring it down. 25 HP down with 75 left on side. Sakway finds himself 2 kills, and Fnatic down into a 1 versus 3. Lusty all by himself, and it's okay. Stop sweating now. The frost is gone. You can't be hurt.
Honestly, I was panicking as Saku came in through the ventilation window there because there was a frost mat underneath it, but he was aware and he shot it out as he jumped through. So we can see now, pushing into sight, it is not going to be possible for Lusty to clutch this one out for Fnatic. Norengo, although being put on the back foot by Aces early on in that round, couple of great kills from him led on his belly as the frost will not be enough. Norengo show some great resolve to fight their way back into that one, and that is 1 apiece now here on border. And I get the feeling that this one is going to bounce backwards and forwards all the way through. I can't see anybody running away with this.
All the way through to overtime. I can see it going the distance. You just get that feeling with these kind of games when it's been how it has the last couple of maps. When the first one we were like, well, Fnatic are running away with bang. This series is going to be a very quick 2-0. It's over and done with. And then you saw the prowess of Norarengo on the defense on Villa. And suddenly you're reminded of why the series played out the way that it did last year, leaving Border as the great unknown that no one knows itself makes it a very interesting and exciting game. So into round number 2. Well, number 3, sorry, I'm an absolute liar and clearly can't count. It's 2 rounds on the board and total 1. Then the workshop coming through once again after that successful attacking round for Norarengo. We got expecting the next round us to head back upstairs once again, where we saw Fnatic have some success. This time round, a few mistakes to be rectified, no doubt. One of them clearly being to get rid of Frost, so we can all calm down and take a breath, seeing that rough onside instead.
I feel much more settled for one. We can see all but one of those ruck vests have now been distributed, so everybody is protected. If you're not aware, a ruck vest will basically guarantee you, other than a headshot, it will take you and guarantee you a down but not out state. So it just gives you a little bit more leeway, a little bit more protection. I think it actually reduces the damage by a fraction. So it just gives those defenders a little edge in any of those gunfights. We can see Neophyter just sealing things up on the castle there, hoping to slow things down. But with Zafia on the board, I'm not sure that utility will last all too long. I'm sure those explosive grenades will be put to use quite early on if Norarengo feel like they need those entrances open. Now we can see some early progress towards the top floor, as we quite often see, particularly in competitive Siege. The importance here is getting hold of top floor and attacking from there downwards. It's quite unusual to see Fnatic in a turtle defense all on the downstairs floor. You would usually expect to see 2 or 3 up here in and around Fountain, Archives and Armory itself, just trying to hold on to those and hatches for as long as possible. Magnet, I think he's just on a mission towards how many shelves, cupboards and other areas he can get on top of.
Man to monkey. I actually specifically remember the Fuse Kids in the Benelux League sitting 3 people on top of that cabinet, firing squad just waiting. And that's interesting about a pellet on the floor to get it open there so they can have a look downstairs in terms of what's going on. Should unseat a member or 2. You see Magnet is still there waiting. Could be a nasty surprise when they peek their head around that corner, I think.
Well, there comes the first surprise from Lusty, getting a headshot onto Crazy Papillon. That will be the Dorkabit off the board, so there will be no interfering phone calls coming in from her. As I suggested, Mario just getting in there and using that utility to get those castle barricades opened up, but if nothing else, it burns the utility, prevents it being used elsewhere to clear barbed wire or any other deployable shields or anything like that that might be on the side of Fnatic. And it burns time. It means that Mario's got to go to those places. He's got to take those castle barricades out. And how about that? There comes the kill from Magnet, up on his perch, up on his pedestal. He will take Sakuate out of the round, and Rizraz, meanwhile, will be downed. That now leaves us in an effective 3 versus 3, 4 versus 3, as Rizraz will be collected. But Shin, once again, having a good game here. 5-1 so far, really powering his team forward. But Lusty will close down on Papillia and get the kill with another headshot. Second for him on the round, and that now leaves us 4 versus 2. 4 versus 1. Zace's Shin, and it is all to do for Mario here. First headshot comes in onto Lusty. 1 versus 3 now. Still a lot of work. How about that for a flick onto Rizraz? And that now leaves us 1 versus 2. And if anybody is capable of this, it is Mario. I am sure that the defenders at this point are just going to be hiding, playing the time, trying to keep themselves alive. That is 1 versus 3. He doesn't know he's in the window. I'm not sure what just happened. Magnet just held his position. He was pretending to be the alibi. He's waiting. Magnet needs to stop doing this. He needs to stop doing this to Norarengo. I've never seen the likes.
Oh, is that a horrible question? Do you shoot it just in case, or do you leave it though, right?
I mean, that is a 200 IQ play from Magnet. You very rarely see a Prisma successfully replicated, successfully pretend to. It's just that doesn't happen. I really feel for Mario. He deserved the clutch there. 3 fantastic kills from him. What a display of skill out of the Norarengo player. But Magnet is giving us some real laughs today.
My word, he is. Just goes to show there are definitely creative ways of using alibis. Imagine if he'd looked over the window though and looked down to try and see the metal bar and then realised there was no metal bar and Magnet just shot him in the face or something in response. It would have been absolutely comical. It's been Magnet getting all the laughs so far in this series on Villa, holding just outside 3, waiting for 2 members to stack up and then killing them both. On this one, it's the alibi base. He tried to do it on Bank as well, just didn't really have the same success. At least this time round, things worked out a lot better for him. So on to Fnatic then. Round number 4, and as mentioned, back upstairs as we would have expected, regardless of a win or a loss in that round. Let's see how this one plays out for them. If you recall, last time round it was that cheeky flank from a mute coming across from playing Armory Archives, down over across the west balcony into security, and then rotating around to 90 and catching out the last remaining member of Norarengo. There's been a couple of rounds now where Norarengo have had 1 left alive, and Fnatic have just found a creative way to deal with the problem. Some more creative and unique than others, for sure, but the same outcome. Fnatic are the round winners.
That is it. At the moment, I think Fnatic have won more rounds. I could be wrong in that. I'm just doing some quick math in my head. But the only thing that matters is who's won what maps. Fnatic won the first one out on Bank. Norarengo managed to win the second on Villa. So that then leaves us 1 each, with Fnatic taking the overall lead here by leading 2-1 rounds on Border. But both teams now starting to really get down to it and trying to get the win in the bag here. You know, ultimately, yeah, we're here for a bit of fun. We are here to support the charity from the air as well. If you can, of course, do feel free to hit !donate there in the chat, and that will give you all the details of how you can contribute to that great scheme that is being run, that great charity helping around the world with the pandemic COVID-19 response as best they.
Plus €50,000 donation already going to them as well. Very worthwhile cause, as mentioned by Ace there. It's like he should be a salesman for them. He does a good job of selling what they do very, very well, and it's all fantastic for helping around the world. Now then, let's see how this round plays out. It's time to look towards office, so rather than a focus in towards security side, this time round it's instead towards the east, as Ace very smartly pointed out earlier on. We start down towards the top left or the top right. And this time round, Shin is going to try and make something happen on 90, but Fnatic are all too aware.
All too aware indeed, and Aces once again. How many times have we seen that from him today? Just coming in clutch with a couple of kills in a difficult area and shutting down a push like that. Neofighter gets 1 onto Taku, but Papilia will get 1 onto Aces, closing him down and taking the Doc out of the game. We can see gunfights left, right and centre, and that's what we predicted coming into this one. We knew that these two teams were going to get thrown head to head together here on Border, and Crazy Papillion and Papilia are not scared of going head to head as they managed to rein in a couple of kills at the very end of the round there to shut things down and put another one on the board for Norarengo. And this one, as I suggested, is just going back and forth. We are 2 each now, and I see this one going the distance all the way to overtime, and I know we all want it. We all want the excitement of those final rounds.
The 2-2, it feels like that might be the general direction it's trending in, unless when the half switches over, things change massively. Ace, get yourself your tissues out, mate. Need to wipe away that sweaty brow you're developing. Seeing Magnet being the one this time round going over to playing the Frost. I don't believe he was the one playing it recently, but clearly changed as he's now opted to switch away from that. Kavira being brought along, and Magnet's going for the bait once again. Yes! This is what I live to see now. Magnet and Alibi. If this doesn't happen at some point, SI or a major, I'll be very disappointed.
See, this is the thing, isn't it? You know, some players, I'm not saying that Magnet is lucky, he's very skillful, but some players do just seem to have a little bit of luck on their side. If I was to try, and many of you at home were to try, and impersonate an Alibi Prisma like that, I just seem to get insta-headshotted every time. It's like they can see straight through my guys, and there I go, out of the round. But nope. Magnet just holds his position in the window, and I personally hope it's something that we see him try again. It's very entertaining when it does come off.
5 seconds
Some of the things that wish to make work. I think the infamous one is the main lobby on Coastline. And you line 3 or 4 of them up behind the button. You stand behind it as well. Which interesting placement.
That's not quite the placement that he was looking for. The Prisma isn't able to open, for starters. No. It's landed where it can't open. But generally, he was looking for the first He landed on the second further roof. If you get it on the first roof, it's very... I don't know that it's impossible to clear out. I don't know how utility factors into it without a grenade, but it's at least extremely difficult to clear out, and it just leaves that Prisma activated outside warning on the attacker's screen. It's just a bit of a distraction for the eye throughout the round, but he didn't manage to achieve that, so it'll be wasted up on the roof. Opening with a kill onto it. Does not quite seeing the success that he did out on Villa. Currently 4 and 3, still hitting his shots, but coming in 21 and 5. He was certainly hot on Villa, but he hasn't managed to replicate that form just yet. But we can see the attacking push is starting to build here, fighting over that CCTV control, fighting over the east stairs, trying to get themselves established as best we can. You can see the Caveira is off on the map as well. We've had some interesting Caveira moments. We had a very near interrogation on Villa, and I think you and I both would like to see a successful one.
Bomb located by attackers.
It's the dream, isn't it, really? We almost had one. Almost, and it would have been the first ever at air quotes competitive level of siege onto the Zofia Elite skin. But it wasn't to be. It didn't happen. In the same way, Fnatic, this round is not much going to happen. It's looking shaky so far, but with one kill being traded back, made that 2 total kills actually now, so suddenly everything is coming out. Cast a curse strikes again. 3 and 3, and ironically the Jackal is one of the ones to go down there, leaving the Hibana with the hard breach, the Thatcher and the Zofia. So some good utility still left on side here if they want to be employing it. And you're trying to deal with Magnet on that pesky alibi, the Caveira from Lusty, and Neophyter here on the Jaeger as well.
So we get a kill coming in from Saku8 there onto Magnet. That will take the pesky alibi off the board. There's nothing to worry about any further. Shin is getting down, but Neophyter gets caught in an animation of throwing a utility there, and it's able to get in and get a double. So that now leaves 1 versus 1 effectively. He does have Neophyter down and will finish him off. Has the diffuser in hand. He's just got the Caveira, but he won't be prepared. Coming round the corner. Is he going to do it to him? He's going to do it to him. Of course, there's the interrogation that we wanted to see. Unfortunately, it will be the end of the round and it won't reveal any positions. The Zofia not dying, of course, because of that last stand ability that would have allowed him to pick himself up. But the Caveira is on hand and the Zofia just a little bit unprepared there. I think Neophyter coming round that corner and just not quite ready there. Sorry, no, Neophyter was perfectly ready. It was Zofia coming round the corner, who just wasn't in the ADS, was just caught out in the middle of movement there, and the round is finished off in the favour of Fnatic.
Wasn't expecting a Caveira to come creeping up 90 down the corridor and into office, that's for sure. I think he was expecting maybe a longer term rotation down up to east stairs, or was hoping that he'd push instead through metal, but not to be the case as we all observed. And that gives the round across to the side of Fnatic. So, now into the next round. Norarengo, you know, are starting to take things seriously when you see a Monty put on the board. As I mentioned earlier on, in the series last year, in the final round of both maps, Bank and Villa, Monty was the big play for them, just causing so much upset, giving such a headache over to the other side. There was very little they could do to stop him marching his way forward and going for a plant. I believe they stopped it once on Bank, that was earlier on when we first saw it. But outside of that, he was a real terror in those closing 2 rounds. Let's see if it's the same case here, or if the many C4s we have deal with it, hopefully from below, as you have the pulse to play downstairs if desired. Say play downstairs, you can't play downstairs because we are down. I'm curious to know if maybe his plan actually is to play on site and look to catch a C4 upstairs when someone tries to take over CCTV.
Bomb located
Time
by
will tell,
attackers.
but that is the expectation.
I mean, it can still be, invaluable. It's just that level of information, as you say. If he can remain active upstairs, he's still got plenty of option to shoot down through the floorboards. We can see there, Lusty. It's a big ask. I'm going to be honest with you, Lusty. Hitting a shot on a spawn peak with the Caveira pistol from that distance is headshot only. And that is a big ask, of one that will not be answered this time around. But 30 seconds into the round, we can see that Norarengo once again are making no shakes about getting in towards it. How about this from the Caveira? Will we get the pistol down? Yes, will we get the external interrogation? Surely not. Lusty! Huge play onto Papilia, and that will reveal the location. And here comes the defenders trying to take advantage. Norarengo got him powering behind the Monty, but Saku will get caught out as he peeks round, and that now leaves us 5 versus 3. The Monty being chased down, but Merio will shut down the rush. slightly with a kill onto Aces. Out come the impact grenades from the Caveira, and that now leaves us 4 versus 3. And I feel like Norarengo have just got away with that a little bit.
Just a little bit there. Managed to recover in this round back. Very nice for themselves. I was going to say the Monty's on no HP, but a headshot regardless. Doesn't matter what HP that he's on there. Rizraz brings him down. And where have we seen this before? Shin left as the last man left alive on the Thatcher with it all to do. I think earlier on he found 1 kill and then died off immediately after that. Currently facing off against Rizraz down the long corridor here to the backside of 90. Now trying to find his way downstairs in towards this corridor. With a pulse on side, they should have no problem finding out where he's tracking him, but no need. This Magnet already has found his way outside and gets the headshot. Another round going over to the side of Fnatic.
They are starting to get the heads up now and get running, but we will see if that continues once these sides switch over. Fnatic now heading on to the attack. Can they maintain that momentum? Can they keep pushing themselves towards the win here in this Rainbow Six Classics match from the APAC region? This, of course, very same matchup was played out at Six Invitational 2019, the first game on stage of the whole event, and it was an absolute cracker, but we saw Norarengo take it 2-0 on the day, and Norarengo were the sort of sweethearts of the tournament that year, much as Fnatic were this year in 2020. They really had the neutral rooting for them as well as their own fans, and there was a big following sort of urging Norarengo on, and unfortunately they fell to Empire in the semi-final, but I think they just met them at the wrong time. Empire were very strong and put up a very good fight, ultimately against G2 in the final, but were not quite successful.
It was an interesting year, and then look how much things have changed between SI 2019 and SI 2020.
Bomb located by attackers.
Almost a complete transformation in terms of the power rankings. Empire not the team that they once were. Previous finalists losing 3-0 to G2. G2 even having a, by their standards, arguably questionable performance that gave rise to different teams, and it's been a wild year. I have no doubt with the changing format, we'll see even more teams step into the forum rising to the top before SI 20. I can't believe that's 9 months away. I wish it were tomorrow.
I wish it were tomorrow, but fear not.
I thought it was Magnet for a second. I was going to say, don't tell me he's found another spot.
Fear not, the Six Invitational is racing round, and with all the exciting Siege that we've got on the cards, all the new league structures, all the new regions that have been set up, it is going to be an exciting finish to the second half of this year, and it's really going to power us forward, and I, for one, absolutely cannot wait for Six Invitational 2021, because I'm sure it is going to be an absolute unbelievable celebration of Siege over the year that we are having and living right now, and it is very exciting. But we can see an exciting moment here as Aces jumps in and manages to get the kill on Temerio. We have a major push coming through the Archives window, which unfortunately it's a hazard of the job when you push like that you might hit a team kill, but the defensive will go down. Aces will be caught on his way out by Shin, but there are 2 now out on the air conditioning units, and it's going to be difficult for Norarengo to get in and disable this planted diffusal. You can see Rizraz is putting that Zephyr LMG to maximum effect there and just raining shots in through the window. Will return fire as well. This is crazy. We can see the Finker boost coming in to bolster that HP. Neofighter with a kill. All to do and too little too late for Shin, as Riz was a round and a half.
I think more bullets were fired in the last 30 seconds of that round than have been fired in the whole best of 3 so far.
All I remember about that round is the sound of Zephyr's gun.
Just
through the whole thing.
Not even Zephyr, a lot of it was Finker's, wasn't it, as well? Because she was the one at the window.
Both of them, they both had the LMGs.
Because Lusty got the team kill, I was like, no.
They were just alternating.
But you smoke, you go for that. You can't hear where the sound's coming from, so you can try and pre-fire as many corners as you want if you really fancy running into a line of fire. Well played by Fnatic. That's team play. That's Siege at its highest. Someone's going for a plant, one smoking off, the other is spraying down gunfire. Took all 3 to execute to perfection. I say perfection, a team kill not coming through would have helped. But either way, it resulted in a round win. 5-2 now for the side of Fnatic. They are 2 rounds away from taking this best of 3 and correcting what must have felt to them like a great wrong at SI 2019 last year.
They are edging their way now to being the victors and taking all of those bragging rights away with them. Of course, important to remember, as me and Des discussed earlier, just before the Classics got started, we do have that new APAC formats coming out, and in the APAC North, we are going to have Norengo and Fnatic both competing in there, I believe. So, you know, this could well be, as I said, it's just an early little bit of, you know, mental games as well. Who comes out on top? I'm sure the players won't take too much away from it. There's been a lot of fun had, and I'm sure that they will be playing considerably differently come June 23rd when the competitive side of things gets underway. But can see to take every small advantage. Sure that Fnatic will be more than happy to try and close this one out here on border.
Let's see if they can do just that. A bit more of a conventional lineup coming out of them here as well. No Thatcher on side. You have to deal with Mary from below. That means using things like the Sophia or run out comes through. And Neophyte manages to find that kill. Now gone. So critical for execution onto these sides on the side of Fnatic, removed by Shin, who I imagine at the time that he managed to get to that side to be able to fight against Gather down, was already being exposed. Good couple of shots coming through, immediately putting Fnatic to a disadvantage. Top bridge is coming in, boys.
There we go, IQ flies into sight and will get a kill. Great stuff from Rizraz. However, Shin had just got another to his name. Prior to that, we get a quick trade coming in, and that now leaves us in a 3 versus 2 diffuser going down. How about that for a successful play from Rizraz? Just hot breaches the sandwich window straight round the lockers and gets a successful plant down. The difficulty he's going to have now is that he is locked in position. We can see here comes the run out for that sandwich window repel, just conscious of any potential claymores. Rusty and Rizraz getting one each, and that now leaves Shin with it all to do. If anybody can achieve it, surely it is Shin. He's going to move himself upstairs. He has got very little time here, has to avoid the metal detector, and as he goes towards the window, Rizraz will shut him down. Rizraz, the superstar of that round, taking matters into his own hands, hot reaching that window, getting the diffuser down, and the final kill. It was all about
clean and clinical. Hot breach there being used to great effect, as you say, even charging into a friendly Zofia. Grismart charge there. A lifeline, not the most ideal, but it still results in a round win. Just like last round, team kill came through. This round it was friendly utility being used against each other, but they still turn the whole round into a victory. That puts them at 6-2. And now you know they want it. Bringing along not just the Blitz, but the Finker to boost it along as well. This is going to be another very fast round coming out of Fnatic.
I can imagine that it will be the old Finker boost onto the Blitz. Not as scary as it once was. I'm sure there's a few of you out there that remember when Blitz got very short, in a very short time frame, boosted up to a 3 speed and could run with his shield. That was terrifying, but not anymore. Much more balanced now, and we don't see anywhere near as much Blitz play as we have done maybe in previous years. I remember we've had some very good Blitz players over the years. It's interesting to think about. The one that springs to mind for me particularly would have to be Julio out in the LATAM region. Big fan of his Blitz play at one point. Used to use it on a awesome roam clear. I remember seeing him do it on Consulate quite a few times. He'd go straight into top floor, through the connector window quite often, and just roam clear from there entirely all the way down the map. And it was a sight to behold, it really was. But those days are slightly gone, and we don't see as much Blitz action, but we're certainly going to see some now as Lustig looks to Finker boost that Blitz to success here.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
Excited to do the game plan. Nothing too explosive to begin. Starting south, got to get to the building very first and hope there are no runouts once again coming out of the side of Norengo. It's caught them out quite a few times so far. Much to their joy, I'm sure there is nothing yet to be seen. They may want to take over control of this west balcony and go for a push straight inside as soon as it opens, using that boost as you mentioned before. But there is a mirror window on side right here. Good time to charge away, flattening it out as well. Try and make this one an aggressive push in. They're going to go for it right here as well. That mirror window is now open. They have more angles to play around with, and they even managed to find a couple of kills. The double kill for Aces. Shin finally gets one back, but it's already into a 1 versus 3. The plants are coming down. There's nothing they can do to stop this one. Neophyte is up to his face. This time round, the series goes the way of Fnatic, and that is a correction in history that in their books never should have been. Norengo falling down, but what an entertaining 3 maps we've had, Ace.
What an absolute start to the day that was for us here in EU. I know a lot of our audience will be out there in the APAC region, and I hope it's been a great end to your day. You know, seeing that match open up. Don't go anywhere, of course. We've got another one coming up for you, which I'm sure will be just as entertaining, but that one was an absolute classic in itself, let alone replaying the classic Neophyter at the end there. How about that? Just really toying with Fnatic when the mirror was left and just getting, as you said, right up there in his face, taking those hip fire shots until he finished things off.
all using things coming out of today, I think, from Magnet making the best use of Alibi I've seen in quite a long time, to rushes, spawn peaks, you name it. I think we got to see it all except for the Nomad knife rounds, as we mentioned, because Nomad was banned in this game. That concludes, though, best of 3. Really good fun, as I mentioned. That means the next one we come into will be Wildcard coming up against Giants. That is only a best of 1. I believe it's on Clubhouse as well as a replay of the Season 10 finals. We'll come on to that one in just a short while. Some of the replays playing here right now, this map. What has been your favourite moments of this whole best of 3 tip?
I've much appreciated Magnet's efforts at remaining undetected. The Alibi Prisma bait out of the window, that was fantastic. And then let's not forget the bandit on Villa, where he just stood quietly in the corner and waited for more moths to come to the flame until he leapt into action and got himself a couple of kills. Magnet has been a real sportsman. He's been a lot of fun today. Yeah, I've enjoyed Magnet's play.
Enjoyed all of it, to be fair. Magnet has definitely proved the troublemaker, the monkey, should we say, in that
the
whole
Joker.
game there. The Joker. I guess you can call him that, although he wasn't joking when he was getting kills on people as a result, was he? Took it very serious at the end of the performance, that much is for sure. I mean, we said at the very start of this coming into Bank, with the way that Fnatic were coming out, they were looking like the most dominant team, and we were saying a lot has changed since SI 2019. They are a team that came to SI 2020 and gave an incredible run, won the hearts of the world. Norengo, a little bit quiet, still with a couple of changes coming through to their roster. Once they settle on that, it'll be very interesting to see how competitive the APAC region can really get.
I think it's going to get extremely competitive. We say this coming into every major tournament. APAC almost gets overlooked a lot of the time, but you look through history and those APAC teams are in quarter and semi-finals almost every single time, and they really should not be written off. You know, I've spent a lot of time talking to Dev Marto, who knows an awful lot about the region, and you know, it really is a very dedicated region with a lot of highly skilled players, and we've just seen that over the last 3 maps, and I am developing not just this year but year on year as we see this program develop in the APAC region with teams coming through from the national level, whether it be in the North or South Division. I am certain that we're going to see a lot of opportunities for maybe lesser known players, unknown players to us right now, to come through and make a real impact.
It's going to be very exciting to see. However, we still have one more game for you. As we mentioned earlier on, Wildcard versus Giants is a replay of the Season 10 finals. It's a best of 1. So before we round out this celebration of all things Siege with this Classic and the announcement of the APAC format, we'll go to a quick break. Make sure you stick around to watch that one, and do be sure to donate once again to MSF if you get the opportunity. ! MSF in the chat for all the details. Everything you can give is appreciated, and we'll see you guys in a few minutes' time after this short break.
There's Gio just waiting. He doesn't pull the trigger. He sees it. He pops up. Oh no, Gio, you gotta hit your shots. Young will be the last one left. He was so important for FaZe. He turns his back. He's got the pistol, but Shepard will deny the comeback from EG on that round. Catch the Maestro off guard. The Maestro looks the wrong way. Will be able to win the fight. No, Gio does. This will prompt Dan to have to do double duty. And NVK will watch as Gio goes for the plant. The sound cue will give Dan the information. Oh, he takes one down.
Oh!
And rise as you crown a new champion here in Milan.
Now he's going to deal with the player upstairs, and this is not going to be an easy factor at all. He does not have the Nitros to confirm the easy kill. Oh, what is this? There's no way that Leon's going to be able to read into this. Maybe he has. No, he's noticed it. The nade goes in. It's going to impact. It should connect, but no, not in time. Just a moment too late. And Empire, 3 billion IQ from Scyther to clutch out the round. Word for Opper and then the Russian word for insane or something along those lines combined.
I did not know that.
Yeah, it's really interesting because he was big time Opper back in games he used to play. Oh, really good ace there from Joystick, and I mean, there's not really much else to say about that round. He ran around the map and he killed a bunch of people. Though, is Empire well set up to counter this push?
Joystick still not aware of where anybody is. But 2 kills, 3 for Shepard, and the Empire strikes back. They will take the Raleigh Major, and disbelief how quickly it comes back where it all began for Empire. one of the most memorable maps that we've ever seen.
Jonas eliminated. Looks like your predictions are about to come true, Devin. Oh, and here's another for Joystick as he flicks onto Shate. I don't know why they keep up this whole road play. What are you doing?
He's gonna walk down the stairs of death.
And another one! Oh, Joystick, the flawless round!
That from Immerin. Looking for the bullet holes. Nello will get one though as Dirtbay peeks on up, but everyone's stacking by the approach for Nello. No utility left. Diffuser in hand in a 1v3 in the midst of a crossfire. Gets one on a Diesel and a second one on Immerin. Are you kidding me? The 1v4! Na'Vi up 2-0!
One is being tracked as well in Dark Zero between a rock and a hard place. Is this over? 2v3, Kedru finds one, and Hyper is there. Na'Vi just need a couple more seconds, and it's done! The lads have done it! From Challenger League to Champions! The Na'Vi Nation will lift the trophy high here in Japan. Europe will keep the trophy on their soil. It's a quick 2-0.
Only 20 seconds left for that plant. It's a stick from Rafael, so a one-on-one effectively here. Psycho wins it! And now another one-on-one as Rafael's in the post plant. There it is, though! Psycho
way!
4K! And Ninjas in Pajamas! The 7-4! Taking the map and the series!
The clock almost at half. Spam marks from Kamikaze. A pre-fire will come in, thinking nade on 1 HP. Will the Thermite be able to clutch? No! Plenty of time! No match point for Ninjas in Pajamas. Thinking nade, he'll get it. Space Station with the round. Rampy down below, will he be able to stop this in time? He has an impact grenade! There it is! Ground control to Major Tom. We've got ourselves a series. Match point for Space Station. Julie need to stop this. Musi takes out Bosco, down he goes, and it's Musi, the new member in a 1v4 with Diffuser down. Everything is on the line. The most critical moment in Musi's career with SSG 30 seconds away. They need to find one person. That's it. He'll head in towards Archives and get caught. The hammer heads into orbit, but it's home once again is North America. Space Station Gaming are your world champions.
An absolutely massive win for SSG. A series that went in favor of NIP for the first two maps, and a huge swing back for Space Station.
Signing up to Faceit is quick and easy. Head over to faceit.com, click on Create Account, and enter your email. Fill in your personal information, including your Faceit nickname, and continue to finish creating your account. You can then select which games you want to play on Faceit. Simply click on Rainbow Six and enter your username. You can find Rainbow Six under Games on the left side of your Faceit page. This is where any games you choose to access will always be displayed. Click on this to head to the game dashboard. This is where you can access all things Rainbow Six. You can check out competitions, join and discover hubs, view rankings, and access new Rainbow Six content, from featured streamers to the latest clips. Navigate to all tournaments by clicking on competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard. Here, you can discover upcoming tournaments such as the European Open Clash, alongside their game mode, prize money, and number of signups. Alternatively, you can also join a tournament via an invite link, or discover more tournaments using the search bar. Head to the tournament page and click Join Tournament on the right of your screen. Depending on when you join the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date closer to the tournament start time. This information is displayed clearly on the tournament page, alongside the rulebook. The Rules tab also contains additional information about the competition, from the format and structure to the prize pool and game settings. All this and more can be found under this tab. Once you've done this, you're all signed up and ready to compete. This tournament will appear under the Tournament tab on the left, so you can easily come back and check the tournament start time, teams, and standings. If you want a quick overview of tournament information, such as format, prize pool, and structure, this can be found in the Overview tab, the main landing page when clicking on any tournament. If you want to join a Rainbow Six specific hub, you can do so via competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard and discover a variety of different hubs. Alternatively, you can also search for hubs by using the search bar at the very top of your page. Just like tournaments, once you've joined your chosen hub, it will appear on the left, this time under the Hubs tab. Each hub contains its own chat, leaderboard, match history, and members list, among other features, where you can interact and engage with other like-minded players. To play, simply click the play button in the top right of the page. Once you've joined the queue, a number will be displayed alongside it, which indicates the number of players also in the queue with you. You can also use the chat feature to alert other members of the hub that you're starting a queue, or if you need more players to join. You can easily create your own hubs to bring together a group of players with the same shared interest, whether that be a group of friends, players from your city, country or region, or competitors from your school or workplace. You can configure your hub to suit your preferred settings and invite other FACEIT players to join. Get started and sign up now at faceit.com.
Hey guys, welcome back to the APAC R6 Classic. We have just rounded up a brilliant best of 3 between Fnatic and Norarengo. It was a very entertaining series, and it turns out that map of border that we never got to see would have been a banger because it was in that series just a second ago. With things all rounded up though, it is now time for our final game. It is a best of 1, this time coming up between Wildcard and Giants, who back at the time for the Season 10 finals were known as Aerowolf. So they will be playing under that banner, air quotes, but you're going to see Giants attached to all of their names. It's a very interesting transition, but no doubt going to be a very good game. And I believe, Tim, it's played on Clubhouse, if I'm correct.
It is going to be played on Clubhouse. That is the first map that was played out in the APAC Season 10 finals. It finished 7-4 in favour of Aero on the day. They went on to Bank, where Wildcard won 7-2, and then the whole thing finished off with an Aerowolf victory overall on Villa. So I'm sure both teams, Wildcard especially, making a few wrongs and maybe walk away with the title today.
I think a lot of people look at Wildcard and kind of, they don't put them on the same tier as a lot of top teams. But what you need to remember at tournaments like Tokoname, for example, they were one round away, literally one round away from beating Na'Vi, who went on to win the whole thing. I think it was actually Clubhouse's the final map that ended 8-7 to Na'Vi. So it just goes to show to take seriously, and just because they lost the last time round doesn't mean they won't this time round, with things now changing as they have. So when we get into that one, it'll be very interesting to see how things play out. Worth talking through as well, Tim, what players are playing in this fixture compared to what we've seen previously, or is everything exactly the same?
We've got a few changes. I'm pretty sure I'll get most of this right, but Derpy and Neofighter have moved off the wildcard roster since they were there, but I believe Neofighter might just be joining us again, Des.
Wouldn't that be wonderful?
We've already seen him in one fixture. He may well just be back for the wildcard side.
The man loves some Siege. What can I say? And if you love Siege, I think it's most important, of course, that we get to know the real history between these two teams beyond just Season 10. Let's take a look at that video now.
Situation. Ethan is very low, and so far, health-wise, Aerowolf are on the advantage. 15 seconds though left. There needs to be something happening. Ysera picks up a kill into Derpy, as well as now it's a 2v3 situation.
Oh,
no! Team kills. 1v2 situation. 2 seconds on the clock. Atletico might actually get that win, as the plant might be going down. There's the shotgun. There's the play from Todd. Oh my goodness. Still going for a couple of pre-fires. Atletico backed off. A nice flick by Luna Metal. The plant didn't go down, as Derpy from the right side manages to get the kill. Now Hysterics needs to get, he does manages to get the kill. What is happening? How is Atletico losing all of this? Ethan, on a slither of health, needs to reposition himself, but the plant might actually, the diffuser might start to get diffused.
Lunametal knows that the most vulnerable position while he's defusing is going to be from admin office, but Ethan's not there. Hysterics is the man to hold it, and he does just that! Aerowolf are going to go to the semi-finals! TCS. G12 is a great weapon for it, but Hysterics on the peak, he gets 2. Tempted refrags from Wildcard, but it's all a collapse for Aerowolf. Derp, what have you got to show for us? Because there's 5 angry Singaporean players ready to peek onto you. They're not even going to play it smart. They'll just come in and take what's yours. Now the Derp Air does find the one. That's the Hibana player. Sophia goes for the peek. Ethan can find 2 on the flank. You need to take these fights with your trusty rifle, but they're planting the diffuser and you have to keep going. You can find another one here. 3 more. I certainly think you know how to count. First 2 kills done and dusted. Now Wildcard. They're the pressure. He needs to make this play work. Don't do that. He can find 2 players, but there's 1 more left. There's no way he can make this happen. No way he can get to the diffuser in time. And that diffuser goes down. Can he find this kill? No, he can't land enough shots, but one of them's down. Are they both down? Could this be it? In fact, it is. Don't sleep on Singapore. The gates are closing. They're going global. And Aerowolf are the champions of the Asia Pacific Pro League.
Truly what you said yesterday, from gatekeepers to gate crashers. Look at them, standing tall, standing proud, from Singapore to Australia, to Japan, to Montreal.
Fair to say, Tim, lots of history between these two teams. When you look back over those fixtures we saw just then, the number of times they've kind of danced around each other, and then it came to Season X and the way things played out there. Luna Metal is a name that just seems to follow me everywhere I go in Siege. I don't know why. Get told the guy's a Monty guard, then he's clutching the final game against his opponents. Like, what more could you ask for from a team captain, if nothing else?
He's an extremely good player, and one thing that a lot of people might not realise, I've spoken a few times today about the APAC region and its history and how dedicated the players are. You've got to remember, 2 of the now giants, the Aerowolf roster at the time, Isera and Luna Metal, were both at the first 6 Invitational, part of Team Envy back in 2017. They have been around since the beginning, and they have been at all those big moments. So, these are players that really stuck around him and have also got a lot of experience.
They absolutely have. And of course, let's mention again, this is a best of 1 we're playing here rather than a best of 3. It's not a repeat of the full final like you saw just a second ago. It's going to be that first map of Clubhouse that we're playing on. And you mentioned that video as well. Neophyte making a second return, most likely by the sounds of it. So finished playing a best of 3 with Fnatic. Goes, all right, guys, see you in a bit. Hello, other team. How's it going? And now playing in this matchup as well. Go figure.
He's going to be warm. That's got to be for sure, hasn't it?
He's not ready for this one now. Shoulders are pumped.
Yeah,
Fingers are warmed up and ready to click some heads. What more could you ask for from a player?
Nothing. You can ask for nothing more than clicking heads. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to this one. I'm looking forward to seeing how Clubhouse plays out again. Last time around, it was a tough day for Wildcard on Clubhouse. They are a team that are well known for doing the basics very well, strong foundations. They don't often make many mistakes, very methodical. They have some good aggression at times, but yeah, they're very, 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 very solid as a team. But on the day on Clubhouse, I watched it back yesterday and they just struggled a little bit. So, we need to see them come out and just avoid those little mistakes, little errors. It snowballed a bit on the day.
It did a little bit, and speaking of Wildcard, here's a nice little video for you at the same time. Worth noting that they're banned last time round. They banned away that Monty because, as we mentioned a few times now, Luna Metal, very well renowned as one of the Monty players in the world, alongside players like Pengu, Psycho, another one of the players that springs to mind when I think of them as well. Just knowing how aggressive he can be on that alongside those other 2 players just gives a bit of credence to the fact that he will be target banned most likely, and even in this game, likely to be exactly the same story. We've seen teams take control of Catwalk on Clubhouse very effectively using a Monty, and I wouldn't expect it to be any other way coming into this one. One worth most noting as well, and maybe going through very quickly, Tim, is the operators that are available in this fixture. It's not the same timeline as SI 2019, so there were a few more patches that came out, but we are still missing a few operators.
We are missing 1 or 2, but certainly not very many now, as we were back in October 19, so there's only been a couple of patches since. Top of my head, I think we will be without Amaru, without Goyo, without Iana, without Oryx. Other than that, everybody else should be fair. Oh, Kali and Wamai will still be out of things. Shifting tides hadn't happened at that point. So Other than that, we will have everybody available on the field. So we will have Gridlock and Mozzie back available, and we will also have Nomad and Kaid available. So we're going to see, no doubt, some presence from those guys. But yeah, it's going to be a fantastic one, I'm sure. Wildcard, another interesting team. We've just seen their video there. You know, again, they're another team. I think a lot of people saw them going to Tokonami, heard the name Wildcard. They'd only taken over the roster in the September before, and they thought that they were relatively new to the scene. Maybe the rest of the world didn't have a full understanding of that team. But this is a team, again, that has been around since the beginning. They were there for the formation of the APAC League. They were known as Atletico. They were with them for 2 years, and then they broke away in, I think it was about March, 2019, and then were picked up by Wildcard in the September. So, you know, this is another team with a lot of experience.
It absolutely is. And again, it's one of those names that people place them as a team that's below others, but they absolutely aren't. They are always fighting at this top level. And I, for one, am really excited to see how this plays out. I believe we've also got a quick video to show you as well of Aero Wolf to get an idea of what their roster looks like now as well, what their brief history and changes are going through as well. So let's have a bit more of a chat about them. We've mentioned Luna Metal an awful lot and plugged him a number of times, but let's not forget there are players like Speakeasy on side, Asterix is on there as well, Ysera's there. I believe they were Mentalist was on the team at the time as well. Now, of course, Fnatic. I think Jordan is stepping in for him in the fixture, I want to say.
Yes, I believe Jordan will be in for Mentalist. But other than that, like you said, as you look across the team, it's been a consistent roster, if nothing else. Hysterics, Luna Metal, Speakeasy, Sarah, all very, very common names, not just in the APAC region, but around the world of Siege. And that is for very good reason, because we are looking again at another highly skilled and highly dedicated team here. They really do work hard. We saw them at SI 2020. I feel they were a little bit unfortunate there. They came away without a win, but I know, and a lot of people know, that this roster has got a lot more to offer than we've maybe seen at those big events.
It's great as well because they're still stuck together as a roster, and you can see that in what it said about Wildcard as well. Like, re-sign with a bit of a rebuild on the go, but most of these players are still with the team that were with them previously. Airwolf, now Giants, very much looking the same as well, of course, under the new banner of Giants Gaming, as the world will now know them. And that was quite an interesting transition at the time as well. Giants moving from EU out to APAC. We saw Fnatic moving out there, of course, with the acquisition of Mindfreak a good couple of years ago now. It does go to show there is a lot of interest going on in APAC right now. It is one of these regions that is starting to develop and really grow. We mentioned it back at the start of the stream, about the reveal. These changes that are coming in give a lot of rise to teams from APAC to really come onto the worldwide stage, because for the longest time, the conversation has been, when are APAC going to catch up? When are they going to be able to compete? They always have been competing, just not quite into the grand finals of things like the Sixth Invite, but this is their opportunity using this new support network. If you go on Twitter, look at Dizzle's Twitter, for example, he'll sit there and say to you very clearly, we are ecstatic about the growth of the region. We know what this is going to lead to, and it is only good things for every single country, every single team, and every single player that is part of the APAC community.
I think it's fantastic, you know, looking at the opportunities that we're going to give rise to and the potential for new teams, new players that we've never really seen before coming through. You know, we've already commented on it, this new structure that particularly the South Asia area, where it allows online qualifiers all the way through to those APAC League playoffs within a single season. It is possible to do that. I think we're going to have some real breakout talent in that area.
I agree. It's going to be really exciting to see. We'll be getting into the game in just a second as well, to squaring away a couple of things before we get this one started. In terms of the kind of time itself, Tokonami Season X wasn't that long ago when you think about it. It didn't really feel that since SI there have been any of the big step-ups. That was what we remember back in December, of course, for Na'Vi. The big question coming into SI was, can they have a repeat of that? And for these two teams, I'd say not a whole ton has changed in 6 months. A lot of the things are still the same. So this might actually turn out to be the closest of the two show matches that we've had today, and even across the EU reveal and the APAC as well, the closest of all the matches that we'll see to what the previous result was, that is.
I think we don't always look long enough term for the esports teams. You know, really, you've got to understand that coming into the Invitational, particularly this year, for both of these teams, it was a breakout performance. They've gone through the APAC League for the first time and really started pushing and getting themselves there, you know, overtaking the Cloud9s, the Cyclops, Nora Rengo, Fnatic, so many big names there that they've managed to maneuver their way past and get themselves to the biggest stage. So really, you know, we've got to give these rosters time to grow as well, time to cement themselves, time to use experience and to develop, and that's exactly the process that these guys are in. And I, for one, am extremely excited about watching them coming into this new APAC season, because on the back of what they've learnt from SI, look at Giants, they've got a coach involved. Gig was there just in time for SI. Came through from, obviously played at Na'Vi, at Tokonami, was the coach there, and then has picked up and moved across the Giants. So that experience is starting to spread around the world. It's becoming more and more viable, and it's becoming a smaller scene, but a much bigger one at the same time, in terms of how we're seeing. I think we've just seen, obviously, Krapel move across as well.
Yep.
So it's really fantastic to see. It really is.
It absolutely is. You know what else is fantastic to see? The game. Let's get ready to jump into it, ladies and gents. And this one's going to be an absolute banger. So here we go. It's time. It's Clubhouse. One of my favorite maps in the game still to this date. I think everyone's got an opinion on what their favorite maps turn out to be, which maps are good, which are bad. Personally, I know that some dislike Clubhouse because it is very checklist. There's always the same things to do based on the site that you're attacking. I like it for that exact reason, because it all comes down to execution the same way. The border is quite enjoyable. Yes, it plays out very differently, but everyone knows what they've got to do, and it just comes down to who's rehearsed the most, who's prepped the most, and who can execute the best. First ban coming out, and Diesel even asking, what did we ban at the time again? Monty was definitely one of them coming out because they wanted to take it away from Lunar Metal. Absolutely no surprise that it's going to be a repeat ban here as well.
I mean, you probably saw it in the chat there, Isera, as the Monty ban come in, Isera just said next, because I think they were pretty much expecting that one to come out. What happened back, if we look back to the APAC Finals Season 10, particularly in the Nora Rengo game, Aerowolf just had an absolute storm on the Monty, so you're absolutely right, Des. It was a target ban, and it's no wonder to see it happen again, because I'm sure that they would have taken the opportunity. We're going to have Echo off the board there as the second for Aerowolf, and we will have another defender coming in for wildcard now.
Should be the mirror if they're trying to go for an exact replica of how things played out last time. There we go. Perfect ban match to what we saw previously. I'm not sure if they started on the same sides, actually. It's one thing I do need to check, but with how things are shaped up there, this is looking to be a very similar to game what we've seen previously.
Yeah, I think they have this. Aerowolf were on the attack. The half finished 4-2. Basically, what we saw happen was the first few rounds, the first 4 rounds, in fact, were traded back and forth, and it was 2-2 after that point. We saw some really early aggression coming out from Wildcard, and that got them a good few wins in those first couple of rounds. But round 5 and 6, that was the pivotal moment. Aerowolf said, enough now, and they brought some aggression of their own. They really rushed site hard in round 5 and 6. A couple of wins on the bounce, got themselves to 4-2 for the half, and it was pretty much downhill from there on. They won the second half 3-2, 7-4 overall.
And there you go. So let's see how things are going to break out getting into round number 1. No Maverick on side, and I think we've all become very attuned to seeing Maverick. He has become a staple on this map, is probably the best way to describe it, because even when walls get electrified by Kaid or a bandit, for example, you can still get those walls open by burning the hole through until you have essentially a line across the bottom, a line across the top, and become soft. Someone like a Zofia or a Sledge can then very easily destroy that panel, and you're inside the building as if you brought a hard breach. That being taken away, though, is going to orchestrate that we're going to have to see double hard breach in most of these rounds, along with the Thatcher. Outside of that, it's a lot of soft destruction, so the lineup very, very standard what you'd expect here for the attacking side. Over on the other side of things, seeing the mod recording. I mentioned this earlier on, it was banned away in that last series because that was from 6th Invitational 2019, but here it is available for them to use.
And Moss is an operator that I love to see. I feel like he's been a really good introduction into Siege. He's very powerful, but he never really seems to have got to a point where he's sort of annoyingly powerful. He's counterable, he is playable against. Ooh, Speakeasy coming in with a great first kill onto Silex there. Diesel will get one onto Jordan though, so that leaves us 4 versus 4 at this point in time, with a couple of early kills being traded out. I think we're going to see a very similar process to what we've just seen, which is these teams just getting aggressive onto each other. Pat with a kill onto Speakeasy there. 4 versus 3 now inside the first 40 seconds.
not being too mindful of what's coming out behind them there with Pat with that easy kill. And it was a shame for the Zofia, the second of the impact charges, the lifelines connected with the wall, so it didn't destroy the area that would have seen down towards the main stairs and help them net further kills as the round progresses. Still, Giants Gaming are down 3 now at this stage, and it's Wildcard in the commanding position with 4 left alive. You're even seeing the Jaeger still holding upstairs here inside a kitchen. How on earth they held onto this area? This is a lot of work now for the attackers to do, and they've only got the Thatcher and the Hibana left alive.
I've got some news for you, Des. We've got Pat on the Mozzie. Now, I believe Pat is actually from Australia.
There you go.
We've got the Aussie on the Mozzie.
The Aussie on the Mozzie. It's all I've wanted to see all day.
It's all we've wanted. If we cover APAC, we want to see an Aussie on the Mozzie, and we want to see them put them to good use, which Pat has done so far, but will be taken out by Luna there. So Luna is now looking at a 1 versus 3 scenario, make that 1 versus 2 as he absolutely deletes Diesel with a vertical kill there. He has got all the world to achieve this. He has got drones in hand. He's going to get the diffuser. This is possible. Make no mistake. He's going to start putting those drones to use. Maybe get himself a bit of information where he can. He's going to look at the route that he wants to push through. Now, will he find the man in kitchen? That is the question. I think he's aware of his presence there because he was watching that door anymore and just pushes out of the opposite side there before Aluminum Metal can get in and apply any pressure. He's moved through into bar and he's just looking to move away. Probably get himself back to site now, I would imagine, and just play the safe game. There we go. There's the drop. He's going to get down there to support Neo Fighter, and they are just going to look to play time here. But 30 seconds still on the clock. This is more than doable for a player like Luna Metal.
It is, but definitely got to start moving fast now. Looking more towards 20. Push needs to start coming down. He'll go down the main stairs and see what he can find at the long range. They're both there stacking up. That could have been his main light coming out, but just not quite to be the case. And that'd be round number 1 going to the side of Wildcard.
See, I've seen that happen very differently many times in my games, where the last 2 players are stacking up, both trying to chase that kill, and 2 bullets absolutely obliterate them, and you've just lost a 1v2.
Normally the cross angles, when they're set up like that, you'll have one playing, say, here, you'll have one playing in the motor, or even in the wall to the right-hand side of where we saw that final kill coming from. Just spacing out positions so that you're not both about to get mowed down at exactly the same time. But round was won. Who cares? Wildcard, take that round victory. Exactly. 0. Well, all the harm done to Giants and not so much to Wildcard. They're still alive. Now we go to the second round then. Going to return back downstairs once again. Let's see if things can work out a little bit better for them this time around. On the attacking side of things, wasn't the prettiest then.
It wasn't.
I'm somewhat confused.
But we're going to be heading up to CCTV and Cash, see if they can have any more success up there. So, again, if we've got maybe a few newer viewers, anybody who's not seen this site defended before, generally what you're going to be looking to do is defend both the east and west walls as we look at them. So, Neo Fighter and Imoran just reinforcing both of them there. That's the current meta that we tend to see. Round about the time that we saw this game originally played out, I would have suggested that the construction push was less common. It was generally all about that east wall breach and getting garage control. Now we see things done slightly differently. It'll be interesting to see how committed these teams are to playing this game as it would have been at the time, which would have largely been an east side and garage push. But the likelihood is we'll see them push in from both sides, try to open both walls. We've got the Hibana, we've got the Thermite, 2 hot breaches. How about this though? Oh, shots will be missed. Will they hit? No, and that was the Thermite as well, I think, there that could have lost his head, but will live to fight another day. We can see the early aggression coming out from Wildcard there. I said that it was done first time around, and they are looking to gain the same sort of success. But with the Hibana using those pellets on the garage walls, that would suggest that we may not see the push into construction. It might be all about this east wall and garage, and that's going to be a case of just getting those walls open and looking for a plant spot in behind that bomb. You've established that you can force the defenders back into the north side, the cash room there. You're going to force them all back in there, and then you're going to plant down just behind that B bomb there in front of us.
Bomb located by
Speak all about the changes. That's kind of part of the checklist in my mind, is securing this east wall. Hello, decide to hold it and then rotating the rest of the team over. Take Gym and bedroom side. Normally over there quite early. and then look to push from construction at the same time, as you mentioned. I'm very curious to know how many of these site attacks actually end now in a plan to be in the win, or if it turns into kills, because often when pushing from construction, it turns into kills a lot of the time. And Pat is unable to kind of the ball. It will be opened up. And this is now where we should expect to see some members of Giants starting to rotate their way up and over the top into more construction. I think Emerin tried to make a run out happen there, but just not quite to be the case as the Zofia pops him out with the impacts. And that's a nice little advantage on their side as Luna finds a second kill. Feels like maybe he should have lost that one there with Neophyte coming around the corner. Again, playing his second game of the day, you'd think he'd be quite warmed up, but not quite to be the case.
Certainly had every advantage in his favour, but Luna shut him down, but will be taken off the board in return by Pat. So that now finds us in a 3 versus 3 Diesel with an aggressive kill onto the breach there against this era. So that's going to put advantage Wildcard. Wildcard taking all the early momentum here as far as we have seen so far. And I think part of the problem, Des, is, as I said, we're not seeing that construction side push coming out from Giants at the minute. And by not creating that pinch, look how comfortable those defenders are inside there. 2 in cash, 1 on cash stairs. Quite happy to just sit and play their angles and wait for that push to come into. What happens when you push the construction side is it forces those defenders to move around. It forces them to play angles that they don't want to and take them out of their comfort zone. And then you can start orchestrating the movement onto the default spot. As we can see, a couple of kills going in either direction. Jordan doing work there, but he's still 1 versus 2. All to do. He'll get taken out as he tries to move in through that rotation, and it will be silence for Wildcard, proving he can hit them shots as well.
Sailing C4, smoke canisters, you name it. The setup there was very, very intense from Wildcard, dare I say. They had the ones playing downstairs with the C4. The smoke upstairs did get killed before he could pop out the canister, so that's always the risk that you take with throwables. If you're inside a vision line when you're doing so, you do risk being shot, as he obviously then seemed to realise firsthand. Still managing to close things out though and give themselves that second site win. Now going to the off-site, this is conventionally where you would expect a team to be losing this round to the attackers and be giving it over the other side to bring things up to about a 4-2 at the halfway split. But Gym and Bedroom is I don't want to say impossible site to defend or even difficult. I'd say some teams do a very effective job of doing so actually. But with no electrification coming through, this just screams to me they're giving up on that west wall very early on and saying if you want to take it, you guys can have it, not a problem.
This site is one of those that sometimes it just plays out like a box of frogs. I think it's maybe a bit of an English term.
Tim, tell me, how does a box of frogs play out?
Well, it's just a bit crazy, isn't it? You know, I'm sure that there's legs and arms and jumping going on everywhere, and that's it. One of them sides to have numbers of people rushing single doors, defenders desperately trying their way through them, and it always just seems to come down to some sort of bloodbath. It always seems to come down to 2 players, either attackers or defenders, just pinned in somewhere and just under an immense amount of pressure trying to fight into or find their way back into sight in the defenders' terms. And that's what I mean by that. It's just always very frantic and just a little bit crazy and on edge.
Fair enough. Fair explanation provided and fair justification for the term box of frogs. I've heard you use it a couple of times and I'm like, what is this?
It must be a specifically Northern English saying then, rather
I think it is, yeah. I've not heard it. I've heard about the different kind of explanations you get in different languages for using things like that. Like I think in German there's a saying that translates to, are all your cups in the cupboard? Are you all there in the head, basically? It's quite interesting.
Round number 3. 2-0 in favour of Wildcard. They've got themselves an early advantage. They are here on their tertiary side of Gym and Bedroom against Airwolf. We are, of course, replaying the Year 4 APAC final, which was Season 10, heading into Tokoname in Japan. For my money, one of my favourite Pro League finals that we've had. Obviously, it was nice to see Navi go through and win the title, but Speakeasy coming in with a second kill for Airwolf there, obviously playing under the Giants banner now. Tags, but they've very kindly come back to replay this classic fixture for us here in the Rainbow Six Classics. On the day, Airwolf were victorious. They did one out 7 Clubhouse and went on to win 2-1 overall on that, so they got the higher seeding moving into Tokoname. Sarah getting a kill onto Silex there, and fighting back now. Imorin getting an absolutely phenomenal nitro kill as well. Speakeasy will step through and shut down Neophyter. Leaves us now 1 versus 3. Jordan shuts things down, and that's going to be round 3 over, and just about time that Aerowolf got themselves on the board, I'd have said.
Yep, and they'll put themselves back downstairs. I'm not sure what's on there. It's a hammer plus a gun. Interesting setup. Back downstairs once again is where I imagine this would have come to now. Should have sledged in. Definitely would have been interesting, but not quite to be the case. A lot of just gunfights being won out there by the attacking side. They did the right thing as well. 40 seconds in, had the west wall open. Hibana off to the east was getting little holes opened up in towards CCTV so that no defender could be playing on that window that looks out across the whole of the south balcony. That makes sure that it's safe for the defenders to assault from the windows in towards the site. And this is what I mean when I speak about checklists. You can't go pushing south balcony without someone first holding the east window at the end of the balcony. You can't hold that from actually inside the room because there are too many angles from garage and the north you can be flanked from. So you have to get a hard breacher over to the east side to open up that wall so you can watch it. There's just a lot of this leads to this, leads to this, leads to this, and this map and around most of these sites, to be fair, that I'd find really interesting. It's like a game of chess. You have to think 3 or 4 steps ahead at all times.
Well, we're going to be seeing a very unusual sight here, and that is the bar and stop bomb site. I'm not even going to attempt to tell you what the strategy is to hold this, because I don't think I've ever seen it in competitive play since it's just not something that we generally tend to see. It is considered one of the lesser defensible sites, I think is probably a fair way of describing it, but we'll see how that one plays out. Whilst we're still in the prep phase, I will once again mention why we are here today, of course, which is to support Médecins Sans Frontières, which is Doctors Without Borders, operating I do, operating all over the world in many countries to provide medical care where it's not maybe readily available, or to assist health authorities in situations like we're facing now with the COVID-19 pandemic, where just some extra assistance is required. As you can imagine, it costs an awful lot of money to do something like that. So as a charity, they rely 95% on donation that people like Ubisoft, who will be making a €50,000 donation, make, but also people like yourself can make, if that's something that is possible for you to do. If you want to, then you can hit !donate in the chat, and that's going to give you all the details that you need to help a fantastic cause.
Pat's getting this round off to a good start. Even being dropped down nice and early, and now trying to contest those that are on the rappel. So he's a man on a mission. Doesn't want to give up control of this east balcony, just wasting more and more time for the attacking side. Definitely the right sort of play. But this is don't forget, looking upstairs rather than downstairs. Very in the old there, I say, when I did see this side a couple of times. You'd look to take over stock with a Monty planting just inside the doorway, to the right hand side of that east balcony on now. That's about as far as it went. I've never seen a plant attempt coming towards the bar area. In this case, it might not even be required. The attack by step. A couple left alive here, so it's not quite the end of the world for them yet, but they are in a 3 versus 2 in favour of the side of Wildcard. Make that a 2 versus 2 as Ysera finds a great shot, but instantly picked off from the side angle here. Now it's all down to Ysera entirely by himself against Emerin and Pat. Not much to cover about, I don't think, but manages to win that fight against Pat, who had such an aggressive start to this round. It's now all down to the UMP. Say it with me, ladies and gents. We all remember what was said at SI 2020 by Canadian when it came down to playing on the castle. Let's see if he can make it work with that UMP against Ysera on the Thermite. Not quite the strongest gun either in the world, but as I think Ace will tell you, it's definitely possible to become a Fragmite player.
Well, I've not quite achieved those heights yet, Des, but we know that it is possible. Many successful Fragmite players over the years. I think that is going to be the round for Imorin, though. He manages to get in there with the kill on the UMP. I think he always had every advantage there. The Thermite of Ysera was on extremely low HP there. He was 1 bullet from any gun. He was barely a goo mine away from death, so it was always going to be a reasonably easy challenge for him. But Wildcard playing very well here. I like what I see. They are coming out and they're winning the gunfights. That's the important thing. As I've said previously, we know that the Giants players are a very skilled set of players. So they're coming out and doing a great job here. Wildcard 3-1 in front now and looking to really cement that lead. This is what they couldn't achieve last time around. If we think, I know you referred to it, shows how quick a game can move with, Siege moving on, where we're referring to APAC Season 10 as the old days, as a classic match, but the game looks in terms of meta considerably different to how it did then. But this is the old Wildcard. Couldn't really go over last time. They went 2-2 and then started falling behind, so they're already improving here on this revenge tour as it's starting to build up to be.
many bombs as they can.
3-1, not quite the worst, but winning the offsite gives them a lot more flexibility now where we play these last 2 rounds, which you probably would expect. Going downstairs is one of the, I suppose, most comfortable places for most teams to play. Upstairs kind of contested quite a lot, but Cash and TV definitely going in the second most popular site, followed by gym and bedroom. This one down here, back in round 1, if you recall, it was where we had that awkward 1 versus 2 at the bottom of the main stairs, where if the attackers had won, well, it would have been a double spray down, and there is very little to be done on the other side there when you're stacking up behind each other, except for that fall down at the same time. Fortunately, wasn't quite the case, but let's hope this time round one of the teams is more commanding in their attack or their defense of this site, so it doesn't come down to a close situation like that. Too many hearts beating very hard in the chest, I think, when you see instances like that.
Certainly is. So round number 5 is upon us. We get into the action phase, and once again we see that early aggression with the potential peaks there. We've got Pat on the Mozzie playing out in strip, just looking to prevent a push from that side of the map. He will see the drone there and take it out, so that's going to mean that he can possibly play in a little bit more safety, but he needs to think about getting out of dodge at this point, because that information is going to have been fed back, and Hysterics closes him down beautifully. That's exactly what needs to happen there, but Hysterics is downed in that exchange, so his teammates try to get the information being fed in that there's a player down. Imorim will take advantage of that and get a kill by baiting out his teammates wanting to go for that revive. Imorim with a second on the round gets Hysterics, finishing off the downed player. Silix with a nice kill from the suppressor through the window from the top floor onto Speakeasy, and that will now leave us very quickly 4 versus 2 in wildcard inside the first minute once again, and this is proving out to be a bit of a roll at this point for wildcard.
You know, in all the time I spent casting Siege, about 1.5 years, I don't think I've ever seen that angle played. Probably because there's never massive fights over the pool table, to be honest with you, but in that case it's coming out quite useful for them from the upstairs. It's into a 3 versus 2 as Giants are starting to level things out, but still one more to find to turn this into a 2 versus 2. And you've still got to deal with the fact that Emerin is playing on at that Ella. He's had a wonderful game so far, sat at 7 frags. You never know where one of those pesky Grismot mines are going to be waiting for you to push in from.
So 1 minute 15 left on the clock. Giants just things down here. They're just wanting to.
He's doing a magnet. He's doing a magnet.
He's obviously seen it. He's waiting, and there it comes. Surely he doesn't even ADS. Takes the hipfire headshot against Lunar Metal, and that just shows the importance of thorough droning and information gathering and checking your corners. You have to do all of the basics right, and that is exactly what Wildcard are doing at the minute. They are now in the ascendancy. Sarah will try to bring them back down a peg or two with a kill to Miller off the board, but as this clock ticks away down towards 30 seconds, Sarah has got less and less time to achieve what he needs to. This is going to be a big ask for him now.
Jim, we're in a 1 versus 2 again. Jim, he's going to push down main stairs again. Or apparently not. He's doing a lot of work inside of kitchen right now, trying to I'm going to drop through and nope, gets himself stuck out. He's dead.
Well played from Wildcard.
Simple as that. What more do you need to say?
Once again, well played from Wildcard. Just in that round out, using the toxic Dave canisters just to prevent that entrance, or at least deter it, do some damage, and make that gunfight just a little bit easier. There we get a nice replay of the kill through that. It's a great angle. There's some really good angles that you don't see. You will have a lot of joy with them if you use them in ranked. Things like that, looking down through the bar window. There's another one where you can open up a hole in logistics. Now this is it was popular at a point, so people started watching for it, and it seems to have dropped off the radar. So I'm going to bring it back for you all a little bit. You get up into logistics, and you open the floor up just in front of desk. You can see down to kitchen doorway. Now, a lot of players will drone kitchen and have a habit of just running in there when you're in Church and Arsenal because they desperately want to get that hatch open, start opening the floor up. You can watch the single door from upstairs through a very small hole, and you can get a lot of joy from up there.
Masterclass breakdown with Ace there for you. And now, into the last round of the defensive half. Let's see if Wildcard can close inside of 5-1 or if Arrow will instead can at least bring something back for themselves out of this part. Ending at 5-1. I hate to go into the age-old round map. It is generally that sort of way, but you look at teams like Crazy from the UK, or in these cases they have now sadly disbanded. They're the kind of team that always shows to start attack on Clubhouse because in their mind, they knew how to attack this map, and they would rather end things out at 3-3 and force the other side to feel uncomfortable going into their attacking half and take advantage of that lean that they had in terms of score, and the constant doubt in the back of your mind of, oh god, we've lost 3 defensive rounds and we still do this. So it's fair to say it can be won by either side. And clearly Wildcard's idea of winning right now is to stack off everything they can. Look at this.
Around a Tachanka. Something that we've seen from Neophyter already today. He is desperate for that big Tachanka round.
Look at it, 2 shields facing out towards the east. They've got 1 facing towards the west. They're electrifying them all. They're almost daring them to open it up and say, come on then, give it a go. My only worry is there's no ADS on side. So how are they going to stop grenades just being thrown in there by the sledge, or Sophia or Ash burning things out? It's going to be hard.
I'll be honest, Des, I've got a few more worries than that.
Yeah.
The lack of ADS is probably the least of my worries here. Imoran will come in with a great first kill onto Jordan, so that at least puts things into Wildcard's favour before this Tachanka strategy goes horribly wrong, as I'm going to predict Hysterics will get one back, and Patrick that one straight back out. So we find ourselves 4 versus 3 now. Is Neophyter destined to spend another round looking at an open breach where the attackers just don't push onto his Tachanka? It's happened to him. I feel for him. I want someone to push him. Give it a go. Let him have his moment. I think Aerowolf are too keen on doing that at the moment.
2.5 minutes earlier on, he sat on that angle and held.
He's got patience.
The man's got patience for Saint, I'll give him that much. We'll see in a second if he's still sat on that turret as well, or if there's been a bit of movement. Right now it looks like he is, as you can see the outline through in towards the bomb itself. But maybe he's just kind of constantly twiddling around trying to see exactly what's going on. Another drone dead right here. Lots of drones offline right now for the Giants. In fact, only 2 left on the board. So in trying to figure out how they're going to break apart this defense, they've lost all the intel that they needed to do it.
Oh! The interesting thing being about this Tachanka is, if nothing else, we can't argue that it hasn't been a deterrent. It has prevented that east wall push. We're now down to a minute left in the round, and still they haven't made progress through that east wall. So I will give Neophyter his go there. He's certainly slowed the attack down. He's not going to get any kills from it, I don't think, but that may be that's all that's needed to actually win this round out. I think we need to add a third stat to Tachanka as well. We always have his armor and his speed rating. I think he needs a patience rating as well, which would obviously be up at 3 for Neophyter here.
Yeah, he has gone for it a couple of times and gone aggressive. In fact, make that a double kill now. And that time round resulted in a kill, the same as it did onto the rappel out the right-hand side of the breach. So even though he's not making use of the turret, like you say, it comes down to the fact that he's being a fantastic deterrent. He has forced only Ystera and Luna to be the last 2 left alive, of course, now both dead. But with only a Thatcher and a Thermite on side, there is very little for you to do. There are no extra Thermites left either. It was a very tall order to try and break that apart. Played by Wildcard, they end that half at 5-1. 2 rounds on the attack is all they require to make this work.
And they need to start just getting them done, because I feel like now that we've switched sides, Giants could well have a little bit of a resurgence here. We want to see something from the Singaporeans. We want to see them come out here and make a real game of this, and hopefully it's one of those days where it's just the defence's day and they're going to come out and chain themselves a few rounds together. As you can see, there is kills across the board there, but Imoran and Pat just having a better day at the office. 15 between those two so far, so they are flying at the minute, and that's something that Giants need to look to shut down. They need to get in there and make sure that they're closing those 2 players down. As it stands, this is a real reverse of the Classics match that we are replicating here, which was the Year 4 APAC season final, which was Pro League Season 10 heading into Tokoname, Japan. Important to remember, at the time that this match was played out, both teams had already qualified. By getting into this final, they'd already qualified for Japan, they'd already qualified for Montreal, so I'm sure that there was a lot of excitement between these 2 teams to sat and play this game. They knew where they were going, they knew the opportunities they were going to have. It's all about feeding and a little bit of reputation as well, who comes out on top of APAC. Now, on the day, it was Aerowolf that won it out. Over 3 maps, they won 2-1. On Clubhouse particularly, they won 7-4. This time, Wildcard just having a much stronger showing so far and really making the game of this one 5-1 so far.
Look at what they think as well. It's my favourite strat in the game, the SSG Roam, as they call it. This one because, of course, it was designed by SSG and employed to great effect. I believe they went 7 rounds in a row running this strat. Any team And now, of course, it has been cracked a couple of times and teams are trying to put their own take on it. Here, Giants are employing the, or Arrow Wolf, I guess you can call them, either or. They're employing what they do. There's a hot breach inside a kitchen right here, trying to drop in, but they're into a line of fire. You have them on site. They cannot easily get away from this one. And Ysera, seeing feet before all else, will find this stupidly easy to shut them out of this one. Coming out of Neophyte as they face each other down. Make that a second kill as well, but still dies down to Luna in the end. They tried, they failed. Giants giving themselves that second win.
Luna Metal could see exactly which way that one was going after he'd lost 2 teammates upstairs to the fuse, so steps into main stairs and gets things finished off. It was a bit of a wild knife attempt. It makes me wonder if it was a panic knife, Des. Was it a panic knife? Did he expect Fuse to be at the doorway? Or has he just had one of those reflexes where you hit your melee button and just see what happens? But the distance was too great between them and he wasn't able to down the Fuse. So he managed to get himself a couple of kills, but Neophyter was then shut down, and that's the second round on the board now for Giants Gaming. And that's exactly what they needed. They needed to get themselves back into this. They needed to make a match of it, and now they need to chain a few more together and prevent Wildcard getting onto that match point.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
This may yet still expand out to be an overtime level game because the defensive side there, Arrow will put the most on they have the match. Ying being brought on side this time around by Emmerin. Well, we've seen Ying an awful lot lately. We know her capability. We know that she was nerfed down from having 4 Candelas to 3. She's now not as prevalent as she was when she had 4, but still gives a lot of fantastic use. Still has it, still has the Candelas, still has a lot of ability to provide disruption for a friendly planter. So let's see if they can make good use of that once they manage to get one of these walls open. We are upstairs, as you can see, and Neophyter is bringing along the Fuse. Curious to know where he's going to opt to place this one on this attack, but it's a great way of clearing out space. Don't forget, you're not always strictly going for kills with the Fuse. Often it's just about trying to open out space below you.
I will mention again the charity that we are supporting, of course,
today
is MSF.
No, say
Medicine Sans Frontier
is
who we are aiming to help. That's Doctors Without Borders, and they aim to provide medical assistance around the world in many, many countries. And at the moment, that is obviously more important than ever with the COVID-19 pandemic. It's helping to bolster those health resources around the world to make sure that everywhere is able and capable to deal with quite a large impact from the pandemic. So if you would like to contribute to that, you can type !donate in the chat. 95% of MSF's running costs is covered by donations, so you would be making a real difference to a great cause. So if you can, please do support them.
Hysteric's turning out to be the unmovable in the game, the unshakable. Twice there, he almost tried to get a full off. I think this time around they will so open below. They've got to burn so ability to get away from this one. And they should now have very little left to actually left the sights. However, it's going to be Pat finding his revenge as he pushes up, and Hysterics now will not be unmovable nor unkillable as he has been dropped down. Jordan down elsewhere as well. Wildcard have stormed their way into the site here. There are only 2 left alive, and Pat is on a tear in this round. 3 versus 1. It's all down to the Legion downstairs. They know where he is. They know where he's coming from. It should be easy, but a great headshot from Luna. Team captain is stepping right now. Not quite the impact nade that he was hoping for, but pushing around has got to look the right way. We'll try and go for it. But Emmerin is waiting. Wildcard taking another round, and they move into match point. 1 more round, and Clubhouse is theirs.
I think he might have moved a point there.
Maybe
that is round 1 for Wildcard, as you say, heading onto that elusive match point. Now they are 6-2 up and absolutely flying by comparison to how this one played out last time, which saw Wolf at the time, now Giants Gaming, take the match on Clubhouse at least 7-4 and then 2-1 overall on the day. And for both teams, I think it's a really important sort of breakthrough tournament. They've been around the APAC region for a long time. We've already discussed that. Players on both sides in and around since 2017. Very, very dedicated, very skilled, very knowledgeable teams. And this was a point where they'd both come through in second place in their respective sort of National League qualifying stages to get through to the APAC finals. And then, you know, they were against big names, Cyclops, Cloud9, Orengo, managed to beat all of them along the way, get themselves into the final all the way to Broken Army and onto Montreal. It's Invitational 2020, where we were fortunate enough to meet both of these teams, and they are both a great set of guys, and were a lot of fun to be around. And this is exactly what we are replaying today. So far, it's going somewhat differently, with Wildcard taking serious advantage here.
Quite the same outcome, and I don't expect it is going to carry on that way, given what we're seeing coming through in this round. Seeing smokes coming out of Pat, seeing frags coming out of the Glad, nearby to here with our creatures as well, of course. And those jagged. I'm keen to see what the setup here is. I imagine it will be what we've seen previously, where you'll have a Glaz trying to hang over the edge of the balcony, out towards the east one. Get someone inside, get a plank going down, smoke it all out, and the only person who can see clearly is Emerin on that Glaz. Let's see if that turns out to be the case, or if there is something different in play.
Not seen as much Sophia Elite today. Remember, that one has been released. We've seen a couple in the previous game. Sorry, I meant in this game. We've seen a couple out in the previous game. A great Elite tonight. I'm really impressed with that one. I'll probably be having a look at that later on. We've got the Glaz Elite, and he's going to be playing in from long range there, seeing if he can hit. Not always the easiest since Glaz was altered to prevent him being the entry fragger that he was used for once upon a time. I think he probably sits in a better spot in terms of his intended use, which is obviously as a sort of support sniper. Eric's that first kill onto Neo Fighter there, and that's a great start for the air Thruster. That is exactly what they needed to fire them into this round. They needed that man advantage. We can hear though that the Thermite has been successful on that bottom wall. He has got things open. It's now time to start challenging the upper balcony of Garage and trying to take control so that they can operate towards site.
Finding himself one downstairs, instantly traded out, mind you. He's finally gone to Pat, but Diesel is there to strike back. Hysterics finds one as well. Everything has gone wrong for Wildcard. It's not looking like the round that they were hoping for at all. Glaz not able to get himself in position. No kills coming through the way that they want. Final C4 coming out of Hysterics will mean the Giants or Aerowolf put an immediate shutdown to that attempt coming out of Wildcard. Very rude, Diesel, you're correct. Not even giving you the chance to play Siege and win the rounds.
That was a throw and a half from there, through the soft wall, through the window. That is something. That's one to take a clip of. I'm impressed. Colour me impressed with that one. So heading into round number 10, we're going to have another match point on our hands. We're going to have a few to follow. As long as Giants Gaming keep winning all the way until they have 6 rounds, we will you see in match points from Wildcard. They only need to get themselves to 7. We are in using the current competitive rules. Most of the operators are currently available as well. There's only a few missing. We don't have Wamai and Kale. We don't have Amaru and Goyo, and we wouldn't have Iana and Oryx anyway, as they haven't yet got through the competitive sort of introductory quarantine phase to come in even into competitive. So that will a short while that they make it in, but we are playing with the operators that were available at the time that the original of this match was played out, which was in October 2019. So we have, we do have Nomad, we have Gridlock, we have Mozzie, we have Kaid all available, but we haven't really seen too many of those.
Not a absolutely massive amount, although huge need here. On this side there we are of course going to see Luna bringing along the Mozzie, because we are once again employing the SSG roam, as we call it. The whole idea, if you haven't seen this one before, is to turn the top floor into a drone no-go zone. You play 2 roamers up there, you open the hatches inside of bar, the hatches inside of construction to get down into bar. You basically have 7 seconds as your time to get from the top floor back down onto site. So if there is a rush, you can get down there very, very quickly. But as the attackers, it's very tough to ignore those on the top floor unless you go for a rush. That's often why you see things like Capcan or a Legion brought along, just to slow the operators down who are trying to push in aggressively and give the defenders more time to react. It's a very good full building hold, essentially. Been employed an awful lot, as we mentioned earlier on, designed by teams like SSG and then popularized around the world. Very interesting because teams know what you're doing based on the operators that you select, but very few can actually counter it effectively.
It is a very, very tough one. We famously saw SSG counter it, though, in the first round of Invitational 2020. If you remember, there's Ramsey coming in with a huge ace against Navi, who were trying this specific strat against them, but no surprise.
I mean, if you're really going to run the SSG strat, you want to do that against the team that designed it.
They're going to be the ones who know how to They certainly were, but many other teams have struggled with it. Generally, the counterplay is to try the dirt tunnel rush to get down there, or you have to head on into these roamers and try and clear them out, which is the way that Space Station dealt with it. Jordan getting his second kill there, though, onto Beetle. That is just going to be slowly eaten back as Stylix and Neophyter get one apiece. We now find ourselves 3 versus 3. Is this the moment that Wildcard can come in and take this fixture? 2 versus 2 now. Neophyter with a kill. 2 versus 1 as Demorin gets it. Is this the moment? Is this revenge being a dish best served cold as Wildcard come and look to overturn the original Clubhouse result that we are replaying here and get themselves the win here in Germany? Can they do it? 2 versus 1. The odds are on their side. Out comes the Lion Scan. Speakeasy is now in bar. He is being circled. The Sharks are there. They are ready to pounce. In comes the view. Speakeasy gets one, can he get the second? It's Demorin versus Speakeasy, and Speakeasy manages to survive! He's gonna get a kill, and Aerowolf lives to fight another day!
As Diesel says, OMG, yep, pretty much how I think everyone feels watching that. It looked like he was absolute toast. Mozzie died upstairs, he tried to drop down, sorry. Speakeasy hung around upstairs for a little bit longer. His team got wiped out downstairs, and it was entirely him to get the retake, essentially, to get back downstairs and contest a plant. But Wildcard opted to stay and fight. They were left alive inside a bar, but couldn't do it. Wonderful play to keep his team in the game, and that gives them an extra lease of life here. Still a couple of rounds to bring this back to the draw and go to overtime, but as things stand, Wildcard are still in the driving seat.
Driving seat indeed, but they are looking in the rearview mirror and they see Giants Gaming careening up behind them, ready to pounce if a single mistake is made. This is getting closer and closer now. One more round and they are within touching distance, and that's when the panic might just start to set in for Wildcard. For me, they really need to be closing this one out here. It's a really important element of future. I don't think it's always too often talked about, but it's something that I bring up quite often. Something that we see mirrored in competition of many other forums, be it esports and other titles, be it traditional sports. Many ways you have this moment of having to clinch out a result. You have to close it down, and sometimes when you get to the finish line, that can be the most difficult round to get, and there is a real skill in being able to do that, being able to take it over the line when the pressure is being applied, and that's exactly what we need to see from Wildcard now. We need to see them knuckle down, do what is needed to get this round number 7 on the board before Giants Gaming can level this one out.
Bedroom going to be the site we now head to, and as opposed to what we saw coming out of the other side earlier on, it is going to be a bandit on side here to lock down that west wall. We saw when Wildcard were on the defense, they opted not to bother, and that meant Giants had both the east and the west walls open inside about 40 seconds. So I like here that slow them down a little bit and force it into these later round fights that you probably just saw for a second to go for Aero, but there put Speakeasy in a 1 versus 2 with a shotgun and a mute. Well, what more can you ask for? He wins it out for you big time. So let's see if they can do the rest here as it progresses. That bandit on side, the castle on side to make sure those are protected. Everything to me screams we want to slow them down. But 40 seconds in, they're already getting rid of one of those castle barricades using the X-Kairos of the Habana.
Rush from Wildcard as they drop the hatch. And there comes a shutdown from Lunar Metal. What a nitro that was, as Wildcard had dropped the hatch into logistics. He just ended their day. Look how casual he is in the chat, I guess.
Jesus, what?
That was spectacular.
Yeah, I need this replay, right? That makes it no clearer. I'm still sat here thinking, what? In my head.
Kitchen into logistics. It's the reverse of the angle that I told you about, Des.
Why were they set up with 3 of them there?
Kitchen into logistics. Logistics into kitchen. You have plenty of joy between the two.
What? It's crazy. 3 kills. The most kills I think I've seen from a single C4 is 4. That was in the Nordic Championship on Consulate when we had 4 players trying to force their way through copy all at once. And then a C4 from below Court 4. That's the most I've seen. But that was such a quick round then because gunfight elsewhere as well. But, oh, okay, brilliant. It's 4 versus 5. Every chance for Aerolf to win. Rounds over. What?
It was quick. It was quick. And we are now back within touching distance. To round number 12, the final regulation time round. After this, we will head into overtime if Aerolf now
it was 5 versus 5, so it was 4 kills, wasn't it?
It was 4 kills on the Nitro.
Oh, sorry.
I can see
this
that
is how fast this is how fast the kill feed progressed, right? I was like, people died, okay? I don't know how many, but there was a bunch of people together that shouldn't have been together.
Lots of them.
5 seconds.
I can see that you're still processing.
I'll
give you a second. So we are.
Locate a bomb and
We can
defuse
see the
it.
Valkyrie cameras
Defenders
going
left the area
outside
of
there.
operation.
We are in cash and CCTV, and Wildcard are going to be looking for a successful attack here. I'm sure they won't want to go to overtime. They're going to want to get this one finished off. Remembering that they had a very strong first half at 5-1 on the defence. The interesting thing to question now is, can Aerowolf go one better and come back with 6-0 on the defence and win this one? Right, 7-5. That is still a possibility. Maintaining the result as it was on the day back in APAC Season 10 final.
All right, I think I'm finished processing now.
Excellent.
I'm back. Okay. Aerowolf, I can't believe they managed to bring this one back the way they have. Oh, no! Grenades down. There we go. The bandit down. That's how you deal with him. Last time they struggled, but it was a little bit preemptive. He's not dead just yet. Instead, I want to again hit him with a second ignite in as many rounds. This guy is so full of gusto right now. Running a third, not quite to be the case.
He did indeed. He did indeed. He was already fired. But we find ourselves quickly in a 4-2. Pat and Silex have got that additional health in the finger, which will now wear off. Pat gets one onto Hysterics, so that now leaves with 3 versus 2, and the comeback is not on, as Isera and Speakeasy slam them and finish things off, and that now leaves us going into overtime here, as if we couldn't have asked for anything better than it being fought back.
Sarah just flicking that switch and saying it's kill time, boys, and it's fragging out for his life here. Speakeasy on 12 kills, Emmerin on 12, as you saw in the replay there just a second ago. This is getting spicy. It's getting close. Now we're into that overtime phase where there's 3 more rounds to play out, and Giants are the ones who get to start on the defense. With how things have played so far, I think I know where I'm leaning towards.
Yeah, I think the advantage is certainly with the defenders here, and it could be another tough day for Wildcard to take on Clubhouse. Originally, they lost this map 7-4, and having to come in on the attack. They've only won 1 round. Both teams have gone 5-1 on their defensive phases. So at this point, the odds are certainly in Giants' game in favour, and they've also just had a lot of momentum gathered with all those rounds that they've won as well. I'm sure that they are bouncing into this round after some of the last couple that they've had. Let's not forget that 4K on the Nitro 2 rounds ago. That was something else.
It's magic, that's for sure. You won't be seeing every single. I just hope I get to see more. That's the dream. In terms of the setup coming out of Wildcard, this time round, I think last time we saw them bringing along the fuse, they were a little bit baited into what site they were going to. They expected to see a repeat site downstairs and they lost, but they didn't. Instead, when they won, what we did see was the move upstairs instead. So the setup wasn't quite optimal for them. This time round, we're heading downstairs straight. They're bringing on the Ying, the drop, and they're bringing along that fuse to clear out space. I mentioned earlier on, you don't always want to bring a fuse along to get kills. You bring him along because he makes space. People have to back away or they will die. It's great if you get a kill, but it removes gadgets. It forces operators out of a given space. So you know you can drop those in, for example, near the 4 boxes that sit inside Clubhouse to the north side, or the east side, sorry. As soon as that's all coming off, you can drop inside the hatch pretty safely as long as you drone the rest out, smoke things off, and go for your plan. But it's all about the execution of the fuse here. It's not the fuse blind.
30 seconds into the action phase then, the attack is starting to mount. We can see we've got Diesel working his way through the strip side of the map. We've got one on Rappel just looking to hold angles into Sheridan. We'll open things up with a kill on to Lunar Metal. That could be huge. We've got another defender on the vigil up here on the top floor. He's looking to be pinched very, very soon. I think he's actually moved his way back down those main stairs, or possibly into cash and CCTV area. Hysterics, meanwhile, will get a kill onto Neo Fighter. That's the vigil just moving his way back now. He's tapping. He's going to start retiring back towards the site. We can see some attention being paid towards the tunnel by the defender. when you defend that area. I think top floor is clear now, but it will just take Wildcard a second to realise that. Pay the due diligence, make sure that everything is cleared out. Pat is looking to apply pressure to Speakeasy and Dirt Tunnel as well. And this is what I like to see on Church and Arsenal, is these multifaceted pushers. You want to be coming in from different areas. You want to clear top and mid floor, put pressure on the hatches. You want somebody in dirt, somebody in blue. You want to apply pressure from all directions here. If you just push from one, the defenders can quite easily keep it held down just from the opposite end of the site.
He's very happy to have I think anyway there, going one, definitely not the end of the world, and Mozzie's use generally is all on the upstairs. What? I'll say what so many times these last few rounds. Speaking surely in the spot there to be able to net a kill, but not quite the case, as is now evidence. A lot more fights coming in though. Down Dirt Tunnel puts things into a 2 versus 2. Emerin here available, still has one of those Candelas on side. Did bring along the breaches rather than the smokes as well, so not going to be an option for them. But in the 2 versus 2, looking like this is a great opportunity for either side, and Sterix is going off with the triple kill on the ground. It's down to a 2 versus 1. Emerin is pretty much all by himself, with literally a whisper away from death. A single bullet will be enough. He suspects the bullet holes, but no one waiting behind him inside of blue. Going to have to push his way inside of church right now and try and go for the plant. Might be able to stick this one. He's going to go for it in the corner. I'm not convinced they know, but surely they must have heard that little beat that comes up as you start placing the diffuser down. Going to stick it, make it work. Guns up as well. They don't know where he is. Didn't even spot him walking around the side just then. And this would be a big success for them. We've got to be so careful of the above. Hatch, if he finds himself in that spot, will get himself picked off. 1 versus 1 round the corner though. Spray's coming through, goes round the corner and loses it out. Giants will win the round in that 2 versus 1 as the defuse comes through, and they are 1 round away from a massive reverse sweep. Card have been on 6 rounds now for 5 rounds back to back, and they still cannot close this out.
Defenders win.
I think the goo mine came in clutch for Sarah, then it just gave out the position of that Ying pushing round the corner towards him. The little noise just triggered as he walked over it, and that let him know everything he needed to, and he came round pre-fire in the corner and gets the win. Not sure what was happening in Dirt Tunnel for Speakeasy there. He didn't seem to be on a drone or anything, so I'm not really sure what was happening there, or on the cams rather. But he was ended by Pat nonetheless, but ultimately Giants Gaming coming out on top of that one, and they now go on to the attack. Wouldn't surprise me to see this one go all the way. We have only so far, off the top of my head, 2 successful attacking rounds, so not really a high win percentage for the attackers so far here on Clubhouse today. Back in the Season 10 final, we saw a lot more success on the attack. Giants Gaming coming out 4-2 in the first half when they were attacking, so maybe they can bring some of that attacking fury back into the match here and just push themselves over the line.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
1 round. It's only a show match, it's a repeat, but there's just so much intensity built up over the course of this game that I really want to see reach an epic conclusion here. It needs to go 7-7, and then anyone can win. It's a real hard call, but the momentum definitely there on one side. Wildcard rollout with the SSG roam once again, as we've seen both teams employing quite a lot. I mentioned earlier on, it's spread around the world at quite a pace. A lot of teams in the Nordic Championship, for example, like to roll this. Surprisingly, because Summers maybe not too coordinated, will still make good use of it, because they know that it forces gunfights, and gunfights where a lot of teams will be feeling comfortable. Maybe their plan right here actually is to look towards holding inside a kitchen instead, or open it from above. So drop down that jammer inside to try and deny that from being opened.
Neopactor is looking to see if he can get a peek on through the street spawn there, but I don't think he will have any joy. Pat is out in the strip area again. We've seen this from him a few times on the roam with the Mozzie, just getting himself out there, trying to lay low, trying to play those late flanks that can so quickly and easily win you around when you just move in and get 2 or 3 kills onto unsuspecting attackers. But with the droning going on, I would expect Werewolf to see him and shut him down, and that's exactly what happens. As I say it, Hysterics moves in and gets the kill with the Habana, taking the Mozzie off the board, and that is a big start for them there. Neophyters having pressure applied to him as well, and just comments went out there that there was a nice jammer placed and quite a lot of respect on both teams here.
Can it work? Can't? No, you're stuck pretty much. Kitchen makes it really hard because you've got the vigil in there as well, so between the jamming as well as the invisibility, there is just no way that they can make it safe to get inside a kitchen without committing 2 or 3 members and potentially losing 1 or 2. I think actually backed away quite early on here as they managed to get rid of it. No, it's still there.
for sure that was the jam that they were talking about. I think they're going to find out fairly soon when they try to detonate those Excaro towers. Hysteric's moving away. So for the moment, the kitchen hatch will remain safe, and I think that's what they were relying on, was that hatch being open from that
Is this
side.
the bait? They think there's a jammer downstairs blocking it?
I think that is the case.
No way!
Try and clear it off.
They've baited them into it.
The suggestion is there was a jammer on top of the bar hatch. Come on, guys, think about it. You've seen this somewhere else. Imorin with a fantastic C4 toss, killing Luna this time out. And that will leave us now 4 versus 4. Progress still being slowed by that mute jammer on the kitchen hatch. We can see that Hysterics is going to be picked up here. So we are now in a full force 4 versus 4. 1 minute left on the clock. Right, that
doing the fact that no one's even looked back to check it as well. Like, surely when they were droning in, they must know that it was a problem, but instead they've rotated their entire attack elsewhere. So this is a massive upset for them right now. In a 4 versus 4, mind you, we've seen rounds end in the blink of an eye. It could very well happen again. However, there are no T4s available to do so, but there are 3 Pokeballs on the side of Wildcard if they want to be using those for a bit of collateral damage to try and push from above. Hysterics now is going to come back in and check. Now they've found it. They know about 30 seconds left on the clock. Maybe now they've realised what the plot setup was. They've done their droning downstairs. They've been baited by it, and now they can start looking for a play. But with only 19 seconds left on the clock, there's not really a whole lot of time to do so. Oh my god!
Final 10-second bloodbath just walking going in favour of Giants. Alex gets 1, but then will be traded out by Jordan, and that is round and game once again. The Aerowolf roster now playing on the Giants gaming. They are successful.
Beautiful stuff, and hard-fought victory flashes up on the screen. Absolutely correct. What a game that was. It's just like the first series. We said best of 3. There was loads of moments in there, loads of interesting things like Magnet being a fake alibi. This game was full of things like C4s. It was full of a couple of rushes, lots of interesting variations of attacks into the SSG roam, for example. Both of those show matches have been an absolute pleasure. I won't even lie. It's just been so entertaining to watch both.
It's been a joy. It's been a little bit unusual for us casting in the morning. Usually we're doing things at the other end of the day, but I've got up absolutely full of energy, bounced into this one, and the players have absolutely delivered with some fantastic replays of those classics matches today. Definitely worth a watch back over if you haven't seen them. We're going to see some of the best moments from the Aerowolf wildcard replay that we've just seen now, and of course, the Fnatic Nora game was brilliant as well. Entertainment factor was high. I know I speak for Des as well when I say we've had an absolute ball casting these, and all in aid of a good cause as well.
4 kills. I can't believe I missed that first one flashing up. I think it just got thrown by so fast, but I was like, well, I'm going to miss those every now and then. Like I say, it's almost like Aerowolf awoken into that game because it was 6-3, I think, at one point, and it turned all the way into being an 8-6 win to Aerowolf. 5 rounds back to back. Defend decided? Not so sure anymore.
About attacker decided, but the percentages are generally slim. You're talking 55, 45, 53, 47, and all of a sudden we're calling it defender sided when realistically it all comes down to the day and how the players are hitting the shots.
All comes down to the teams and the setups as well. We had a good few wars over the walls with the bandits. We saw Fuse being deployed quite a lot as well. No Monty. Same bands as before. Luna Metal was never going to be allowed anywhere near that operator on a game like this. But let's review what we've seen so far then. Across those 4 games, at the very start of the day, we had the APAC reveal. We spoke about the new format, the North and South regions that are now being split into that APAC region as a whole. The divisions inside of the South between Oceania and South Asia. Lots of different formats going on, lots of different ways to progress. But just like we're seeing in all the other formats around the world, a very, very clear path to go from playing in a national league, in a local tournament, for example, and even an online qualifier, all the way through to the 6th Invitational. All it takes is a bit of grit, a bit of commitment, and a lot of skill, and you could be on the big stage within a year. That's a crazy progress path to even think about.
That is the reality of it. As we've said, there's so many ways, and that's what I like about the APAC formula that we've gone over today, is it's not a one-size-fits-all. It is a big region, and they obviously recognise that there's different requirements in different areas. They've taken that into account, and we've got, a Swiss format for the north side. We've got a league format in part on the south side. We've got open qualifiers for another area, and it really is, good to see these different formats being used, and I'm very, very excited about the upcoming Pro League season for the APAC League. Very excited.
Every single region is going to be ridiculous exciting, and it all kicks off in about 3 weeks' time. Siege is about to go massive. It's going to be an incredible year, and I can't wait to see how it all culminates in SI 2021. But as our end replay for you, of course, let's just remind you exactly what this is all about. It was all for the reveal, but also most importantly for the charity that Ubisoft are supporting. MSF, 50,000 euros being provided by Ubisoft. You too can donate if you're in the chat now. !MSF. Get yourself in there. Get involved with it as well. It's all for a worthwhile cause, helping to fight the virus around the world. The teams today have provided a fantastic few games to watch. Myself and Ace have had a wonderful time, I'm sure. Ace, anything you want to say before we close out?
No, I'd just reiterate what you've said there, Des, and the importance of the work being done by MSF around the world to support the response to COVID-19. If you can share £1 or $2, $1 or $2, whatever it might be, if you've enjoyed the games today, then exclamation mark donate is the way to do that. And hopefully APAC have enjoyed us. I've enjoyed APAC, so thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Big thanks from us. Big thanks for the team behind the scenes. Hopefully see you guys in a few weeks. Pro League gets underway. Catch you next time.
Welcome to the competitive world of Rainbow Six Siege. The following video will explain the new format for Rainbow Six esports in the Asia-Pacific region, how the region will fit into our global structure, and what you can do to get involved in Rainbow Six competitive play. First off, let's set the scene. Globally, 4 regions compose the Rainbow Six esports program: North America, Latin America, Asia-Pacific, and Europe. Each region has its own dedicated competitive format that we'll dig into a little later. On a global scale, the Rainbow Six esports program refreshes every year. 1 year equals 1 season, running from March to the following February. The 4 independent regional leagues run from March to December. These leagues are divided into 3 stages. At the end of each stage, the top 4 teams from each region will qualify for the Six Major, a global competition featuring the top 16 international teams. Depending on their ranking in the regional leagues and the majors, teams will earn points for the global standings. At the conclusion of the 3 stages in December, the 16 teams with the most points in the global standings will automatically qualify for the Six Invitational. 4 extra teams will have one last chance to qualify for the competition through regional open qualifiers, making the Six Invitational a 20-team competition, the most prestigious Rainbow Six esports event, and a chance for teams to dominate the global stage and prove they are the best in the world. Let's move on to Asia Pacific, aka APAC, and our unique regional structure. The Asia Pacific League is divided into 2 divisions, APAC North and APAC South. Both divisions have their own competitive structure. Let's take a deeper look. APAC North combines the best teams from across Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asia. They compete in a single online league composed of the same 12 teams for the entire season. Each stage consists of these teams facing off for 10 playdays spread across 5 weeks. The tournament will play out in a variation of the Swiss system. In other words, there is a random draw at the first round, then teams with the same or the closest win-loss ratio will face each other round after round. For example, during round 2, winners face off against winners. During round 3, teams with 1 win and 1 loss face teams with the same ratio, and so on. At round 6, win-loss ratio is refreshed and the league continues until we have the final rankings after 10 rounds. The top 6 teams of each stage make it to the APAC League playoffs. At the end of the season, the results from across all 3 stages will determine an end-of-the-year APAC North Division ranking. The top 8 teams will be invited back for the following season. The bottom 4 teams will have to play in a promotion relegation tournament for a chance to remain in the league. They will face the best teams coming up from the national competitions. Now let's move on to the APAC South division that plays in parallel. APAC South is composed of 2 independent regions, Oceania and South Asia. In Oceania, 8 teams from across Australia, New Zealand, and the Polynesian nations will compete in the Oceanic Nationals, an online league. In South Asia, teams from Bangladesh, India, Nepal, Pakistan, and Sri Lanka face off in a series of open online tournaments, ending with a closed bracket playoff. Each stage ends with the APAC South Division playoffs. This offline event is a double elimination tournament that pits the top 3 teams from the Oceanic Nationals and the winner of the South Asian Nationals against each other. The top 2 teams left standing will join with the 6 APAC North rivals that we mentioned earlier to the Asia Pacific League playoffs. At the end of each stage following a double elimination bracket format, this online tournament will determine which teams out of the 8 will advance to the majors and have the opportunity to compete under the global spotlight. The teams placed 5th to 8th will score points for the global standings. In parallel, the top 4 teams will qualify for the 6th major, and depending on their final placement in this competition, will also earn points for the global standings. Stages 2 and 3 will follow the same model. In APAC, we also want to determine who the best team in the region truly is. In November, the rankings of the 3 stages are combined to form the final rankings of the season within the region. The top 4 teams will battle it out for the title of APAC champion and glory in the Asia-Pacific region during a special LAN event. Becoming the APAC champion is the ultimate goal, but before getting to the top, teams need to prove their skills through the national system. Create the foundation for the Rainbow Six ecosystem, providing pathways through the grassroots scene into the regional leagues. From there, any player and team can make their mark at the majors and finally, the Six Invitational. The APAC Rainbow Six esports program focuses on creating a player-first experience, allowing each and every player the chance to compete from a local community tournament to the biggest stage of Rainbow Six esports, the Six Invitational. It's yours for the taking. Join us by watching our weekly broadcast or competing in the official competitions.
Signing up to FACEIT is quick and easy. Head over to faceit.com, click on Create Account, and enter your email. Fill in your personal information, including your FACEIT nickname, and continue to finish creating your account. You can then select which games you want to play on FACEIT. Simply click on Rainbow Six and enter your username. You can find Rainbow Six under Games on the left side of your FACEIT page. This is where any games you choose to access will always be displayed. Click on this to head to the game dashboard. This is where you can access all things Rainbow Six. You can check out competitions, join and discover hubs, view rankings, and access new Rainbow Six content, from featured streamers to the latest clips. Navigate to all tournaments by clicking on competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard. Here, you can discover upcoming tournaments such as the European Open Clash, alongside their game mode, prize money, and number of sign-ups. Alternatively, you can also join a tournament via an invite link, or discover more tournaments using the search bar. Head to the tournament page and click Join Tournament on the right of your screen. Depending on when you join the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date closer to the tournament start time. This information is displayed clearly on the tournament page, alongside the rulebook. The Rules tab also contains additional information about the competition, from the format and structure to the prize pool and game settings. All this and more can be found under this tab. Once you've done this, you're all signed up and ready to compete. This tournament will appear under the Tournament tab on the left, so you can easily come back and check the tournament start time, teams, and standings. If you want a quick overview of tournament information, such as format, prize pool, and structure, this can be found in the Overview tab, the main landing page when clicking on any tournament. If you want to join a Rainbow Six specific hub, you can do so via competitions at the top of your Rainbow Six dashboard, and discover a variety of different hubs. Alternatively, you can also search for hubs by using the search bar at the very top of your page. Just like tournaments, once you've joined your chosen hub, it will appear on the left, this time under the Hubs tab. Each hub contains its own chat, leaderboard, match history, and members list, among other features, where you can interact and engage with other like-minded players. To play, simply click the play button in the top right of the page. Once you've joined the queue, a number will be displayed alongside it, which indicates the number of players also in the queue with you. You can also use the chat feature to alert other members of the hub the queue, or if you need more players to join. You can easily create your own hubs to bring together a group of players with the same shared interest, whether that be a group of friends, players from your city, country or region, or competitors from your school or workplace. You can configure your hub to suit your preferred settings and invite other FACEIT players to join. Get started and sign up now at FACEIT.com.